Chapter 752. It's settled. They just left the inscription formation and returned to the gorge when Duan Lingtian heard Feng Wudao's voice. Yes. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded, and he seemed as if he'd encountered something good, causing him to seem refreshed. Then let's depart. Feng Wudao nodded and condensed his origin energy into an enormous sword once more, and it carried the group of four, including himself, to soar into the sky before flashing out to head directly towards the Dark Han dynasty. On the way, Duan Lingtian, who'd finished dealing with all the trivial matters, had finally calmed down completely. He held the wind concept fragment in his hand as he calmed his heart and comprehended wind concept. Presently, the improvement of his origin energy and the assistance of the rebirth pill had already arrived at the limit of the 9th level of the void initiation stage. What he wanted to do was to comprehend intermediate concept and smoothly break through to the void interpretation stage. The journey was calm all along the way, and Duan Lingtian's group smoothly returned to the Dark Han dynasty's capital and returned to the Feng clan. Duan Lingtian temporarily stayed in the Feng clan estate and calmed his heart to comprehend wind concept. Of course, he'd occasionally leave the Feng clan estate with Feng Tianwu and wander around the capital to purchase some materials required for weapons refinement, medicine refinement, and inscriptions. So long as there was a large-scale auction held in the capital, Duan Lingtian would go with Feng Tianwu to join in the fun, and they obtained many rare materials. Unknowingly, 3 months had passed. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu had just left an auction house when Feng Tianwu couldn't help but ask, "Elder brother Duan, you seemed to be extremely happy when you bid for that strange iron earlier. Is there anything different about it?" "Tianwu, that piece of iron I obtained and combined with the materials I gathered earlier. So long as I become a grade 2 weapons craftsman, I'll be able to rely on them to refine a grade 2 spirit weapon." Duan Lingtian smiled. Grade 2 spirit weapon? A 2nd grade weapon craftsman? Feng Tianwu was slightly shocked, but in next to no time, she recalled that Duan Lingtian was already a grade 3 weapons craftsman now, and she couldn't help but feel relieved. "No wonder elder brother Duan is so happy. It turns out that you have half a grade 2 spirit artifact in your hands." Feng Tianwu was happy for Duan Lingtian. "In another month or so, it'll be the day we depart to the northern desert to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. At that time, I wonder if we must go with the others." Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself, "Elder brother Duan, you don't want to go with them?" Feng Tianwu asked. "I'd like to walk around on my own. It's freer that way." Duan Lingtian smiled. Besides the various dynasties, there was only the boundlessly vast foreign lands outside the Dark Han dynasty. When they left this time, Duan Lingtian really wanted to walk and stop by himself to fully enjoy the scenery on the way and gain tempering at the same time. Only in this way would it be more interesting. If he were to follow the group, then the journey wouldn't be decided by him. "Then I'll go back and tell father. At that time, we won't go with the others." Feng Tianwu said. Duan Lingtian replied, and then he said with a smile, "Let's return first." During these past few days, Duan Lingtian's mood was extremely good, because he'd already completely touched the threshold of 9th level wind concept, and he was confident that he would be able to completely comprehend 9th level wind concept within 3 days. Once he comprehended 9th level elementary wind concept, then he would have the opportunity to come into contact with 1st level intermediate wind concept. At that time, his origin energy would naturally transform into the origin energy that belonged to void interpretation stage martial artists. Some people are happy, some people are worried. These words weren't wrong in the slightest. While Duan Lingtian was feeling happy about his wind concept that was about to transform, the Imperial Palace wasn't calm at all. In the depths of the Imperial Palace, within the dazzling audience hall, the Dark Han dynasty's emperor sat upright at the seat of the host. His expression was slightly gloomy, and his gaze that was like a bolt of lightning descended onto a black-clothed old man. "Imperial uncle, I want to hear your opinion." The black-clothed old man's brows knit together tightly as he said slowly, "I'm truly unable to wrap my head around this. Not to mention Imperial Brother is a cautious person and wouldn't easily make a move if he didn't have absolute confidence. Even if Feng Wudao was really able to follow by Duan Lingtian's side, he might not be able to protect Duan Lingtian. According to my knowledge, Feng Wudao hasn't broken through to the void transformation stage. Based on the current situation, something has probably happened to Grand Imperial Uncle. Otherwise, why hasn't Duan Lingtian returned 3 months ago?" The Emperor's tone was low and deep. "There are only 2 possibilities for something to happen to Grand Imperial Uncle. Firstly, he was killed by Feng Wudao. Secondly, he was killed by another expert. But even if Feng Wudao caught up and broke through to the void transformation stage in these past 2 years, he might not be a match for Grand Imperial Uncle. Otherwise, how could the Feng clan be beneath our imperial family? So, I feel that the possibility of Feng Wudao killing Grand Imperial Uncle is extremely small." The Emperor finished speaking in a single breath, yet his brows were tightly knit together. If it wasn't Feng Wudao, then who was it? Moreover, if something really happened to Grand Imperial Uncle, then once the news of this spread out, their Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family would surely be in a precarious situation and might even be replaced. His Grand Imperial Uncle was the guardian of the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family, and he was the Dark Han Dynasty's greatest reliance to deter everyone. Perhaps Imperial Brother has encountered something, so he hasn't returned for now. Besides Feng Wudao, I can't think of a second person in the Dark Han Dynasty that's capable of threatening Imperial Brother. The black-clothed old man continued. "No matter what, this news must be sealed and must not be spread out. Don't worry, Imperial Uncle. Besides himself, only you and I know of the matter of Grand Imperial Uncle making a move against Duan Lingtian. So long as you and I don't say anything, there's absolutely no third person that knows of this matter." The Emperor spoke again. Bang! Within a spacious pavilion, within a spacious courtyard, a white-clothed young man fiercely smashed the teacup in his hand into pieces. "Brother!" Nearby, the beautiful young woman that was watering the flowers was shocked by the white-clothed young man. "Yen, I'm sorry, brother accidentally smashed the teacup." The white-clothed young man was precisely Zishang, and he squeezed out a trace of a smile that was even more unsightly than crying to the young woman before returning to his room. "Brother!" The beautiful young woman, Zishang's younger sister, Zian, couldn't help but be slightly worried when she saw this scene, and she muttered, "You're angry because of that Duan Lingtian again?" When she thought up to hear, a trace of helplessness flashed within Yan's beautiful eyes. After he returned to his room, Zishang's expression instantly went gloomy and he grunted. "That Duan Lingtian is really lucky he's actually still alive now. Could it be that His Majesty didn't make a move against him? He left the capital for almost 2 months and missed such a good opportunity. Now it's even more difficult to kill him." Zishang was slightly enraged, and he didn't know what the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor was doing. At that time, after being instigated by him, the emperor had obviously aroused interest in the incomplete Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's possession. But now, after almost 5 months, the Duan Lingtian was still alive and well. There's no need to be impatient. Right at this moment, a ghastly and aged voice sounded out in Zishang's mind. "Even if the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family doesn't make a move against him, could it be that you're worried you won't have an opportunity in the future? You're about to leave the Dark Han Dynasty and head to the boundlessly vast foreign lands. Not to mention anything else, once you arrive at the foreign lands, so long as you spread the news that the Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's possession can provide a 10% amplification to the powers of the foreign lands, they'll similarly be interested in the Devil Seal tablet. That Duan Lingtian won't be able to jump around for long. Spread the news to the powers of the foreign lands and allow them to obtain the broken Devil Seal tablet. Even though it's comparatively difficult for you to seize it back from them in the future, it's better than leaving it in Duan Lingtian's hands. The ghastly and aged voice continued to sound out, and it caused Zishang's eyes to light up as if he was suddenly enlightened. Elder Ghost is wise. I don't believe that the powers of the foreign lands would be as cowardly as the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family. Duan Lingtian, wait for my great gift to you. Unknowingly, the gloominess on Zishang's face had completely dispersed, and replacing it was a dense smile. But no matter how one looked at this smile, it caused one to feel slightly cold. Feng clan estate, within the estate, within the estate. It had already been 2 days since he returned from the auction house the last time. During these 2 days of time, Duan Lingtian didn't take a step out of his room, and it was even to the extent that he didn't eat. Whoosh! Suddenly, the spacious room was instantly enveloped by a strong wind that arose out of thin air, and the strong wind ceaselessly swept out, causing the windows to intensely tremble and emit creaking sounds. Finally, bang! The window at the side of the room was instantly pushed open by the strong wind. Subsequently, the strong wind seemed to have found an outlet and directly gushed out of the window, causing the flowers and plants in the courtyard outside the window to sway. Right at this moment, the strong wind that was powerless to continue gradually vanished, whereas the strong wind that was interrupted was completely taken back by a person within the room. On the bed in the room, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged there, and his body was suffused with strands of almost material azure-colored energy. The azure-colored energy coiled around his body, causing Duan Lingtian's entire body to seem slightly illusory. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed within them. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's body lightly shook, and the azure-colored energy that coiled around his body whistled as it flashed out. Every time it flashed out, it caused the airflow in the air to lightly tremble and emit a wave of light and oppressive whistling sounds. Whoosh! At the same time, everywhere the strands of material azure-colored energy flashed in the air, it caused the energy of the heavens and the earth to shake. In the end, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth was forcefully condensed into form in the sky above Duan Lingtian, a total of 9 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. The strength of 9 ancient horned dragons was the symbol of 9th level elementary concept. 9th level elementary wind concept. I finally succeeded. A smile of excitement bloomed on Duan Lingtian's face. The hard work of these past few months wasn't wasted in the end. Presently, I'm only a step away from the void interpretation stage. I have the assistance of the rebirth pill in terms of origin energy, so there's no need to worry. What I lack is the comprehension of concept. Chapter 753. In the next few days, Duan Lingtian continued to rely on the wind concept fragment to comprehend wind concept. Yet he noticed his progress was slow in the end, and he seemed to have encountered a bottleneck. Perhaps I should stop for a moment. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Of course, he only stopped for a moment in the comprehension of wind concept, and he could still comprehend other concepts. Whoosh! In next to no time, Duan Lingtian withdrew the first-level advanced lightning concept fragment he obtained from Bai Nanxiang that he'd killed with a talisman a few months ago, and he started to comprehend it. As the energy of nature that represented heavenly wrath, the might of lightning was naturally not weak. Besides ice concept, lightning faintly reigned above the other energy of nature. With the lightning concept fragment in hand, Duan Lingtian quickly immersed himself in the comprehension of lightning, and it was as if waves of ear-piercing thunderclaps resounded out by his ears. Bang! 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 Numerous thunderclaps practically shattered Duan Lingtian's eardrums. Under the assistance of the concept fragment, Duan Lingtian's lightning concept improved extremely quickly. But he would still try to pick up the wind concept fragment every once in a while, as he wanted to see if his comprehension of wind concept had returned to the right track. Up until the day before he left and comprehended fourth level lightning concept, the feeling of comprehending wind concept from before finally returned. As he held the wind concept fragment, he felt as if he was enveloped by a gust of wind, and this feeling was extremely wonderful and peculiar. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt as if he'd transformed into the wind. His comprehension of wind concept was still continuing. The day of departure arrived as scheduled, right when Duan Lingtian intended to head to the imperial palace with Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu brought him a piece of good news. Elder brother Duan, my father has gone to inform the emperor. The three of us will head to the northern desert ourselves, but we have to rush to the ancient desert city before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties begins half a year from now. Ancient desert city? Duan Lingtian was stunned, and then he looked curiously at Feng Tianwu. That place is the place the martial competition of the 10 dynasties is being held? Yes. Feng Tianwu nodded. That ancient desert city seems to be a city controlled by the power of the foreign lands that held the martial competition. You said 3 people. Thinking of what Feng Tianwu said just now, Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Grandpa Kong won't be coming with us this time, Feng Tianwu said. Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. Whoosh! At some point in time, a huge black shadow flew over and arrived above Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu in the blink of an eye. Gusts of wind blew down from the sky, causing Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu's clothes to swell up. It's time to depart. Right when Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu narrowed their eyes and raised their heads, a familiar voice sounded out from behind the enormous figure in the sky. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu soared up into the sky when they heard this voice, and they descended behind the enormous figure together. Feng Wudao was already waiting there since long ago. Let's go. Along with Feng Wudao shouting out in a light voice, the enormous figure beneath their feet instantly transformed into a black bolt of lightning that flashed towards the north. In the blink of an eye, the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial city vanished before Duan Lingtian's eyes. This is an azure-eyed eagle? As he looked at the enormous figure beneath his feet, the memories of Emperor Wu flashed within Duan Lingtian's mind, and then he couldn't help but exclaim with shock. An azure-eyed eagle was a formidable demon beast that possessed the bloodline of a demon beast at the void interpretation stage. Ordinary azure-eyed eagles were demon beasts at the 4th, 5th, or 6th level of the void interpretation stage when they matured to the limit, whereas azure-eyed eagles that possessed extraordinary natural talent were instead able to break through the shackles of their cultivation and break through to the 7th level of the void interpretation stage when they matured to the limit. Even if it was an azure-eyed eagle with inferior natural talent, it would at least be able to break through to the 1st level of the void interpretation stage or above. Little fellow, your eyesight isn't bad. You're actually able to recognize that I'm an azure-eyed eagle. Right at this moment, an aged and hoarse voice clearly entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Senior. Duan Lingtian was able to discern that this was the voice of the azure-eyed eagle, and he lightly nodded in greeting. As void interpretation stage demon beasts, they were able to speak the human tongue. Besides being unable to transform into a human, they were generally no different to humans in other aspects, like intelligence. Grandpa Qing, we haven't seen each other for a few years. Feng Tianwu smiled as she greeted the azure-eyed eagle, and her tone was rather casual. Little girl, you're becoming more and more beautiful now. The azure-eyed eagle slightly turned its head, and its sharp eyes stared fixedly at Feng Tianwu, and its voice was filled with amiability. But when the azure-eyed eagle's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, it instead became even fiercer. Little fellow, if you dare let little Wu down, I'll surely tear you into 2. As the azure-eyed eagle finished speaking, its tone was filled with ruthlessness, whereas Duan Lingtian didn't doubt the azure-eyed eagle's words. The spiritual force he stretched out had long since told him that this azure-eyed eagle just happened to be the type of azure-eyed eagle that possessed extremely high natural talent, and its cultivation had already stepped into the 7th level of the void interpretation stage. The azure-eyed eagle's words caused Duan Lingtian to be slightly embarrassed for a time. Grandpa Qing, if you continue speaking nonsense, then I'll ignore you in the future. Feng Tianwu couldn't watch on any longer, and she hurriedly helped Duan Lingtian out of his predicament as she spoke angrily. Little Wu, you haven't even married into my family, yet you've already started helping him. Looks like you'll surely be completely eaten by him in the future. The azure-eyed eagle lightly shook its head and sighed like a human. Grandpa Qing, you. The azure-eyed eagle's words caused Feng Tianwu's beautiful face to instantly turn crimson red, yet she was slightly embarrassed and angry, and then she hurriedly looked at Duan Lingtian. Elder brother Duan, ignore Grandpa Qing. He's always liked to speak nonsense. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and nodded, indicating he didn't take it to heart. At the same time that Feng Tianwu heaved a sigh of relief when she saw this, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but be slightly disappointed. Qing is my good friend, and we've already known each other for over 20 years. Feng Wu Dao, who'd been silent all along, spoke to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded, and at the same time he was slightly surprised. 20 years ago, Feng Wu Dao was at most a void initiation stage martial artist, whereas this azure-eyed eagle was most probably already a void interpretation stage demon beast. Since the two of them were still able to become friends with such a great disparity, there's surely a story behind it. The azure-eyed eagle's ruthlessness was famous, and since it was able to become friends with Feng Wu Dao ought to have helped it in some way, and this was why it was grateful. This was something that Duan Lingtian easily guessed through the records of the azure-eyed eagle in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. And during the following journey in the chat with Feng Tianwu, this was even more verified. Swoosh! The azure-eyed eagle's speed was extremely swift. At least it was swifter than the enormous sword Feng Wu Dao condensed from his origin energy earlier. Of course, it didn't mean that the azure-eyed eagle's strength was stronger than Feng Wu Dao. Instead, when Feng Wu Dao controlled the enormous sword, he'd only utilized a very small portion of the origin energy in his body, and this caused the enormous sword's speed to decrease greatly, and it was merely equivalent to the speed of a 5th or 6th level void interpretation stage martial artist. Elder Qing, can you open up your origin energy light barrier a little more? I want to try and sense the strong winds that are swiftly stirred up outside. Duan Lingtian slowly walked to the back of the azure-eyed eagle's neck, and he spoke courteously. Feng Tianwu was stunned, and then she said anxiously, Elder brother Duan, Elder Qing is moving at full speed now, and the wind outside is extremely strong, and it's extremely difficult for you to withstand it with your current cultivation. I want to try. Duan Lingtian smiled. Qing, slow down your speed and cooperate with him, and increase your speed appropriately. Meanwhile, Feng Wu Dao spoke out. He'd obviously discerned Duan Lingtian's intentions, and he had the intention of helping Duan Lingtian. Thank you, Uncle Feng. After he noticed the azure-eyed eagle's speed had slowed down, Duan Lingtian's gaze lit up, and he thanked Feng Wu Dao. Subsequently, the azure-eyed eagle shrunk the origin energy light barrier behind its head slightly, and it opened up a large area that was sufficient for Duan Lingtian to crawl around there. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian, who was originally standing behind the azure-eyed eagle, was completely exposed, and he was able to clearly sense the terrifying strong winds that assaulted his face. At this moment, the speed of the azure-eyed eagle ought to be comparable to a first-level void interpretation stage martial artist, flying at full speed with only origin energy. Duan Lingtian didn't feel too much pressure. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian sat down cross-legged, and a wind concept fragment appeared out of thin air in his hand. Subsequently, he closed his eyes and comprehended wind concept to his heart's content through the concept fragment and the strong winds that assaulted his face. Qing, continue increasing your speed. Feng Wu Dao spoke to the azure-eyed eagle when he saw Duan Lingtian sitting cross-legged there without moving like a mountain, like a statue, and didn't feel any pressure. As someone who'd experienced it, Feng Wu Dao knew clearly in his heart that only by making Duan Lingtian feel pressured would he be able to help him better. Early on, when Duan Lingtian spoke to the azure-eyed eagle, he'd guessed that Duan Lingtian wanted to rely on this to comprehend and improve his wind concept. So he went with the flow to help Duan Lingtian. The wind grew stronger and stronger. Gradually, Duan Lingtian felt his face was about to be torn apart. The strong winds that assaulted his face ceaselessly blew by his ears, and the ear-piercing howls of the wind shook his eardrums to the point of shaking, causing him to be extremely uncomfortable. But he still endured it and didn't make a sound. He moved his attention to the wind concept fragment in his hand, and he attempted to forget the uncomfortable feeling. This little fellow isn't bad. Right at this moment, the azure-eyed eagle spoke with a voice filled with praise. My current speed is comparable to the full speed flight of an ordinary 4th level void interpretation stage martial artist, but he's still able to withstand a head-on. With his current cultivation, it's already not bad. Grandpa Qing, why don't you slow down a bit? Feng Tianwu saw Duan Lingtian's tensed-up face, and she revealed a worried expression as she spoke. The azure-eyed eagle hadn't replied when the nearby Feng Wu Dao had already spoken. Qing, continue increasing your speed. Increase your speed to a level comparable to a 5th level void interpretation stage martial artist. Swoosh! As soon as Feng Wu Dao finished speaking, Feng Tianwu hadn't even had the time to react when the azure-eyed eagle had already sped up once more. At the same time, waves of vast energy of the heavens and the earth seemed to want to tear apart the clouds and mist in the surroundings before converging into numerous ancient, horned dragon silhouettes in the end. When these ancient horned dragon silhouettes were added together, there was an entire 70 of them, the strength of 70 ancient horned dragons. Chapter 754. The wind grew stronger and stronger, and it was like a blade that flashed towards Duan Lingtian, and it left behind numerous fine marks on Duan Lingtian's cheeks. These were all small wounds that were blown out by the wind. But every time these small wounds appeared, they would be completely healed by the origin energy that flickered on Duan Lingtian's body, and it was as if they'd never appeared. Meanwhile, strands of material azure-colored energy started to rage on Duan Lingtian's body, and accompanying the origin energy seemed to have formed waves of clear and material azure-colored strong winds. These waves of azure-colored strong winds coiled around Duan Lingtian's body, and it seemed to have formed a layer of protective barrier that protected Duan Lingtian. The ferocious strong winds continued to sweep towards Duan Lingtian and blast onto the azure-colored strong winds, causing the latter to tremble. In the end, the two of them merged into one, and not a trace of it descended onto Duan Lingtian's body. At the same time, a strange scene occurred. The wind concept that was originally unable to completely merge with his origin energy had actually merged even more with his origin energy, and it was as if it was urged by the wind that assaulted his face. Speed up! Feng Wu Dao's gaze noticed this change at the first possible moment, and he continued. The azure-eyed eagle continued to speed up. In next to no time, its speed had risen to the 6th level of the void interpretation stage. The wind grew stronger, and the azure-colored strong winds around Duan Lingtian's body showed signs of collapsing. Elder brother Duan! Even though worry still hung on Feng Tianwu's beautiful face, she was able to notice Duan Lingtian's improvement now, and his wind concept seemed to be silently improving at every moment. At the beginning, the azure-colored strong winds formed from Duan Lingtian's wind concept, fused with his origin energy, had already shown signs of collapsing. But later on, it calmed down. At the same time, the azure-colored strong winds became purer and purer. Wind concept had practically completely fused into his origin energy, and this feeling was as if he'd transformed into real wind. This feeling was similar to Zhang Shouyang's comprehension of earth concept, and Bao's comprehension of fire concept. The 9th level elementary concept they'd comprehended was only half a step away from the 1st level intermediate concept. In other words, Duan Lingtian was currently heading in that direction, and the gap was not large. If he took a step further, the concept of wind that Duan Lingtian had comprehended would be able to completely materialize. The giant azurite eagle was still increasing its speed. It didn't take long for its speed to reach its peak. Of course, this only referred to the speed it executed with its origin energy at the 7th level of the void interpretation stage, and it hadn't utilized the concept it had comprehended. Otherwise, its speed would be even faster. But even then, the current Duan Lingtian was still unafraid of the piercingly cold strong wind that assaulted his face, because the wind concept that was becoming more and more material around his body had swallowed the wind that assaulted his face. Continue. Feng Wudao spoke. Whoosh! Fiery red-colored energy swept out from the body of the giant azure-eyed eagle and fused into the origin energy in its body, and it seemed to have formed into a ball of material and scorching flames. At this moment, the giant azure-eyed eagle seemed to have transformed into a flaming bird, and everywhere it passed, expanses of burning clouds appeared. Along with the giant azure-eyed eagle accelerating, the strong wind grew stronger once more. Whereas the azure-colored strong wind around Duan Lingtian's body showed signs of collapsing, yet it didn't collapse in the end, and instead became even more perfect and flawless under the giant azure-eyed eagle's appropriate acceleration. The more perfect and flawless the azure-colored strong wind was, the closer the wind concept was to materialize. Time flew by. 1 month later, the azure-colored strong wind on Duan Lingtian's body had finally stabilized, and it gradually restrained itself in the end before completely fusing into his body. At this moment, even without the protection of the azure-colored energy, the terrifying strong wind that assaulted his face seemed to be unable to affect Duan Lingtian in the slightest. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and spread open his arms, and his face was covered in a brilliant smile as he faced the strong wind that assaulted his face. Concept has finally materialized. Another step, and it'll be 1st level intermediate wind concept. Even though he was only half a step away from intermediate concept now, Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart that this was the most difficult moment. He who possessed the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu's 2 lifetimes was clearly aware of this. Elder Qing, thank you. Duan Lingtian bowed towards the head of the giant azure-eyed eagle and expressed his gratitude with incomparable sincerity. This gratitude came from the bottom of his heart, because Duan Lingtian knew that if he didn't have the cooperation of the giant azure-eyed eagle, it would be impossible for him to allow his wind concept to completely materialize so quickly. Little fellow, besides Tianwu, you're the person with the best comprehension ability I've ever seen. But Tianwu possesses the fire spirit body, whereas you don't possess the wind spirit body. It's truly rare that you're able to comprehend wind concept to such an extent so quickly. The giant azure-eyed eagle wasn't stingy with its praise in the slightest. Elder Qing, you're too kind. Duan Lingtian spoke modestly. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian turned around, his back facing the strong wind that whistled over as he slowly walked into the origin energy light barrier on the back of the giant azure-eyed eagle. Elder brother Duan, congratulations. Feng Tianwu congratulated Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded, and then he looked at Feng Wudao and met Feng Wudao's gaze. He originally wanted to speak words of thanks, but stopped when Feng Wudao signaled him with his gaze. Everything didn't need to be said. Where are we now? Duan Lingtian looked down at the boundless ground beneath his feet that ceaselessly flashed behind him as he asked curiously, Elder Brother Duan, we've already left the Dark Han dynasty for over 10 days. This place is the territory of the Darming dynasty. We'll be able to arrive at the capital of the Darming dynasty in another few days. At that time, we'll rest there for a few days. Feng Tianwu spoke to Duan Lingtian, and she was faintly slightly exhausted. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. He never imagined that when he awoke from the state of comprehending wind concept, he'd already be in another dynasty. The Darming dynasty. Duan Lingtian had heard of it in the Dark Han dynasty. This was a dynasty that was situated at the northwest of the Dark Han dynasty, and it occupied a vast area that wasn't inferior to the Dark Han dynasty in the slightest. Besides that, because it was closer to the foreign lands than the Dark Han dynasty, the martial style in the Darming dynasty was even more formidable, and the genius martial artists born within it had always surpassed the Dark Han dynasty. A few days later, the speed of the azure-eyed eagle slowed down. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian looked forward, and a small black that had appeared at the place his gaze reached. Along with the approach of the azure-eyed eagle, the small black dot grew larger and larger, and in the end it transformed into an enormous city that was like an enormous beast that lay dormant there. When they arrived outside the city, Duan Lingtian was able to see the ancient city walls that surrounded the city. These city walls emitted an ancient feeling at all times, and it seemed as if they were telling of the ancient history they'd existed for. Qing, we'll still be here in 5 days. Feng Wu Dao greeted the azure-eyed eagle. Then he soared up into the sky and left the back of the azure-eyed eagle. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu followed suit and soared up into the sky. Little Wu, little fellow, see you in 5 days. The sharp gaze of the azure-eyed eagle flashed past Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. Then it transformed into a ball of flames that vanished before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. What remained was only the flaming clouds that gradually faded away. Let's go. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 descended from the sky and walked slowly through the main entrance of the Darming dynasty's capital. After walking into the Darming dynasty's capital, Duan Lingtian was able to sense the atmosphere that was different from the Dark Han dynasty's capital. The passers-by they encountered all along the way were obviously tense, and they seemed to be on guard against something at all times. Elder Brother Duan, some martial fanatics frequently appear in the Darming dynasty's capital and recklessly make a move, so it fostered the vigilance of the people of the Dark Han dynasty's capital. Seeming to have discerned the bewilderment on Duan Lingtian's face, Feng Tianwu explained. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding, as expected of a dynasty that's adjacent to the foreign lands. In terms of the prevalence of the martial style, it's indeed stronger than the Dark Han dynasty. This was something that Duan Lingtian had to admit. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 moved through the streets of the Darming dynasty's capital and headed all the way towards the center of the capital. At the same time, Duan Lingtian sized up the surroundings with a rather curious expression. Swoosh! Suddenly, a wave of ear-piercing howls of the wind assaulted from afar, and it grew closer and closer. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he couldn't help but look forward. And it was a gray, clothed middle-aged man that directly attacked 2 passers-by that were walking together. Bang! Bang! 2 palms struck out, and the 2 passers-by instantly died. 3rd level of the void interpretation stage. Duan Lingtian frowned as he looked at the 40 ancient, horned dragon silhouettes above the gray, clothed middle-aged man, as he never imagined that a void interpretation stage martial artist would launch a surprise attack on others on the road. He didn't even use concept to kill those 2 people, and the gap between their strength and him was obvious. In next to no time, a wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth, because he saw the gray, clothed middle-aged man's gaze had locked onto their group of 3, or more precisely speaking, it had locked onto Feng Tianwu. What a beautiful woman! You're mine." The gray, clothed middle-aged man soared into the sky and flashed over, and his eyes were filled with lust as if Feng Tianwu was already his. Presently he'd pounced over with a target that was Duan Lingtian and Feng Wudao. Obviously, as far as he was concerned, so long as he killed Duan Lingtian and Feng Wudao, he would be able to possess Feng Tianwu. Duan Lingtian didn't move because it wasn't necessary. Early on, when the gray-clothed middle-aged man spoke disrespectfully of Feng Tianwu, he noticed that Feng Wudao's gaze had gone completely cold. He knew that this Uncle Feng of his was angry. Whoosh! When facing Duan Lingtian and Feng Wudao, the gray-clothed middle-aged man utilized his concept. His water concept fused with his origin energy and completely materialized, causing his entire body to seem as if it had transformed into a wave that fiercely slapped over. 9-layer waves! The gray-clothed middle-aged man shouted out explosively, and his hand shook as he slapped out with his palms. Instantly, the wave that slapped over was wave after wave, and each wave was stronger than the previous. An entire 9-layer waves ceaselessly collided together, and the wave at the front grew faster and faster as its strength grew stronger and stronger. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived before Duan Lingtian and Feng Wudao. Die. Chapter 755. F***K off. When facing the gray, clothed middle-aged man that approached menacingly, Feng Wudao stood on the spot without moving like a mountain, and the corners of his mouth moved slightly as he spat out a single word in a neither fast nor slow manner. At the same time, with a raise of his hand, a terrifying force that caused the air to tremble instantly swept out, and it seemed as if it was assisted by the gods as it fearlessly moved to intercept the gray, clothed middle-aged man. Subsequently, bang! An enormous bang sounded out, yet it was an enormous force that instantly annihilated the gray, clothed middle-aged man's attack that swept over, and it was like an attack of 9 layers of wolves that was instantly annihilated by distance and was completely annihilated. The two of them weren't on the same level at all. It wasn't just that the gray, clothed middle-aged man had arrived swiftly and left swiftly as well, and he was blasted flying by a casual raise of Feng Wudao's hand, and he was like an arrow that left the bowstring as he flew out for over 10 meters before crashing to the ground. After the gray, clothed middle-aged man fell to the ground, blood flowed from his 7 apertures, and his body trembled for no reason before completely losing all signs of life. He couldn't be any more dead. Whoosh! In the sky above Feng Wudao, the energy of the heavens and the earth that had just surged up instantly vanished without a trace. It could be seen from this that Feng Wudao was so swift that even the energy of the heavens and the earth didn't have the time to react. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the gray, clothed middle-aged man's corpse. Early on, when the middle-aged man made a move against them, he knew that the middle-aged man would die without a doubt, especially when the middle-aged man actually dared to blaspheme Tianwu. It had undoubtedly sped up the speed of his death. Let's go! Under Feng Wudao's lead, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu followed closely behind and moved forward all the way. Everywhere they passed, the passers-by moved aside. All these people had seen the scene that occurred earlier. A 3rd-level void interpretation stage martial artist was actually killed in an instant. These 3 people weren't people they could offend. Tianwu, you and Uncle Feng have come to the capital of the Darming dynasty in the past. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask Feng Tianwu curiously when he noticed Feng Wudao walked forward with ease and brought them into an inn in the end. Yes. Feng Tianwu nodded. I've come here twice with my father, and this is the 3rd time. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. Very quickly, Feng Wudao got 3 rooms, 1 room for each of them. After Duan Lingtian informed Feng Wudao and his daughter, he returned to his room and washed up. After washing off the dust on his body, he opened the window of his room. Outside the window was the inner courtyard of the inn. The sound of birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers calmed one's heart. At the same time, the setting sun entered Duan Lingtian's eyes. Duan Lingtian's gaze gradually became a little dazed. Unknowingly, it has already been more than 10 years since I came to this world. Now that I think about it, it really is like a lifetime ago. Duan Lingtian sighed. In his previous life, he could be said to be an emotionless killing machine. But in this life, he had too many things to worry about. In addition to those concerns, he was also filled with curiosity about this world. While he was filled with curiosity, he also wanted to possess an unparalleled power, to look down on the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and to be the only one who reigned supreme. Only at that time would he be able to truly protect everyone by his side. If it was in the past, his goal was to become Emperor Wu, to become the strongest person in Cloud Continent. But now he had a new goal. Even if he became Emperor Wu, he still wanted to explore the unfathomable overseas world. He wanted to know exactly what was beyond the boundless sea. After all, even the #1 expert of Cloud Continent, Samsara Emperor Wu, didn't dare go deep into those places to explore. Since Samsara Emperor Wu didn't dare do it, then he would do it. In this way, he wouldn't have come to this world in vain. The important matter at hand is to stand out in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Only by displaying my value would those powers of the foreign lands pay attention to me and even allow me to join them. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with bright lights. Besides finding the great treasure left behind by Samsara Emperor Wu, what I have to do next is to find Kerr and little Fei. After being separated for so many years, Duan Lingtian's yearning for his 2 fiancées grew deeper and deeper. When he returned the last time, he'd already found out about the location of his 2 fiancées from the 7-star sword sect's Alcade Peak's master, Qin Xiang. No matter if it was Kerr or little Fei, they were both in a formidable sect in the foreign lands now. That sect possessed strength and influence that was difficult to imagine. So long as that sect was willing, then even if it was as formidable as the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family, it would be completely annihilated in an instant. The setting sun had finally vanished, and the veil of night started to descend. That night, Duan Lingtian didn't comprehend any concept, and he instead lay on the bed and slept comfortably. This sleep lasted until noon on the 2nd day before he woke up. Comfortable. After he woke up, Duan Lingtian stretched his body and felt refreshed. I haven't slept so well in a long time. After he finished familiarizing himself with his surroundings and changed his clothes, Duan Lingtian pushed open the door and walked out. He'd only just walked out when he saw Feng Tianwu walking towards him. "Elder brother Duan, I was just about to go call you. It's time to eat." Feng Tianwu said to Duan Lingtian. Within Feng Wu Dao's room, a table full of dishes was placed on the table, and they were still emitting steam. Obviously, they were just served not long ago. Duan Lingtian's appetite couldn't help but be aroused when he saw the table full of delicacies. Even though he was already capable of abstaining from food to a certain extent with his current cultivation, and he wouldn't feel anything even if he didn't eat for an extremely long period of time. But when facing these delicacies, he was still unable to control himself. "Looks like you slept well." Feng Wu Dao greeted Duan Lingtian. "Sit down and eat first. We won't be staying in the capital of the Darming dynasty for long. After we finish eating, I'll ask Tian Wu to bring you to the Ice Flame Pavilion to have a look and properly experience the atmosphere of the #1 restaurant in the Darming dynasty." Ice Flame Pavilion? Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed. Even though it was the first time he'd heard of the Ice Flame Pavilion, but since this Ice Flame Pavilion was able to be called the #1 restaurant in the Darming dynasty, then it presumably had its own uniqueness. After all, even if it was in the Dark Han dynasty, he'd never heard of the #1 restaurant in the Dark Han dynasty because no restaurant dared call themselves that. The #1 wasn't something that anyone could call themselves, and if one didn't possess a certain ability, then one would only bring disgrace upon oneself. After they finished eating, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu walked out of the inn. They just left the inn when Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask curiously, Tianwu, on what basis does the Ice Flame Pavilion dare call itself the #1 restaurant in the Darming dynasty? Elder Brother Duan, the title of the #1 restaurant in the Darming dynasty isn't something that the Ice Flame Pavilion claims to have. It's instead publicly acknowledged by everyone in the Darming dynasty. Feng Tianwu smiled. Publicly acknowledged? Duan Lingtian frowned and was still unable to wrap his head around it. Could it be that there's something special about the Ice Flame Pavilion that caused the other restaurants to feel ashamed of their inferiority? This was something that was extremely difficult for Duan Lingtian to imagine. If it was a martial artist with shocking strength, then it wouldn't be strange to be called the #1 restaurant. But wasn't this restaurant just a place to eat and drink? On what basis was it publicly acknowledged as the #1 restaurant in the entire dynasty? Elder Brother Duan, after you go to the Ice Flame Pavilion, you'll know why it's publicly acknowledged as the #1 restaurant in the Darming dynasty. Feng Tianwu said with a smile, when I arrived at the capital of the Darming dynasty with my father for the first time, we were once surprised by this as well. After we went there once, we came to an understanding and felt that the Ice Flame Pavilion was worthy of the title of the #1 restaurant in the Darkhan dynasty. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. This Tianwu is actually keeping me guessing at the critical moment. But he was more and more curious about the Ice Flame Pavilion now. Elder Brother Duan, over here. Under the lead of Feng Tianwu, Duan Lingtian moved through the numerous spacious roads in the capital of the Darming dynasty, and he seemed to have transformed into a fish that had returned to the water as he swam forward freely. All along the way, Duan Lingtian saw many battles, and people couldn't avoid being killed in these battles. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had once again clearly experienced the ferocious and prevalent style of martial arts in the Darming dynasty, and it was indeed something that the Darkhan dynasty couldn't compare to. Of course, there were patrolling city guards to maintain order in the capital of the Darming dynasty, but their numbers were limited after all, and they were utterly unable to manage the numerous battles that occurred all over the capital at the same time. Every time they heard the news and came over, the people that fought would either flee or go elsewhere to find someone to fight. Half an hour later, Feng Tianwu's figure stopped. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian stopped as well. At the same time, Duan Lingtian raised his head to look over, and he saw the restaurant that stood before him with a single glance. More precisely speaking, this was a restaurant that was in the shape of a tower. This restaurant occupied a vast area, and even though it became smaller the higher one went, but even the tallest floor was probably capable of easily accommodating over 100 people. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian saw a conspicuous golden signboard on the top of this tower-shaped restaurant, and 3 overbearing large words were written in flamboyant calligraphy on it. Ice Flame Pavilion. When he saw these 3 large words, Duan Lingtian knew that he'd arrived at his destination. There's a restaurant like this. After he returned to his senses, Duan Lingtian's gaze couldn't help but flash. Even if it's the imperial palace in the capital of the Darming dynasty, there's probably no palace that's taller than this. A 9-story restaurant, this is too exaggerated. 9-story buildings could be found everywhere on the earth of his previous life, and they weren't rare. After arriving at this world that was similar to the ancient world of his previous life, Duan Lingtian instead hadn't seen a tall building with more than 5 stories, and this Ice Flame Pavilion before him was the tallest building he'd seen since arriving in this world. Tianwu! I admit now that in terms of floor and height, this restaurant can indeed be called the #1 restaurant in the Darming dynasty. Duan Lingtian said to Feng Tianwu, but the ranking of a restaurant seems to not be based on the height of the floor, right? Elder Brother Duan, I think you've misunderstood. Feng Tianwu shook her head and smiled. The reason this Ice Flame Pavilion is called the #1 restaurant in the Darming dynasty isn't because it's a 9-story building. Chapter 756. On both sides of the entrance to the first floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion stood a middle-aged man with a solemn expression, and they were like two guardian gods that guarded the entrance. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu walked side by side as they walked in together. When they just approached the entrance, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but frown because he'd noticed a trace of an extremely unusual aura. When his spiritual force stretched out, he noticed the inscription formation that was set up at the entrance at the first possible moment. This type of inscription formation was only an extremely ordinary inscription formation, and the origin energy within the body of a martial artist that passed through it would resonate with the inscription formation. The inscription formation would emit a clear sound from a martial artist that obtained the acknowledgement of the inscription formation, and it represented welcome. Whereas if a martial artist didn't obtain the acknowledgement of the inscription formation would emit a low and unpleasant sound to represent resistance. All in all, this was an inscription formation that was capable of judging a martial artist's cultivation. This is a restaurant. Why is there an inscription formation here? Duan Lingtian was puzzled after racking his brains, and he slowly walked towards the first floor with Feng Tianwu. At the same time, when they passed by the entrance, two exceedingly clear sounds suddenly sounded out. Obviously, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu had obtained the acknowledgement of the inscription formation that was set up at the entrance. As soon as they entered, Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a surprised expression, "Elder brother Duan, aren't you curious about those two sounds from before?" "Those two sounds only sounded out when we passed by the entrance." "Why would I be curious? Isn't it only a simple inscription formation?" Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Feng Tianwu was first stunned when she heard this, and then her beautiful face went slightly red. "I forgot, elder brother Duan. You yourself are a formidable inscription master. However, although I'm not curious about that inscription formation, I'm extremely curious as to why such an inscription formation would be set up in a mere restaurant. Could it be that those martial artists whose cultivations are unable to obtain the acknowledgement of the inscription formation are unable to enter?" Duan Lingtian was puzzled. As far as he was concerned, this Ice Flame Pavilion was a restaurant no matter what. Could it be that martial artists whose cultivations were insufficient to obtain the acknowledgement of the inscription formation didn't have the qualifications to enter? Earlier, Duan Lingtian had used his spiritual force to detect the details of the inscription formation at the entrance to the first floor, and he knew that only a martial artist at the first level of the Void Initiation stage or above was capable of obtaining the acknowledgement of the inscription formation. In other words, only martial artists at the Void Initiation stage and above would emit a clear sound when they entered. If a martial artist below the Ascension stage entered the door, a low and unpleasant sound would be heard. Elder brother Duan, you really guessed correctly. This Ice Flame Pavilion does indeed have this restriction. If one wants to enter this place to drink wine, then one must at least be a first-level Void Initiation stage martial artist. Feng Tianwu spoke as she turned around to look at the entrance. You ought to have seen those two people standing outside. If it was a martial artist with a cultivation below the Void Initiation stage, then the martial artist would be directly driven out by them. These two people are first-level Void Initiation stage martial artists themselves. Feng Tianwu's words caused Duan Lingtian to be speechless. This works as well. What restaurant is this? It's opened the door, yet it still has to select customers? Elder brother Duan, do you think that the Ice Flame Pavilion's refusal of most of the customers outside the door is truly an unwise action? Feng Tianwu seemed to be able to see through Duan Lingtian's thoughts, and she lightly smiled as she asked. Duan Lingtian nodded, as he did indeed think so. As far as he was concerned, no matter what, this Ice Flame Pavilion was only a restaurant. Since it had opened the door to do business, then it couldn't refuse customers outside the door, right? In this way, he didn't know how much profit it would lose. Elder brother Duan, This ice flame pavilion is the business with the greatest profits under the #1 clan of the Darming dynasty, the Zhao clan. Feng Tianwu spoke of the ice flame pavilion's origins. The #1 clan of the Darming dynasty? Duan Lingtian was slightly shocked in his heart when he heard this. He naturally knew what the words #1 clan of the Darming dynasty represented. It represented that the Zhao clan possessed an extremely lofty status in the Darming dynasty, and it was practically equal to the status of the Feng clan in the Darkhan dynasty. It was even to the extent that because the trend of martial cultivation was prevalent in the Darming dynasty, it was extremely likely that a martial artist that was even stronger than Feng Wu Dao existed in the Zhao clan. Now, when he found out of the Ice Flame Pavilion's origins and heard that the Ice Flame Pavilion was the business with the greatest profits under the Zhao clan, Duan Lingtian was shocked once more in his heart. Could it be that there's something hidden? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu said with a smile, "Elder brother Duan, do you know that practically all the wine in the Ice Flame Pavilion is sold at a sky-high price? Even if it's the wine in the first floor, martial artists below the Void Initiation stage are rarely able to afford it. Of course, even though the Ice Flame Pavilion has a restriction on the cultivation of its guests, if a martial artist below the Void Initiation stage follows a martial artist above the Void Initiation stage then it completely complies with the rules of the Ice Flame Pavilion and won't be expelled." Feng Tianwu finished speaking in a single breath. Duan Lingtian nodded, and he couldn't help but think in his heart. Sky-high price? Could it be that the wine in the Ice Flame Pavilion can be priced with origin stones? Elder brother Duan, let's go exchange for some mid-grade origin stones over there first. Right at this moment, Feng Tianwu's voice sounded out and interrupted Duan Lingtian's thoughts. Mid-grade origin stones? After returning to his senses, Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. Subsequently, he followed Feng Tianwu to arrive before a counter in the outer area of the first floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion. Exchange for 100 mid-grade origin stones. Feng Tianwu straightforwardly withdrew 10,000 low-grade origin stones from her spatial ring as she spoke to the staff behind the counter. Right when Duan Lingtian was curious if this worker was able to produce so many mid-grade origin stones, the worker didn't say anything and directly withdrew 100 low-grade origin stones. "Customer, these are the origin stones you wanted." At the same time, the worker put away the 10,000 low-grade origin stones, and his entire movement was smooth like flowing water, as if he'd rehearsed it countless times. "Tian Wu, you!" Duan Lingtian was slightly astounded. "Elder brother Duan, I forgot to ask my father for origin stones before I came. Can you lend me 30,000 low-grade origin stones?" Feng Tianwu said to Duan Lingtian, You still want exchange?" Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless, but he still directly withdrew 30,000 low-grade origin stones and placed them on the counter. Meanwhile, slight astonishment appeared in the eyes of the worker behind the counter, and his attitude towards Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu underwent a tremendous change. Two people that were able to produce 40,000 low-grade origin stones in one go, and it was even two young people, so the nobility of their identities was obvious. "Customer, these are 300 mid-grade origin stones. Please check and accept them." The worker bowed slightly to Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu raised her hand and put away the 300 mid-grade origin stones, and then she smiled at Duan Lingtian. "Elder brother Duan, let's go." Duan Lingtian nodded slightly woodenly, and his mind had suddenly drifted away. At the beginning, he was surprised because he was able to exchange for mid-grade origin stones in the capital of the Darming dynasty, but with a quick thought he came to an understanding. The Darming dynasty was adjacent to the foreign lands, so even if the Darming dynasty didn't possess a mid-grade origin stone vein, there would surely be many mid-grade origin stones that flowed in from the foreign lands. When he thought about it like this, all of this wasn't strange. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian was similarly filled with curiosity towards the reason Tian Wu exchanged for mid-grade origin stones. He was curious if Tian Wu exchanged for mid-grade origin stones for the sake of cultivating or for the sake of drinking wine. Even though there are many wines in some places in the foreign lands that are worth a few mid-grade origin stones, and there are even some wines that are worth a few mid-grade origin stones or even a few high-grade origin stones. But that's the foreign lands after all, and those wines are comparatively special. They can either be used as spirit fruits to improve the cultivation of the drinker or allow the drinker to deepen the comprehension of concept. Through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian knew in detail about some special wines in the foreign lands. But there were wines that required mid-grade origin stones to be purchased in the mere Darming dynasty. This was something that Duan Lingtian didn't dare believe. Perhaps it's only some comparatively special wines that were taken by the Zhao clan as rare wines to earn origin stones, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. And for a time he felt that the Zhao clan was truly a black-hearted merchant clan. Too black-hearted. After they left the counter where mid-grade origin stones were exchanged, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu walked side by side into the lobby, and this could be considered to have truly entered the first floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion. The first floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion was the most spacious floor amongst the 9 floors, and it was capable of accommodating a few hundreds of people without seeming to be crowded. When Duan Lingtian had just entered, he saw that more than half of the tables were filled with people. There were many old and middle-aged people, and there were also a small number of young people. Even if the martial atmosphere prevailed in the Darming dynasty, there were obviously not many martial artists in the capital that were capable of breaking through to the void initiation stage at a young age. Presently, these people were silently tasting their wine, and the people at the same table looked at each other, yet didn't make a sound. Obviously, they were communicating via voice transmission. Thus, even though there were almost 200 people in the entire first floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion, it seemed to be extremely quiet. Only the sound of wine cups clinking and falling on the table could be heard occasionally. Tian Wu, could it be that there's a rule of not speaking in the Ice Flame Pavilion? It was still the first time that Duan Lingtian had seen a restaurant that was so quiet with so many people, and he couldn't help but be surprised as he sent a voice transmission to Feng Tianwu. No. Feng Tianwu shook her head and said, "There's no rule of not speaking in the Ice Flame Pavilion. But many people more or less don't want a third person to know what they're saying when they come here, so they mostly communicate via voice transmission." Duan Lingtian smiled with sudden understanding. "So that's how it is. I thought that besides forbidding martial artists below the void initiation stage from entering, this Ice Flame Pavilion doesn't allow people to speak as well. How could this be possible?" Feng Tianwu couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 757. Numerous gazes swept towards Duan Lingtian and Feng Wu, and their gazes were faintly filled with surprise. Obviously, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu's ages had shocked them, as far as they were concerned. Since this pair of young man and young woman were able to come here, it indicated that at least one of them was a void initiation stage martial artist. No matter who that void initiation stage martial artist was, it was enough to shock everyone, because the violet-clothed young man that was comparatively older amongst the two of them looked to be around the age of 25. Even if it was in the Darming dynasty, a void initiation stage martial artist at this age could be considered to be extremely rare. I wonder which power this young man is from. He's actually so outstanding. Many people were surprised in their hearts. Elder Brother Duan, let's go directly to the 7th floor. The wine there is the true signature wine of the Ice Flame Pavilion. Feng Tianwu lightly smiled to Duan Lingtian, then called out to Duan Lingtian before striding towards the nearby staircase that led to the 2nd floor, and she walked up with large strides. Duan Lingtian followed closely behind her. For a time, All the customers on the first floor were petrified. The second floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion was different from the first floor. So long as it was a martial artist that had stepped into the Void Initiation stage, then even a first-level Void Initiation stage martial artist could enter the first floor. On the other hand, only second-level Void Initiation stage martial artists were able to enter the second floor. Of course, if there was a second-level Void Initiation stage martial artist amongst one's companions, one could ascend the second floor to drink wine. The higher the floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion was, the stronger the wine was. Supposedly, the wine above the seventh floor was even able to compare to spirit fruits to a certain extent, and it was capable of tempering and improving one's origin energy. I didn't hear wrongly earlier, right? That red, clothed young woman with a peerless appearance seems to have said she wants to enter the seventh floor? An old man in the first floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion recovered from his shock, and he couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice with slight disbelief. The Ice Flame Pavilion was divided into a total of 9 floors. Every level required a different level of cultivation. Just like the 7th floor, only a martial artist at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above had the qualifications to enter it. You didn't hear wrongly. I heard it as well. I heard it too. Immediately, many people agreed. Can the two of them really ascend to the 7th level? Someone couldn't help but wonder. It ought to be impossible. If they're really able to ascend to the 7th floor, then their natural talent is even stronger than young Master Wei. Another person shook his head and said, "Yeah, even if it's young Master Wei, he only broke through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage at the age of 30. Amongst the younger generation of our Darming dynasty, only the Crown Prince can compare to young Master Wei in terms of natural talent and comprehension ability." Perhaps even Feng Tianwu didn't know that a single sentence from her had caused the entire first floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion to become completely bustling. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu had first ascended to the second floor before ascending to the third floor. These two inscription formations are different. The restriction of the inscription formation on the second floor is the second level of the Void Initiation stage, whereas the restriction of the inscription formation on the third floor is the third level of the Void Initiation stage. When Duan Lingtian walked into the lobby of the third floor, he thought in his heart as he recalled the two inscription formations he'd passed earlier. At this moment, he obtained an answer. If one wanted to ascend to the second floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion, then one must be a second-level Void Initiation stage martial artist. If one wanted to ascend to the third floor, then one must be a third-level Void Initiation stage martial artist. In this way, the later floors are deduced like this as well. Whereas if one wants to ascend to the 7th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion that Tianwu spoke of, then one must be a 7th-level Void Initiation stage martial artist. Duan Lingtian was extremely easy to guess this. Whoosh! At the same time, the crowd of customers on the third floor revealed astonished expressions when they saw Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. Presently, there weren't many young men that sat alone at a table in the third floor. Most of the young men sat with some old men and middle-aged men, and they were obviously brought up by these old men and middle-aged men. Otherwise, with their cultivations, they would utterly not have the qualifications to ascend here. When they saw Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu ascending to the third floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion without any seniors by their sides, the entire third floor was seething with excitement. My God, how old are they? This natural talent is simply heaven-defying. Even if it's compared to young Master Wei or even the Crown Prince, it seems to not be inferior, right? This red-clothed young woman is even younger and looks to be a little over 20. If she's a third-level Void Initiation stage martial artist, then her natural talent is simply even stronger than young Master Wei and the Crown Prince. The entire third floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion was bustling, and the crowd of customers weren't the slightest bit stingy with their words of praise towards Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. right when they thought that Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu were about to sit down on the third floor, a scene that caused them to be moved appeared once more. They saw that the violet-clothed young man and red-clothed young woman actually continued to ascend the stairway that led to the fourth floor. The fourth floor. They actually went ahead to the fourth floor. Along with an astonished voice sounding out, the entire third floor fell into deathly silence. The strongest amongst the customers that sat on the third floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion was only at the third level of the Void initiation stage. Now, when they saw two young men that weren't over 30 heading towards the fourth floor, they felt that they'd simply lived their entire lives in vain. After ascending the fourth floor and passing by the two middle-aged men that stood on guard at the entrance of the stairway, Duan Lingtian once again sensed the existence of an inscription formation. Right at this moment, two clear voices sounded out, and they welcomed Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. The two middle-aged men that stood on guard at the entrance of the stairway couldn't help but glance at each other, and they saw astonishment in each other's eyes. Obviously, they were shocked by the accomplishments Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu were able to obtain at such an age. Two fourth-level Void initiation stage martial artists were originally insufficient to move them, but if the titles of being a little over 20 and around 25 were added, it was sufficient to cause them to be extremely shocked. On the other hand, the customers on the fourth floor couldn't help but be shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, especially when they saw Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu continue walking towards the fifth floor. Most of them were petrified and were unable to recover from their shock for a long time. There was an inscription formation on the fifth floor as well. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu entered it and encountered a similar treatment as before. Under numerous shocked and indescribable gazes, the two of them once again headed towards the sixth floor, causing the group of restaurants on the fifth floor to be dumbstruck. Slap, 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 slap. For a time, the sound of cups being smashed resounded out successively. In next to no time, waves of wails and howls that were filled with regret sounded out. The wine on the Ice Flame Pavilion's fifth floor wasn't cheap, and wasting it like this caused them to be unable to refrain from feeling their hearts ache. Sixth floor, entrance of the stairway. When they saw Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu coming up, the two middle-aged men that stood on guard there were slightly stunned, yet they didn't say anything. Being able to walk up here indicated that one of the two young men before them surely possessed a strength at the fifth level of the Void initiation stage or above. As for whether they possessed a sixth-level Void initiation stage martial artist, it would have to be verified by the inscription formation. When Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu walked past the entrance of the stairway and two clear voices suddenly sounded out, the two middle-aged men were completely stunned. They knew what this meant. It meant that this young man and young woman were both existences at the sixth level of the Void initiation stage or above. Along with the arrival of Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, a wave of clamorous noise arose on the sixth floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion as expected. Freak! Freak! Similar exclamations of shock rose and fell. These people that exclaimed in shock stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, and their faces were filled with astonishment. Heavens! This violet-clothed young man is a sixth-level Void initiation stage martial artist? His natural talent had obviously surpassed young Master Wei Yi and His Highness the Crown Prince. Who exactly was he? I've actually never heard of him in the past. Is there such a figure in our Darming dynasty? Which power is actually capable of fostering such an outstanding young genius? If he was born a few years earlier, then even if it was young Master Wei Yi and the Crown Prince, they would probably be fiercely left behind by him. At this moment, the gazes of the people on the sixth floor had completely locked onto Duan Lingtian. They unanimously firmly believed that Duan Lingtian was a sixth-level Void initiation stage martial artist. As for Feng Tianwu, they didn't dare think about it because Feng Tianwu was truly too young. So they thought that Feng Tianwu was only able to ascend the 6th floor because she followed Duan Lingtian. If they knew that Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu were martial artists at the 6th level of the void initiation stage or above, it was unknown what sort of expression they would have. Young Master Wei Yi, the Crown Prince, Duan Lingtian's brows raised. All along the way, he'd heard people mention these two people on more than one occasion, and their words were filled with admiration towards these two people. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu disregarded the waves of shocked exclamations that sounded out from behind them as they ascended the stairs that led to the 7th floor. At the same time, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask curiously, "Tianwu, that young Master Wei Yi and the Crown Prince they speak of, do you know who they are?" Feng Tianwu nodded, and then she said, "That young Master Wei Yi is the #1 expert in the Zhao clan's younger generation, Zhao Wei Yi. As for the Crown Prince, it's the current Crown Prince of the Darming Dynasty's imperial family, Liu Yong. Zhao Wei Yi and Liu Yong are widely known as the strongest experts in the younger generation of the Darming Dynasty. Their strengths even surpass our Dark Han Dynasty's Zhang Shouyong, Yi Shao, and Bai He. The reason Feng Tianwu used Zhang Shouyong, Yi Shao, and Bai He as a comparison was because the three of them were the most famous young geniuses in the Dark Han Dynasty before the dynasty martial competition. Chapter 758. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu had arrived at the 7th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion. The two middle-aged men that guarded the stairway to the 7th floor couldn't help but reveal shocked expressions when they saw Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. Obviously, they'd never imagined that there would actually be two young people that would ascend to the 7th floor. If these two young people had seniors by their sides, they wouldn't feel it was strange. But the problem was that they utterly didn't have any seniors by their sides. In other words, there was at least one of them that was a 6th level void initiation stage martial artist. And now that they'd come here, they obviously wanted to ascend to the 7th floor. 7th level of the void initiation stage. The two middle-aged men glanced at each other, and they saw astonishment and disbelief in each other's eyes. Right when they were surprised, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu had already passed through the stairway. Just as Duan Lingtian had guessed, the restriction of the inscription formation here was the 7th level of the void initiation stage. Two clear voices sounded out, causing the two middle-aged men to seem as if they were jolted awake from a dream. In the next moment, the astonishment on their faces deepened once more, and their gazes that were already filled with disbelief flashed back and forth between Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, and they were covered in astonishment. Never had they imagined that the truth was even more terrifying than they'd imagined. It wasn't only one of these two young people that might be a 7th level void initiation stage martial artist, but both of them were 7th level void initiation stage martial artists. One looks to be around the age of 25. The other is even more exaggerated. He looks to be a little over 20. When did such a monster appear in our Darming Dynasty? One of the middle-aged men couldn't help but communicate with his companion via voice transmission. If they're members of our Darming Dynasty, do you think they would be unknown figures? The other middle-aged man seemed to have guessed something. You mean they're from another dynasty? Don't forget that the martial competition of the 10 dynasties is starting in a few months, and there are 3 dynasties that have to pass through our Darming Dynasty on their way to the Northern Desert. Regardless of how the two middle-aged men communicated in private, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu had already walked into the lobby of the Ice Fire Pavilion's 7th floor. Even though the lobby on the 7th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion wasn't as spacious as the 6th floor below, it couldn't be considered to be narrow. Currently, there were a few customers sitting in the hall of the 7th floor. They were quietly tasting the wine in their cups and seemed to not care about their surroundings at all. The appearance of the Duan Lingtian duo did not attract too much attention. Elder brother Duan, come. Under the guidance of Feng Tianwu, Duan Lingtian sat down at a table not far away. Speaking of which, the table here was very different from the tables of ordinary restaurants. First of all, the bottom of the table was tightly sealed, as if it was hiding something. Secondly, in the middle of the table, there were actually 10 small holes surrounding each other, which looked very unique. After sitting down, Feng Tianwu smiled and said, "Elder brother Duan, let's have a drink here first." Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he raised his head and looked around for a moment before frowning and shouting, "Hey, waiter! Where's waiter? Waiter?" Duan Lingtian's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, and it caused the atmosphere in the entire 7th floor to slightly freeze. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian's voice wasn't soft, and it entered into the ears of the 2 middle-aged men that guarded at the entrance to the 7th floor. He hasn't come to our ice flame pavilion? One of the middle-aged men couldn't help but gulp down a mouthful of saliva. I think so. The other middle-aged man spoke stiffly. After Duan Lingtian shouted in the lobby, he noticed that the gazes of all the customers on the 7th floor couldn't help but descend onto him one by one. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned when he noticed the slightly strange gazes of these people. Is there something on my face? It's the first time I've seen someone shout waiter in the 7th floor. A nearby old man spoke with a smile. It's probably the first time they've come to the Ice Flame Pavilion. But since they were able to come here, I presume a senior brought them here. But could it be that their seniors didn't tell them that the Ice Flame Pavilion doesn't have a waiter? Another person laughed. Their seniors are really something. They actually left them here and didn't care about them. It's probably their seniors that sent them here and left. Numerous voices entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and it caused Duan Lingtian to feel his face burn. No waiter? How do we drink without a waiter? Elder brother Duan. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu spoke out, and her beautiful face flushed red from anxiousness. Never had she imagined that Duan Lingtian would shout, "Waiter," in the 7th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion. Earlier, she didn't even have the time to remind Duan Lingtian. "Tianwu, there's no waiter here. How do we drink?" Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask with a light voice. Feng Tianwu didn't answer Duan Lingtian and directly withdrew 10 mid-grade origin stones from her spatial ring instead. And with a raise of her hand, she slapped these 10 mid-grade origin stones into the 10 small holes at the center of the table. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian noticed a strand of familiar aura arrive. An inscription formation. At this moment, Duan Lingtian searched through the memories of Emperor Wu and finally realized what was going on. In the memories of Emperor Wu, some restaurants in the foreign lands didn't have a waiter, and if one wanted to drink, then one had to insert origin stones into the small holes on the table to activate the inscription formation inscribed on the table. After the inscription formation was activated, the wine would be automatically delivered from the center of the table. It was similar to some vending machines on Earth in his previous life, and if one placed money into the vending machines, then the vending machines would automatically deliver the drinks one wanted. Of course, the Earth of his previous life relied on science, whereas this world relied on inscription formations. All methods returned to one, and the purpose was almost the same. No wonder they would say that it's really embarrassing. After knowing what was going on, Duan Lingtian was embarrassed to the point of being unable to show his face, and he wished for nothing more than to dig a hole and hide in it. Whoosh! At this moment, a faint layer of light appeared in the center of the 10 mid-grade origin stones at the center of the table. Half of it was blue, and the other half was red. Elder brother Duan, I'll give you a jug of blazer wine first. As Feng Tianwu spoke, she raised her hand and pressed down on the red half of the light barrier. Instantly, the light barrier vanished, and the 10 low-grade origin stones were swallowed by the table. Subsequently, a light sound came from the center of the table. A wine tray with a jug of wine and a wine cup on it slowly rose and appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Blazer wine? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he started to search the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, and he quickly found out what kind of wine it was. When one drank the blazer wine, it was as if one swallowed a ball of flames. His entire body, including his flesh, blood, bones, and meridians, would feel as if it was being burned by blazing flames at that moment. That feeling was extremely strong, extremely satisfying. Elder Brother Duan, this blazer wine contains extremely dense origin energy of heaven and earth, and it has the same effect as spirit fruits, yet it's inferior to spirit fruits. Of course, the greatest effect of the blazer wine is to temper origin energy and make it purer. Feng Tianwu didn't know that Duan Lingtian already knew about the blazer wine, and she introduced it to Duan Lingtian as she pushed the wine tray in front of Duan Lingtian. At the same time, she placed another 10 mid-grade origin stones and bought a jug of blazer wine. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, this blazer wine must be tasted carefully. If it's directly poured into the stomach, it will cause heavy injuries to the body. However, in his second lifetime, Samsara Emperor Wu discovered a method to prevent the heavy injuries caused by directly pouring down the blazer wine. Moreover, according to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, the blazer wine is only strong enough if it's poured down in one gulp. It's satisfying enough. Duan Lingtian grabbed the wine jug and poured himself a cup full of blazer wine. The blazer wine seemed to be crimson red, and it was actually still boiling in the cup, as if it was ceaselessly roiling lava. The dense and restrained wine fragrance entered Duan Lingtian's nose at the first moment. Good wine. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Although he couldn't be considered to be a person that liked wine, he was still able to determine the extraordinariness of the blazer wine from its smell. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu poured herself a cup of blazer wine as well. Then she picked up the wine cup and said with a light smile, "Elder Brother Duan, try it." As she spoke, Feng Tianwu held the wine cup close to her lips and lightly took a sip. And it was this sip that caused Feng Tianwu's face to become slightly rosy, as if it was dyed with blood. Not only that, Feng Tianwu's neck, that was white like jade, had become slightly rosy at this moment. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he raised the wine cup and placed it by his mouth. Although he was able to understand the blazer wine from the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, it was only limited to understanding. As for the feeling of drinking the blazer wine, he would only know after truly drinking it. Taking a deep breath and inhaling the fragrance of the blazer wine into his nose, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and poured all the wine in the cup into his mouth. He drank it all in one gulp. Gulp! Duan Lingtian's throat trembled, and he directly swallowed the cup of wine into his stomach. At this moment, he felt as if he'd swallowed a ball of flames. Not only did his throat feel as if it was on fire, even his internal organs were burning. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian's face turned red, but his heart was as clear as a mirror. It's really as Samsara Emperor Wu's memories. This blazer wine, if I swallow it in one gulp, it's indeed very satisfying. If he hadn't used the method developed by Samsara Emperor Wu to quietly protect his internal organs and meridians with origin energy, just that cup of blazer wine from before would have been enough to cause his internal organs to suffer quite a bit of damage. Who? As he felt the strength of the blazer wine sweep through his meridians, flesh, blood, and bones, Duan Lingtian's body trembled for no reason, and then he fiercely exhaled a mouthful of wine. This is definitely the strongest wine I've ever drunk in my life. Feng Tianwu, who was sitting opposite Duan Lingtian, was completely dumbfounded when she saw Duan Lingtian swallow the blazer wine in one gulp. Elder Brother Duan, are you all right? Chapter 759. On the other hand, when they saw Duan Lingtian gulp down a cup of blazer wine and speak such casual words, the gazes of many customers on the 7th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion became slightly strange. This fellow is actually comparing the blazer wine with other wines. Moreover, he even dares to gulp it down. After all, With the strength of the blazer wine and its unique burning property, even an ordinary void interpretation stage martial artist wouldn't dare gulp it down directly. What an ignorant fellow! He actually dares to gulp down a cup of blazer wine. He's simply courting death. At a table nearby, Duan Lingtian, an azure-clothed middle-aged man, couldn't help but laugh with ridicule when he saw Duan Lingtian's actions, and he couldn't help but mock. According to my estimations, his internal organs have surely suffered a heavy injury, yet he's forcefully enduring it before a woman and doesn't dare reveal it. He's truly an idiot that values face more than his life. A blue-clothed middle-aged man that sat with the azure-clothed middle-aged man couldn't refrain from continuing. The gaze he shot at Duan Lingtian was filled with disdain, and his face even had an expression that said, "Kid, stop pretending. I've seen through you since long ago. Elder brother Duan, you're really injured." When she heard the sarcastic ridicule of the two middle-aged men, Feng Tianwu didn't have the time to be enraged, and she looked at Duan Lingtian with a worried expression as she said anxiously, "Elder brother Duan, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If only I'd told you how to drink the blazer wine since the beginning. It's all my fault." Duan Lingtian's slightly cold and indifferent gaze flashed past the two middle-aged men, and it transformed into gentleness when it moved onto Feng Tianwu. "Don't worry, I'm fine. Tianwu, if I'm not wrong, there's another type of wine that can be ordered here. That wine is called glaze wine, right?" Duan Lingtian recalled the other half of the blue-colored light barrier that appeared after the inscription formation was activated earlier. Hearing that Duan Lingtian was fine, Feng Tianwu heaved a sigh of relief. Now that she heard Duan Lingtian's words, she couldn't help but be a little surprised. "Elder brother Duan, how did you know? Could it be that you've come to this ice fire pavilion before?" As soon as she asked this question, Feng Tianwu knew that her question was unnecessary. Based on Duan Lingtian's appearance before he arrived, it showed that he'd utterly never come to this ice flame pavilion. "Give me a pot of frost wine," Duan Lingtian said to Feng Tianwu with a smile. Feng Tianwu nodded, then withdrew another 10 mid-grade origin stones and slapped them into the 10 small holes. Along with the 10 origin stones flickering with a white light, the inscription formation was activated once more. The half-red, half-blue light barrier appeared once again. This time, Feng Tianwu pressed her hand onto half of the blue light barrier. Instantly, another wine tray that held a pot of wine and a wine cup rose up from the center of the table, and then it was pushed by Feng Tianwu to Duan Lingtian. "Elder brother Duan, this frost wine and blazer wine are two extremes. Its strength isn't inferior to the blazer wine, so you must not drink it like you did earlier," Feng Tianwu hurriedly reminded. Duan Lingtian smiled and didn't reply. He naturally knew that the strength of the frost wine wasn't inferior to the blazer wine. The frost wine was similar to the blazer wine, and it contained a medicinal effect similar to spirit fruits, yet inferior to spirit fruits. If it was said that drinking the blazer wine was like swallowing a ball of scorching flames, then drinking the frost wine was undoubtedly like swallowing a mouthful of bone-piercing cold water. Moreover, it was the type of extremely cold water that was different from ordinary ice water. Duan Lingtian grabbed the wine pot and poured another cup of frost wine for himself. The frost wine was crystal clear, yet the cold air emitted from it was sufficient to cause one to feel terror from the bottom of their hearts. Subsequently, under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian finished the frost wine in one gulp once more, and he finished it completely. Instantly, Duan Lingtian's crimson-red face was instantly covered in a layer of frost. Duan Lingtian's face instantly tensed up. At this moment, he felt a strand of cold air surge into his body, and it was icy cold to the bone, as if it wanted to freeze his entire body into an ice sculpture. His internal organs, blood, flesh, and meridians were practically on the verge of being frozen into ice. Duan Lingtian didn't dare be negligent, and hurriedly used the special method in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu to use his origin energy to protect his internal organs, blood, flesh, and meridians. However, even so, when the frost wine and the blazer wine in his stomach converged together, it seemed to have produced some sort of reaction, and it surged for a while. Instantly, Duan Lingtian felt as if his stomach was being twisted by a knife, and his body couldn't help but tremble as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Only when his origin energy surged in and used the method in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu to envelop the frost wine and the blazer wine did Duan Lingtian feel the pain in his stomach ease up. Although the moment just now was satisfying, in the end, it was as if he was playing with his life. I was careless. If I used the method in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu from the beginning, and then drank the wine, there would definitely be no problem. Duan Lingtian came back to his senses and thought to himself, "Elder brother Duan, are you all right?" Seeing Feng Tianwu once again swallow the frost wine in one gulp, Feng Tianwu was dumbstruck, and she only reacted after a long time and asked anxiously. She couldn't figure it out. She'd already specially reminded elder brother Duan. But why didn't he listen to her advice? Wasn't this taking his own body as a joke? "I'm fine." Duan Lingtian smiled as he spoke. However, his red and white complexion that hadn't eased up to the extreme unsightly expression caused others to find it difficult to believe that he was fine. I can be considered to have gained knowledge today. I truly never imagined that there's actually such an idiot in this world. For the sake of showing off in front of a woman, he actually didn't hesitate to injure himself. The azure-clothed middle-aged man that mocked Duan Lingtian earlier mocked once more. "Kid, be careful that you don't get the woman and lose your life first. At that time, even if you want to die under a peony, I'm afraid you won't be able to be a romantic ghost." Ha! As the other blue-clothed middle-aged man finished mocking, he couldn't help but laugh loudly. "Elder brother Duan, are you really all right?" Feng Tianwu asked once more. Duan Lingtian's extremely unsightly expression caused her to be unable to refrain from feeling flustered and perturbed. "I'm really fine." Duan Lingtian withdrew his cold and indifferent gaze that he looked at the two middle-aged men, then smiled as he spoke to Feng Tianwu. At this time, his complexion slowly returned to normal. "Kid, it's already come to this, yet you're still pretending? Let me tell you, perhaps the woman by your side isn't able to see through that little trick of yours, but I've seen through it since long ago." The azure-clothed middle-aged man seemed to want to waste time with Duan Lingtian, and he mocked a step further. "Idiot, if I were you, I'd find a place where there's no one and spit out the congested blood. Otherwise, if this drags on for a period of time, even if you consume a grade 4 great recovery pill, it's useless." The blue-clothed middle-aged man echoed in ridicule. Feng Tianwu was the closest to Duan Lingtian, and when she saw Duan Lingtian's expression recover, she knew that Duan Lingtian was fine as he'd said, and she couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. When she heard the two middle-aged men ridiculing Duan Lingtian once more, flames of rage instantly suffused her beautiful face, and she instantly stood up before glaring angrily at the two of them. "You too!" But Feng Tianwu hadn't finished speaking when Duan Lingtian interrupted her. "Tianwu, sit down and drink properly. They're only two clowns. There's no need to get so angry for them." Duan Lingtian's words caused the 7th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion to go silent for now. Subsequently, it was as if a fuse had been lit, and it caused the two middle-aged men to completely erupt. "Kid, say that again if you have the balls. Who are you calling clowns?" "Kid, I think you're tired of living and don't want to live anymore." The two middle-aged men were completely enraged, and their clothes fluttered without any wind, as if they were prepared to teach Duan Lingtian a lesson at any moment. Duan Lingtian paid no attention to the two of them. Instead, as he slowly stood up, and with a raise of his hand, he picked up the wine jug that contained the glazed wine before directly opening the lid of the jug. Under the curious gazes of everyone, including Feng Tianwu, Duan Lingtian opened the other jug that contained the blazer wine. Under numerous dumbstruck gazes, Duan Lingtian directly poured the glaze wine from the jug in his hand into the jug that contained the blazer wine. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Instantly, a strange reaction occurred between the two types of wine that were mixed together, and they completely started boiling. They didn't merge together, and they each occupied half of the wine and didn't give way to each other. A scorching aura and an icy cold aura rose, and it caused everyone present to feel a chill run down their spines. Since the establishment of the Ice Flame Pavilion until now, it wasn't that no one had drunk wine like this, and most of the people that drank like this had ended up with a heavy injury as the price. Even a void interpretation stage expert didn't dare rashly try drinking like this. Elder brother Duan, when she saw Duan Lingtian pick up the jug that contained the two types of strong wine, Feng Tianwu didn't discern what Duan Lingtian wanted to do at the beginning. When she reacted to it, it was already too late. With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian pointed the mouth of the jug towards his mouth. Subsequently, he directly swallowed the two types of wine that were mixed together into his stomach. The blazer wine that was scorching like flames and the glaze wine that was icy cold to the extreme played out the intersection of ice and fire within Duan Lingtian's body. At this moment, even if Duan Lingtian was prepared since the beginning and utilized the method that Emperor Wu had researched beforehand to protect his internal organs, flesh, and meridians with his origin energy, he still felt his meridians shake. Subsequently, his internal organs started to throb as well. All of this caused Duan Lingtian's face to flush red once more. After that, Duan Lingtian's face underwent a change, and it seemed as if it was covered in a layer of ice, causing it to be pale without a doubt. Red and white ceaselessly changed on Duan Lingtian's face. Gulp. Gulp. For a time, only the sound of Duan Lingtian swallowing large mouthfuls of the blazer wine and glaze wine remained in the exceedingly silent seventh floor. At this moment, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body that protected his internal organs and meridians was resisting the baptism of the two boundless forces. Chapter 760. As expected of a wine that contains a medicinal effect similar to a spirit fruit, it caused my origin energy to become even purer. But unfortunately, my origin energy has already arrived at the limit of the 9th level of the void initiation stage. Otherwise, I would be able to obtain a certain improvement. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was slightly enjoying himself instead. Because he possessed the method of Emperor Wu of Samsara to protect his internal organs with his origin energy, it allowed him to happily swallow the blazer wine and glaze wine. Even if the two types of wine were mixed together and formed a mixture of ice and fire, he similarly wasn't affected too much. Gulp. Gulp! Duan Lingtian continued to gulp down the wine in the wine jug in his hand, and if it was someone that didn't know, they would think that he wasn't drinking wine, but drinking water instead. The pupils of everyone in the 7th floor, including Feng Tianwu, constricted when they saw Duan Lingtian's face that flickered between red and white gradually returning to normal. Hiss! 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 Some of them even couldn't help but gasp. On the other hand, the two middle-aged men that were mocking Duan Lingtian earlier were completely dumbstruck at this moment, and their expressions were extraordinarily colorful. Finally, Duan Lingtian finished the jug of wine in his hand that was filled to the brim. Satisfying. A bright light flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes as he burped and spat out a mouthful of dense wine. Instantly, Feng Tianwu, who sat opposite Duan Lingtian, felt a wave of scorching and icy cold wine qi blow towards her face, and it slapped onto her beautiful face like two extreme winds blowing past. Elder brother Duan, Feng Tianwu, was stunned. Never had she imagined that Duan Lingtian would be so ferocious to directly swallow the blazer wine and glaze wine that was mixed together. Moreover, it was a full jug. It wasn't only Feng Tianwu. All the other customers in the 7th floor were dumbstruck now, and all of them looked at Duan Lingtian with dumbstruck expressions. What kind of monster was this guy? That was the blazing wine and the glazed wine. They weren't ordinary, strong wines. As for the two middle-aged men who had previously mocked Duan Lingtian, their eyes flashed. After looking at each other, they turned their heads away, not daring to look at Duan Lingtian again, not to mention mocking him, even though they knew their strength was not weak, let alone drinking a mixture of the blazer wine and glazed wine like Duan Lingtian. Even if they were to choose one of them to drink, they would still be heavily injured. Seeing Duan Lingtian's current expression of enjoyment, they were speechless. But at the same time, they also realized a problem. Since the other party dared to do this, it undoubtedly meant that he was stronger than them. The two of them looked at each other again and reached a consensus. Subsequently, the two of them silently stood up and glanced at Duan Lingtian with a slightly perturbed expression. When they noticed that Duan Lingtian seemed to not have noticed them, they couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief before walking out of the hall. At this moment, they didn't even want the jug of wine that was worth 10 mid-grade origin stones that remained on the table. Presently, they only wanted to leave this place as soon as possible, as no one knew if the violet-clothed young man they'd mocked numerous times would come get even with them. Their movements were extremely light and slow, as they were deeply afraid of alarming the others. Bang! A light bang sounded out, shocking them to the point their faces went ghastly pale, and at the same time that they glanced at each other, their heartbeats sped up abruptly and were unable to calm down for a long time. It was the sound of Duan Lingtian casually placing the jug of wine in his handbag on the table. The two of them were like children that had stolen candy, and they glanced at Duan Lingtian once more. After they confirmed that Duan Lingtian's back was facing them, they couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief before continuing to walk out of the hall with light footsteps. When they were about to walk out of the hall, their faces revealed pleasant surprise, as if they'd grabbed onto a life-saving straw. "Stop right there!" But the sudden voice clearly entered into their ears, yet it caused them to seem as if they were struck by lightning, and they stood on the spot as if their acupoints had been pressed. The two of them realized that they'd been noticed. For a time, their hearts were filled with a perturbed feeling. Aren't the two of you not bidding your farewells a bit too much? At this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed as if he had eyes on the back of his head, and he said slowly, "If the two of you give me face, then please sit back down. Otherwise, I can only personally make a move to ask the two of you to sit back down." A threat, an undisguised threat. At the same time, the other people on the 7th floor noticed that the two middle-aged men that mocked and ridiculed Duan Lingtian actually wanted to sneak off. The gazes of most people were filled with pleasure from their misfortune. Who asked you to show off earlier? Now you know you've bitten off more than you can chew, right? Duan Lingtian's words caused the bodies of the two middle-aged men to tremble slightly, and then they looked at each other and laughed bitterly, yet they didn't dare leave and obediently returned to their seats. The two of you seem to have spoken to your heart's content earlier. Duan Lingtian looked at the two middle-aged men as his eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold light flashed within them. Yet it just happened to be noticed by the two middle-aged men, causing their expressions to go grim. Shouldn't the two of you give me an explanation? Even though Duan Lingtian spoke slowly, yet it carried an indisputable tone, and it seemed to have transformed into two enormous hammers that fiercely smashed onto the chests of the two middle-aged men. The expressions of the two middle-aged men went grim, and they were anxious to the point of breathing rapidly, causing their chests to rise and fall, and they were unable to calm down for a long time. "Brother, the azure-clothed middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian and was just about to speak when he was interrupted coldly by Duan Lingtian. "Brother? Who's your brother?" The young middle-aged man was slightly embarrassed, even though he was angry in his heart, yet he didn't dare reveal it. "Sir," the other blue-clothed middle-aged man took a deep breath and said to Duan Lingtian, "We were only reminding you out of goodwill earlier. The blazer wine and glaze wine shouldn't be drunk as you do, but should be savored in small mouthfuls, so as to have a boundless aftertaste. Duan Lingtian suddenly started laughing, and he laughed extremely brilliantly. This caused the two middle-aged men to be even more perturbed, as they didn't know what Duan Lingtian was thinking. Even though Duan Lingtian hadn't made a move until now, but since he dared drink the blazer wine and glaze wine like that and was fine, it undoubtedly indicated that his strength was extremely formidable. At the very least, it wasn't something they could go against. If Duan Lingtian wanted to kill them, then they would really be unable to resist. Right when the two of them felt extremely perturbed, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto Feng Tianwu instead. Tianwu, give me 20 mid-grade origin stones. Feng Tianwu didn't say anything when she heard this and passed 20 mid-grade origin stones to Duan Lingtian. Since it's like this, then please teach me how to drink the blazer wine and glaze wine correctly. After he obtained the 20 mid-grade origin stones, Duan Lingtian walked towards the table of the two middle-aged men as he spoke slowly. The expressions of the two middle-aged men instantly went pale when they heard this. Sir, we overestimated our ability and had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Sir, drinking the blazer wine and glaze wine like that was right? It's our mistake, it's our mistake. The blue-clothed middle-aged man never imagined that the violet-clothed young man before him would reply to him like this, and he explained in panic. Really? Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian had already stood before the table of the two middle-aged men, and with a raise of his hand, he slapped 10 mid-grade origin stones into the 10 small holes on their table. In next to no time, a jug of blazer wine appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Yes. How could the two middle-aged men dare deny it? And they hurriedly replied. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian took down the jug that contained the blazer wine, and then he raised his hand once more to slap the remaining 10 mid-grade origin stones into the 10 small holes. In next to no time, another jug of glaze wine appeared. The scene before them caused the two middle-aged men to be stunned. Their nerves were strained, and their minds were in a state of mush, and they were unable to react to what Duan Lingtian wanted to do for a time. On the other hand, the others, including Feng Tianwu, had instead guessed something, and they glanced at the two middle-aged men with gazes of pity. Are the two of you sure my method of drinking wine is correct? You wouldn't be deceiving me for the sake of making me happy, right? Duan Lingtian held a jug filled with wine in his hand as he narrowed his eyes to look at the two middle-aged men before him, and he asked once more, as if he wanted to confirm it once more. No. The two of them spoke hurriedly, and they were anxious to the point of crying. That's good. Duan Lingtian nodded with satisfaction, and then he placed the jug filled with blazer wine before the azure-clothed middle-aged man and placed the jug filled with glazed wine before the blue-clothed middle-aged man. Since both of you think my method of drinking wine is correct, then please do as I did earlier and drink these 2 jugs of wine in one go. How about it? Duan Lingtian had a smile on his face, yet when this smile entered into the eyes of the 2 middle-aged men, it was no different than the smile of a devil. The expressions of the 2 middle-aged men went grim when they recovered from their shock, and their pupils constricted as their bodies trembled intensely from fear. Now, they really wished for nothing more than to slap themselves. Drink like this violet-clothed young man? Wouldn't that be asking for their lives? What? Could it be that both of you feel that only a single type of wine is too monotonous? If it's like this, then I'll help both of you add more. Tianwu, give me another 20. Duan Lingtian spoke as he looked at Feng Tianwu, but he hadn't finished speaking when he was hurriedly interrupted by the 2 middle-aged men. We'll drink right now. What a joke! Even if it was only a single type of wine, drinking it in one go was sufficient to take half their lives. If they were allowed to combine these 2 types of wine, then the impact of the combination of ice and fire would most likely take their lives. So they didn't dare hesitate and made their choice. Both of them stretched out their hands and each held a jug of wine before opening the jug's lid. But after they opened the jug's lid, Their faces flickered between a livid and ashen expression, and the hand they held the jug with started to tremble. They didn't have the courage to drink the wine within after a long time. What? Both of you still want to drink the wine with added ingredients? When he saw the two of them hesitating, Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and the killing intent on his body shot into the sky and swept out to envelop the two of them, causing them to feel as if they'd fallen into an icy pit. Because of the slaughter in his previous life, Duan Lingtian had nurtured a terrifying killing intent. Chapter 761. On the other hand, the two middle-aged men that were targeted by Duan Lingtian didn't dare hesitate any longer at this moment, and they hurriedly pointed the mouth of the wine jug in their hands towards their mouths. Subsequently, they raised their heads in unison and poured the wine within the jug into their mouths, and they drank mouthful after mouthful fiercely. Instantly, the face of the azure-clothed middle-aged man flushed red, whereas the face of the blue-clothed middle-aged man seemed to be covered in a layer of frost. Their pupils couldn't help but constrict, yet they still fiercely swallowed the wine within the jug, and they didn't dare hesitate in the slightest. Finally, the azure-clothed middle-aged man was the first to finish swallowing the blazer wine, and after he let out a shrill cry, he hurriedly tossed away the empty wine jug in his hand before holding tightly onto his throat with both hands, and he felt as if there was a ball of flames burning there. It wasn't just that. The scorching heat that came from the meridians and internal organs in the various parts of his body even caused his body to be unable to refrain from trembling intensely. At the same time, he let out a low roar as he spat out a mouthful of blood, and the blood had a scorching aura mixed within it that caused one to be awed by the sight of it. Pooh! The body of the other blue-clothed middle-aged man shivered as if he'd fallen into an icy pit, and when the wine jug in his hand was moved away, he unconsciously spat out a mouthful of blood before directly fainting. A jug of blazer wine and a jug of ice flame wine was something that even an ordinary void interpretation stage expert wouldn't dare drink in this manner. They were merely two 7th-level void initiation stage martial artists, so they were naturally unable to endure it. K off. Duan Lingtian glanced coldly and indifferently at the azure-clothed middle-aged man before returning to his seat. The azure-clothed middle-aged man didn't dare hesitate, and he disregarded the heavy injuries in his body as he carried his companion up in panic and fled from the 7th floor. Meanwhile, the 7th floor was deathly silent. When the gazes of most people descended onto Duan Lingtian, their gazes faintly contained traces of terror. Tianwu, if I'm not wrong, the wine in the 9th floor ought to be the best in the entire Ice Flame Pavilion, right? Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Tianwu, who hadn't recovered from her shock, and he asked with a smile. Hearing Duan Lingtian's question, Feng Tianwu came back to her senses and responded, "Yes, I want to try it," Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Feng Tianwu was startled at first, then smiled. "Then let's go up and take a look." Subsequently, the two of them left their seats and ascended the stairs that led to the 8th and 9th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion before heading up. Yet now, the group of customers on the 7th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion weren't surprised, since that violet-clothed young man was able to drink the blazer wine and glaze wine in one go without being injured in the slightest. His cultivation was obviously profound. It was extremely likely that he was a void interpretation stage expert. As far as they were concerned, even if a void initiation stage martial artist was at the 9th level of the void initiation stage, it was impossible for him to drink the blazer wine and glaze wine without being injured in the slightest. What they didn't know was that the reason why Duan Lingtian dared to drink like that was because of the special method in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. That method seemed to be simple, yet if one really wanted to use it well, it was instead extremely difficult. "Tianwu, have you been to the 9th floor before?" Duan Lingtian asked. "Yes." Feng Tianwu nodded lightly. When I came to the Darming Kingdom for the first time, my father brought me there. But my cultivation was low at that time, and I only watched him drink the wine there. Duan Lingtian nodded. As someone that had fused with the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, he naturally knew of some special wines, and not just anyone could drink them. Not to mention anything else. Just the blazer wine and glaze wine he drank on the 7th floor earlier would absolutely cause certain death if it was consumed by a martial artist that hadn't stepped into the void prying stage. After Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu ascended the 8th floor and caused the inscription formation at the entrance of the stairs to emit 2 clear sounds, the 2 old men that were guarding there were instantly petrified. They are both 8th level void initiation stage martial artists. The 2 old men couldn't help but gasp. Obviously, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu had shocked them. Yet they didn't know that after Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu ascended the 8th floor, they didn't stay here and headed directly to the 9th floor instead. Only an old man stood at the entrance to the 9th floor, and his originally calm expression was slightly moved when he saw Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. 2 little kids. Go look for your seniors if you want to ascend the 9th floor. The old man spoke slowly. Obviously, he didn't think that any one of Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu was a 9th level void initiation stage martial artist, as the 2 of them were truly too young. Whereas if one wanted to ascend the 9th floor, the 9th level of the void initiation stage was a threshold. Thank you for the reminder, senior. But there's entirely no need for this. Duan Lingtian took the lead and passed through the entrance to the 9th floor before Feng Tianwu. A clear sound resounded out. The old man's expression instantly froze. Tianwu. After Duan Lingtian passed through the inscription formation, he turned around and smiled as he called out to Feng Tianwu. As far as he was concerned, he already possessed the qualifications to ascend the 9th floor. So even if Feng Tianwu was unable to pass through the inscription formation, it was fine as he could bring her in. But in next to no time, Duan Lingtian's smile froze as well. A clear sound entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and it caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to refrain from revealing a surprised expression. Tianwu, you've broken through? Never had Duan Lingtian imagined that Feng Tianwu had actually broken through to the 9th level of the void initiation stage. I broke through some time ago. Feng Tianwu smiled lightly. Elder brother Duan, let's go in. Where did these 2 little freaks come from? The old man turned around, and his slightly dumbstruck gaze stared blankly at the figures of Duan Lingtian and Tianwu that were disappearing into the distance as he muttered to himself. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu had entered the lobby of the 9th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion. The 9th floor was the highest floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion. Presently, there were extremely few people drinking wine here, and it didn't exceed 20 people in total. Moreover, most of these people were actually young men and women. Of course, these young geniuses had formed a total of 3 tables, and it was extremely obvious that most of them were brought up by the other 9th level void initiation stage martial artists. At the beginning, no one paid attention to the appearance of Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. Only when a young man in embroidered clothes inadvertently saw Feng Tianwu and exclaimed with surprise, "What a beautiful woman!" Only then did the others notice Duan Lingtian and Tianwu. How did they come up here? For a time, many people couldn't help but be slightly astounded. It was practically impossible to make them believe that this pair of young man and young woman possessed the strength to ascend the 9th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion, as the 2 of them were truly too young. It's probably their seniors that brought them up here before leaving. Someone couldn't help but guess. This guess of this person obtained the agreement of most people. Duan Lingtian naturally heard this as well, yet he didn't mind. As far as he was concerned, no matter if he'd relied on his true ability to ascend the 9th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion, it wasn't related to anyone else. The tables on the 9th floor of the Ice Fire Pavilion are a little bigger. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu walked towards a table, and they hadn't sat down when Duan Lingtian's pupils had already constricted. Heavens! What did I see? At the center of the table was actually a large ring-shaped groove that left the center empty. They wouldn't all be for placing origin stones, right? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. If one wanted to fill up the groove on the table, it would at least require around 100 mid-grade origin stones. After Duan Lingtian sat down, he couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile when he saw Feng Tianwu withdraw a pile of mid-grade origin stones and place them into the groove. I truly never imagined that the wine on the 9th floor would be so expensive. Tianwu, there's at least 100 mid-grade origin stones here, right? It's exactly 99 mid-grade origin stones. Feng, Tianwu said. 99 mid-grade origin stones? Duan Lingtian's heart trembled slightly. 99 mid-grade origin stones were equivalent to almost 10,000 low-grade origin stones. The wine of this ice flame pavilion was simply seizing money. No, seizing origin stones. Whoosh! Along with Feng Tianwu placing 99 mid-grade origin stones. The inscription formation on the table activated along with it, and in next to no time, a light barrier slowly floated into appearance. It was still half red and half blue. Feng Tianwu's hand pressed onto the red half of the light barrier. Instantly, a wine tray that held a jug of wine and 3 wine cups appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. There are actually 3 wine cups here. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. He still remembered that every jug of wine on the 7th floor was only accompanied by a single wine cup. In other words, if a few people came to drink together, then they had to buy a few jugs of wine. Duan Lingtian picked up 2 wine cups and placed them before Feng Tianwu and himself. Subsequently, he started pouring the wine. When he saw the wine that was red like blood that was poured into the cup, his gaze couldn't help but light up. Blood charm? At the same time, a strand of the fragrance of wine entered Duan Lingtian's nose, causing the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body to seethe and be on the verge of bursting out. Blood charm lived up to its name. Elder brother Duan, you recognize this wine. Feng Tianwu, who was just about to introduce it to Duan Lingtian, couldn't help but be stunned, and she asked with surprise. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded. Feng Tianwu's beautiful eyes flashed, and she suddenly felt that this elder brother Duan was becoming more and more unfamiliar. Exactly how many more secrets does elder brother Duan possess? Her heart was filled with curiosity towards this. Someone said that when a woman aroused curiosity towards a man, it was usually the beginning of stepping foot into the abyss. If I'm not wrong, the other wine ought to be blue longing. Duan Lingtian smiled as he spoke. Elder brother Duan, where exactly did you hear of these 2 wines? Could it be that you've drunk them in the past? When she heard Duan Lingtian mention the other wine in the 9th floor, Feng Tianwu was first stunned, and then she was unable to restrain the curiosity in her heart and couldn't help but ask. According to her knowledge, even if it was in the entire Darkhan dynasty, there was no wine like the blazer wine and glaze wine that was sold, let alone the blood charm and blue love. I accidentally saw it in an ancient book in the past. Duan Lingtian casually found an excuse. Chapter 762. No matter if it was blood charm or blue love, they were both recorded in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. These were 2 types of wine that could be considered as good wine in the foreign lands. Firstly, blood charm could be said to be an upgraded version of blazer wine, and its medicinal effect and taste far surpassed blazer wine. As for blue love, it was an upgraded version of glaze wine. I can't drink blood charm and blue love like before. The method of Samsara Emperor Wu can only be used against blazer wine and glaze wine that are of a comparatively lower grade. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Feng Tianwu didn't doubt Duan Lingtian when she heard his explanation, and she picked up her wine cup and smiled to Duan Lingtian. Elder brother Duan, try and see if there's any difference between this wine and blazer wine. Duan Lingtian replied and raised his wine cup before placing it by his mouth and taking a sip. The scorching hot aura spread in his mouth before spreading throughout his entire body, causing him to feel his entire body become hot, and the origin energy in his body started to roil without end. Blood charm truly lived up to its name. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu were drinking silently here. Yet they didn't know that they'd already become the topic of discussion of the young men and young women at the 3 tables. Have all of you seen them in the past? A young man asked. No. The others shook their heads. Truthfully speaking, that woman is really beautiful. She's much more beautiful than those concubines of mine. Moreover, that figure. It really makes one drool. The young man with a slightly wretched appearance chuckled, and his eyes were filled with lust. Damnable monkey, I want this woman. Right at this moment, the white-clothed young man that sat opposite the young man with a wretched appearance spoke indifferently. The white-clothed young man sat there and faintly revealed a trace of the dignity of a person in a high position. Obviously, his background was extraordinary. The young man with a wretched appearance froze when he heard this, and then he smiled flatteringly. Since Third Prince wants her, then I naturally don't dare be presumptuous. Third Prince, I'll help you invite her over? Yes. The young man in white nodded approvingly. His eyes were burning with passion. Don't disturb the beauty. Otherwise, I'll hold you responsible. Yes, yes. The young man with a wretched appearance nodded hurriedly, and then he left a seat and walked towards Feng Tianwu. At this time, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu had just finished a bottle of blood charm and bought a bottle of blue love. They each took a sip and noticed the wretched young man walking over. Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change. He took a sip of the blue love and felt the coldness throughout his body. He felt refreshed. Good wine. Feng Tianwu's eyebrows slightly furrowed, then relaxed. She also took a sip of blue love, then gently closed her eyes, enjoying the moment of pleasure. Young miss, the Third Prince wants to invite you over for a seat. The young man with a wretched appearance looked at Feng Tianwu as he squeezed out a smile that was even more unsightly than crying. And then he turned around to look at the white-clothed young man as if he was indicating for Feng Tianwu to look over. After the white-clothed young man noticed the actions of the young man with a wretched appearance, he looked over with a smile on his face. But in next to no time, the smile on his face froze. The young man's expression went grim when he saw the expression of the white-clothed young man, and then he turned around and noticed that Feng Tianwu had utterly disregarded him. Young miss, I'm talking to you. The young man with a wretched appearance took a deep breath and worked hard to suppress the rage in his heart. He didn't dare act presumptuously before the Third Prince. But these 2 young men and young women that he'd never seen in the capital of the Darming dynasty dared to give him attitude? If it wasn't for the Third Prince taking a fancy to this woman, he would have flared up long ago. But unfortunately, Feng Tianwu still disregarded him. Ha! Right at this moment, a young man couldn't refrain from laughing. Monkey! Looks like this young master of the Ho clan doesn't have much face. The Third Prince is still waiting for you. Feel free to speak up if you need my help. Monkey, you've suffered a loss, right? You usually brag about how awesome you are, but I never imagined that you're only good at talking. Monkey, come back if you really can't. You can afford to lose face, but the Third Prince can't. All the young men and young women couldn't refrain from ridiculing the young man with a wretched appearance. The young man with a wretched appearance took a deep breath when he heard this, and his face was covered in a layer of frost as a fierce light flickered within his eyes. Even though he knew that these companions of his were only joking and weren't really targeting him, he still felt that he had lost face. The young man with a wretched appearance revealed a fierce light as he stared at Feng Tianwu and cursed via voice transmission. Stinking bitch, It's your fortune that the third prince took a fancy to you. Don't be shameless. If you don't come with me to serve the third prince today, then I— But unfortunately, the young man didn't finish speaking via voice transmission in the end. Slap. A resounding slap sounded out, and the young man's head tilted to the side as a crimson-red palm print appeared on his face. At this moment, Feng Tianwu glared angrily at the young man with a wretched appearance, and her beautiful face was covered in frost. A single slap caused the 9th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion to fall into deathly silence. The young man with a wretched appearance was stunned, and his companions were stunned as well. The other middle-aged and old-aged customers were stunned as well. As for Duan Lingtian, his eyes emitted cold lights as he stared fixedly at the young man with a wretched appearance. He knew clearly in his heart that it was surely this young man with a wretched appearance that said something to Tianwu via voice transmission and infuriated her. Otherwise, it was impossible for Tianwu to be so angry. Ha ha ha! In next to no time, the silent atmosphere was broken, and it was some of the companions of the young man with a wretched appearance that couldn't refrain from roaring with laughter. Monkey, did you say something you shouldn't have said to that young lady? The third prince asked you to invite her over. Why did you infuriate her? Exactly. You can't even handle such a small matter properly, yet you still have the nerve to say you're the third prince's friend. The ridiculing laughter of the group of companions entered into the ears of the young man with a wretched appearance that was struck dumb, and it caused him to completely sober up. Stinking bitch, you dare hit me? Die! The young man glared as he raised his hand and swung a slap towards Feng Tianwu. What a joke! Even his parents had never hit him in his entire lifetime. How could he swallow this insult from being hit by a woman today? Feng Tianwu revealed an expression of disdain when facing the slap that the young man swung at her. In her eyes, the speed of the young man's attack was truly pitifully slow. Right when she was about to make a move, she seemed to have noticed something, and she put down the hand that she'd just raised. It was only because a person had made a move before her, and it caused a trace of happiness to flash past her eyes. Slap! Duan Lingtian's hand seemed as if it was assisted by the gods, as it easily grabbed onto the hand that the young man swung towards Feng Tianwu, and he held it tightly. His icy cold eyes looked straight at the young man with a wretched appearance. The young man's face went grim, and he wanted to struggle free, yet he noticed that the strength of this violet-clothed young man that was much smaller than him was shockingly great. Even if he exerted his entire strength, he was unable to struggle free. Kid, you're courting death. Instantly, the young man shouted out explosively, and his other hand formed into a fist that smashed towards Duan Lingtian. Swoosh! As his fist smashed out, the origin energy on his fist skyrocketed, and his concept followed along like a shadow. It was like a cannonball that swiftly flashed out, and it caused a wave of ear-piercing sounds of air exploding. At the same time, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled in the sky above the young man, and the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth converged into form. First, 10 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared, and then another 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage. 7th level elementary concept. Duan Lingtian moved once more, and he instantly withdrew his hand that held onto the young man before grabbing onto the fist that smashed towards him like a bolt of lightning at a tricky angle. Slap! After Duan Lingtian grabbed onto the young man's fist, his gaze went cold, and he didn't hesitate in the slightest to directly exert strength. Crack! A.H. The clear sound of bones shattering was accompanied by a wave of miserable shrill cries. Subsequently, the young man with a wretched appearance was pushed flying after having his fist crushed by Duan Lingtian, and he fiercely smashed onto the ground before rolling about in a sorry state. Swoosh! 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 At practically the instant that the young man with a wretched appearance had his fist crushed by Duan Lingtian and was pushed flying, the group of companions that originally had ridiculing expressions on their faces had gone grim. Besides the white-clothed young man who was the so-called third prince that still sat there, the other young men and young women had left their seats successively. The gazes they shot at Duan Lingtian were filled with hostility. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the actions of these people. Weren't these people ridiculing the young man with a wretched appearance earlier? Why do they seem to be very concerned about the young man now? How would Duan Lingtian know that these people had ridiculed the young man with a wretched appearance earlier because they were familiar with him and wanted to see him make a fool of himself? Now that the young man with a wretched appearance was heavily injured, as his companions, they naturally had to stand up for him. "Damn, monkey, are you all right?" A young man squatted down and couldn't help but gasp after inspecting the injuries of the young man with a wretched appearance. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian angrily. "You're really vicious. Do you know who he is? What's wrong?" Instantly, the other young men and young women looked at the young man. The monkey's hand tendons and meridians are completely shattered and completely crippled. Even if there's a grade 3 life recovery pill, I'm afraid it won't be enough to save him. The young man said in a deep voice. "What?" Instantly, other than the white-clothed young man who raised his eyebrows and looked deeply at Duan Lingtian, the expressions of the other companions of the young man with a wretched appearance changed. "Boy, you're really ruthless. Boy, unless you leave behind an arm and a leg today, don't even think about leaving. That's right, leave behind an arm and a leg." 10 young men and young women surrounded Duan Lingtian's table. All of them glared fiercely at Duan Lingtian as if they were deeply afraid Duan Lingtian would escape. "I don't want his arm and leg." Right at this moment, the young man with a wretched appearance endured the intense pain after consuming a healing medicinal pill and walked over. He stared coldly at Duan Lingtian. "I want him dead. If I don't kill him, I, Ho Jun, am not human. An arm and a leg?" Chapter 763. Looks like you don't want to be a human anymore. A short sentence from Duan Lingtian caused the expressions of the 11 young men and young women, including Ho Jun, to go pale, and all of them were infuriated by Duan Lingtian. "Attack together!" Someone suddenly shouted out, and the group of young men and young women pounced towards Duan Lingtian with tacit understanding. For a time, the sound of air exploding rose and fell in the sky without end. In the sky, ancient horned dragon silhouettes that covered the sky condensed into form, and they revealed a menacing aura. Duan Lingtian's gaze was calm as he faced the young men and young women that assaulted him from all directions, and his eyes squinted abruptly before a dim light flashed within them. 1,000 illusions. In an instant, Duan Lingtian cast his exclusive soul skill. An illusory space appeared out of thin air and enveloped an area of over 10 meters with Duan Lingtian at the center. Even though it enveloped Feng Tianwu within it, it didn't target Feng Tianwu. So Feng Tianwu wasn't affected by it. Then, an inconceivable scene appeared. The group of young men and young women that were originally pouncing towards Duan Lingtian turned around when they were about to touch Duan Lingtian, and they entered into a chaotic battle. "Kid, I'll kill you!" Ho Jun shouted out explosively as his uninjured hand punched out, and it smashed onto one of his companions and injured him. Bang! Subsequently, Ho Jun was struck as well. Bang! 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 The chaotic battle continued like a raging fire. "Tianwu, let's continue." Duan Lingtian completely disregarded the 11 young men and young women that were in a chaotic battle, and he raised his wine cup as he spoke to Feng Tianwu. On the other hand, Feng Tianwu had been shocked by the scene before her since long ago. What exactly did elder brother Duan do? She was extremely puzzled in her heart. At the same time that the scene before her caused her to be shocked, she felt a chill run down her spine because it was truly too strange. This situation feels similar to when elder brother Duan defeated Bai Hao. Feng Tianwu couldn't help but recall the scene she saw during the Dark Han Dynasty's martial competition. At that time, Duan Lingtian defeated by Hao, and the circumstances were similarly strange. It wasn't just Feng Tianwu. The group of middle-aged and old customers on the ninth floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion were dumbstruck as well. What are these little ancestors that usually call themselves overlords in the Darming dynasty's capital playing now? Even the third prince had an incomparably solemn expression at this moment. His brows were filled with fear. Who exactly is he? Soon, the third prince left his seat. He didn't leave the Ice Fire Pavilion's ninth floor, but walked inside instead. There was a spacious private room on the ninth floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion, and it was usually provided for the few people with the highest status in the Zhao clan to use and entertain guests. Ouch! Ah! Wah wah! Numerous, miserable, shrill cries rose and fell, and it wasn't long before only one of the 11 young men and women remained standing, whereas the others had all fallen on the ground in a disorderly manner. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as the dim light in the depths of his eyes was restrained, and he withdrew his soul skill. Instantly, the illusory space shattered into pieces. What's going on? After the illusory space vanished, the group of young men and women that lay on the ground were completely dumbstruck when they saw Duan Lingtian was completely unharmed. Didn't I knock him down? I clearly punched his face and bashed him into a pig's head? Huang Chuiyu, why did you become a pig's head? After the group of young men and women glanced at each other, they finally realized a problem. The problem was that the person they'd injured earlier wasn't Duan Lingtian, but their own companions. But why did such a thing happen? Demonic arts. He knows demonic arts. It was unknown who shouted. Instantly, the expressions of the group of young men and women went pale, and their eyes were filled with terror when they looked at Duan Lingtian once more. What was unknown was undoubtedly the most terrifying. Earlier, they were completely unable to react to what had happened, and they'd directly fallen into Duan Lingtian's demonic arts. All of you, do you still want one of my hands and one of my legs? Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the group of people before him and slowly asked. The latter looked at each other in dismay when they heard this, and all of them lowered their heads in shame. There were so many of them, yet they couldn't even deal with a kid that looked to be around 25 years old. They'd truly lost all face. You're called Ho Jun, right? Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the young man with a wretched appearance that had one of his hands crippled by him. The young man's face went pale when he saw Duan Lingtian staring at him, and he shrunk back with slight fear. What do you want to do? I'm telling you, I'm the son of the Ho clan's patriarch. If you dare touch me, my father won't let you off. Earlier, you seemed to be working for that third prince, right? Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently, and then he raised his head to glance at the nearby Ho clan and said, But when all of you encountered trouble, he seemed to have fled the quickest. Was it worth it? Was it worth it? Duan Lingtian's words caused Ho Jun to turn around in bewilderment, and his face went slightly pale when he saw the third prince had left. The third prince has gone to a room. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man at a nearby table reminded Ho Jun via voice transmission. Ha ha ha! Ho Jun was stunned when he heard this, and then he started roaring with laughter at the same time. Duan Lingtian frowned. This Ho Jun wouldn't have gone mad, right? Kid, don't leave if you have the balls. Ho Jun stared hatefully at Duan Lingtian as he spoke with a hateful voice. This caused his companions to be puzzled. The third prince has entered a room. Ho Jun spoke as he looked at the unique room on the ninth floor, and his eyes were filled with reverence as if there was something terrifying within it. The third prince has entered a room. Instantly, the gazes of the other 10 young men and young women lit up. Kid, continue staying here if you have the balls. Exactly. You're a coward if you dare leave. You're my grandson if you leave. The group of young men and young women spoke at the same time. All of them had a common objective, and it was to goad Duan Lingtian into staying. Idiot, Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the group of young men and young women before paying no further attention to them, and then he looked at Feng Tianwu. Tianwu, let's continue drinking. Feng Tianwu nodded. Since even Duan Lingtian wasn't afraid, then she naturally wouldn't be afraid as well. Right when the hall on the 9th floor was extremely bustling, after the third prince pushed open the door and entered into the room. He looked at the young man that sat upright in meditation with his eyes closed. Zhao Wei. The third prince spoke slowly. The young man wore green clothes, looked to be a little over 30, and had a handsome appearance. When looked at from afar, he was like a delicate and pretty woman, but the Adam's apple on his throat undoubtedly spoke of his identity as a man. He was precisely one of the two most outstanding people in the younger generation of the Darming dynasty. The Zhao clan's Zhao Wei, so long as it was a member of the Darming dynasty. They knew that this young man, whose name sounded like a woman and looked like a woman, possessed an extremely terrifying cultivation and extremely ruthless methods beneath his weak appearance. So long as it was Zhao Wei that made a move, there were very few survivors. Lu Hao, do you need something from me? Finally, Zhao Wei slowly opened his eyes and looked at the white-clothed young man with a calm expression, and he directly called out the white-clothed young man's name as if he didn't take the white-clothed young man seriously at all. Lu Hao wasn't surprised by this. After all, even if Zhao Wei faced his eldest imperial brother, the crown prince of the Darming dynasty's imperial family, Zhao Wei directly called him by his name, let alone him. Most importantly, this Zhao Wei's strength was much stronger than his. Zhao Wei, if you still don't leave, then our Darming dynasty will lose face greatly this time. Lu Hao, the third prince of the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family, spoke slowly. Slight bewilderment appeared between Zhao Wei's brows when he heard this. The soundproofing effect of the room was extremely weak, and coupled with Zhao Wei being cultivating earlier, he didn't know what had occurred in the hall outside. Today, a young man and young woman came to the 9th floor of your Zhao clan's Ice Flame Pavilion. The young man looked to be around 25 years old, and the young woman was around 20 years old. Lu Hao spoke. What happened after that? Zhao Wei asked with interest. After that, Ho Jun's hand was crippled by that young man. That young man was ruthless, and even if he had a grade 3 life recovery pill, he was powerless to save Ho Jun. Lu Hao continued. Zhao Wei frowned when he heard this. Being able to cripple Ho Jun indicated that he was at least an 8th level void initiation stage martial artist. An 8th level void initiation stage martial artist around the age of 25? Even if it was Zhao Wei, he couldn't help but be shocked now. After all, even if it was him, he'd only broken through to the 8th level of the void initiation stage after the age of 30. Now, when he heard a young man at the age of 25 possessed a cultivation at the 8th level of the void initiation stage or above, it was slightly difficult for him to accept. As a genius in the martial Tao, he had his own pride, and it was difficult for him to endure someone's natural talent being so much stronger than him. 8th level of the void initiation stage. Lu Hao said with disdain when he heard Zhao Wei's judgment. He isn't simply at the 8th level of the void initiation stage. If I tell you that Ho Jun's group of 11, 3 8th level void initiation stage martial artists, 5 7th level void initiation stage martial artists, and 3 6th level void initiation stage martial artists joined forces to deal with that young man, yet they weren't even able to touch the corners of his clothes before all of them fell down, what would you think? Whoosh! As soon as Lu Hao finished speaking, Zhao Wei instantly sat up as a bright light flashed within his eyes. There's such a thing? I'm slightly interested in him now that you've said this. He's most probably from another dynasty, and he's passing through our Darming dynasty with the intention of participating in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Let's go. Come with me to meet him. Zhao Wei walked out. Wait. Lu Hao stopped Zhao Wei. Zhao Wei looked at Lu Hao with a bewildered expression, and he didn't know what Lu Hao wanted to say. Zhao Wei, I have to remind you of something. When Ho Jun's group of 11 joined forces to deal with that fellow, not only were they unable to touch the corners of his clothes. When he spoke up to here, Lu Hao paused for a moment before continuing. From the beginning until the end, that person sat on the spot without moving. He seemed to have utilized some sort of strange ability to cause Ho Jun's group of 11 to kill each other and injure all of them. What? Chapter 764. Zhao Wei's eyes flickered as his thoughts drifted. Such ability was astounding. It seems that only those formidable demon beasts with extraordinary natural talent are capable of executing such ability. It's an ability executed with spiritual force, and it's related to the soul. It's commonly called a soul skill. At this instant, Zhao Wei thought of many things before confirming it in the end. But according to rumor, that soul skill is a spiritual force ability. Unless a human martial artist is an expert at the Emperor Wu stage or above, otherwise, it's impossible for them to comprehend it. Only some demon beasts with extraordinary innate talent possess the innate soul brand and are able to execute such a spirit force technique. All of this was something Zhao Wei had seen in an ancient book in the Zhao clan's book collection pavilion. Could it be that he's a demon? Instantly, Zhao Wei's pupils constricted as he revealed astonishment. If he's really a demon, then all of this can be explained, even though he looks to be around 25 years old. But if he's really a person that a demon has taken human form, then no matter how young his appearance is, it wouldn't be strange. When he thought up to here, Zhao Wei's face was filled with fear. If Chen, she was really a demon, then Chen, she was at least an existence at the first level of the void transformation stage, because only after a demon beast broke through to the void transformation stage would it be able to truly transform into a demon and possess the ability to take human form. When he thought of how it was very likely that Chen, she was a demon of legend, Zhao Wei's heartbeat sped up and was unable to calm down for a long time. An existence at the void transformation stage. Even his Zhao clan only possessed 2 people, and both of them were only at the first level of the void transformation stage. Zhao Wei took a deep breath and suppressed the fear in his heart as his expression gradually recovered, and he walked out of the room slowly. The third prince of the Darming dynasty's imperial family, Lu Hao, frowned as he followed Zhao Wei out. In the lobby of the 9th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion, Duan Ling Tian silently savored blue love, and as he felt the bone-piercing coldness that spread throughout his entire body, he felt his entire body feel comfortable, satisfying. Blue love was an upgraded version of the glaze wine, and besides being able to improve one's origin energy to a certain extent, it was also able to condense one's origin energy. Elder brother Duan, someone is coming out. Feng Tianwu just happened to be facing the direction of the room on the 9th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion, and when she saw the third prince and another unfamiliar young man walking out slowly, she sent a voice transmission to warn Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian gently nodded. In fact, even if Feng Tianwu did not remind him, he had already noticed the 2 people behind him, because their gazes were now on him. Brother Wei, young Master Wei. Soon, the young men and women who had taken the pills and recovered from their injuries greeted the young man who walked out of the private room. Young Master Wei? Zhao Wei? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and guessed the other's identity. He couldn't help but feel a little surprised because his spiritual power had already probed the other's cultivation at the first moment. This Zhao Wei was a martial artist at the first level of the void interpretation stage. One of the 2 most outstanding young geniuses of the Darming dynasty had already stepped into the void interpretation stage, and the other one, the crown prince, was probably not much inferior to him. As expected of the Darming dynasty, the prevalence of the martial spirit has created many martial artists with extraordinary natural talent. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, Actually, not to mention Zhao Wei Yi, even the cultivations of those 11 young men and women that didn't know what was good for them and attacked him earlier had similarly caused Duan Lingtian to be shocked. 3 at the 6th level of the Void Initiation Stage, 5 at the 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage, and 3 at the 8th level of the Void Initiation Stage. Just the cultivations of these young geniuses of the Darming dynasty that were gathered here were so extraordinary. And if this was in the Dark Han dynasty, it was practically impossible for this to occur. Young Master Wei Yi. Presently, even if it was those middle-aged and old customers in the 9th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion, they bowed respectfully to Zhao Wei Yi, who walked over slowly. From the beginning until the end, Zhao Wei Yi had a carefree expression as he walked slowly to arrive before the table of Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu under the greetings of numerous respectful gazes. When he saw Feng Tianwu, a trace of surprise flashed past his eyes. He'd never seen such an outstanding woman in the Darming dynasty. Even though it was said that a fair and graceful woman was the ideal mate of a gentleman, as a martial maniac, Zhao Wei didn't have the interest of an ordinary man towards women. Moreover, his marriage had already been decided long before he was born. When the time came, he would directly marry and have children. The love between men and women didn't have the slightest attraction to him, and only the martial Tao that seemed to have no end was his lifelong pursuit. In his eyes, women were only tools used to carry on the family line. So, Zhao Wei only glanced at Feng Tianwu before his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian that sat opposite Feng Tianwu. When he saw Duan Lingtian was really young, as Lu Hao had said, slight surprise couldn't help but appear on his face, and then he asked, "May I know your name?" Duan Lingtian continued drinking his wine as if he hadn't heard Zhao Wei. Zhao Wei wasn't angry when he saw this, but Zhao Wei not being angry didn't mean that the others weren't angry. Including Ho Jun, the group of young men and young women that had suffered a loss at the hands of Duan Lingtian earlier glared angrily at Duan Lingtian. "Kid, Big Brother Wei is asking you something. Didn't you hear him?" "Young Master Wei is asking you something because he thinks highly of you. If you know what's good for you, then quickly reply. Otherwise, don't dream of leaving this Ice Flame Pavilion today." After Zhao Wei made an appearance, the group of young men and young women seemed as if they'd found a backer, and they didn't have any worries when facing Duan Lingtian. "Don't dream of leaving the Ice Flame Pavilion? With just the few of you?" Duan Lingtian took another sip of the blue longing in his wine cup, and he didn't even raise his head to look at those young men and young women as his words were filled with disdain. Duan Lingtian's disdain was taken as a provocation by the group of young men and young women, and it caused them to be extremely furious. "Big Brother Wei, this kid is too arrogant. You must teach him a good lesson." The group of young men and young women looked at Zhao Wei and took Zhao Wei to be their lifesaver. But unfortunately, even though they urged him, Zhao Wei still didn't have the slightest intention of making a move. His eyes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian as he said via voice transmission, "If I'm not wrong, you ought to be a formidable demon, right?" "Demon?" Duan Lingtian was first stunned when he heard Zhao Wei's voice transmission, and then he couldn't help but laugh. Zhao Wei was slightly bewildered when he saw the smile that suddenly appeared on Duan Lingtian's face, and he frowned before continuing to speak via voice transmission. "Could it be that I'm wrong? The ability you executed earlier that effortlessly caused them to kill each other ought to be a soul skill that some demon beasts with extraordinary natural talent were born with, right? You even know about soul skills?" Finally, Duan Lingtian raised his head and glanced at Zhao Wei with slight surprise before speaking via voice transmission. "Looks like you're really a demon." Zhao Wei glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian before continuing to speak via voice transmission. "I know you're probing me, but if you say I'm a demon, then so be it." Duan Lingtian smiled and replied via voice transmission. Zhao Wei who'd already confirmed that Duan Lingtian was a demon when he heard Duan Lingtian admit that he'd utilized a soul skill, yet his expression couldn't help but freeze when he heard Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission. What does this violet-clothed young man mean by this? Could it be that he isn't a demon? But if he isn't a demon, then how could he possibly execute a soul skill? How could he possibly possess such terrifying abilities at such a young age? Right at this moment, 2 light footsteps sounded out. One of the footsteps that was closer to the front was extremely steady, and every single step it took caused Duan Lingtian's heart to be unable to help but tremble slightly. Void transformation stage expert. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted abruptly, and at the same time, his gaze descended towards the source of the footsteps. There were 2 people walking slowly into the lobby of the 9th floor at that location. The person in the lead was a robust, middle-aged man that wore green robes, had disheveled hair that fluttered in the wind, and his face was covered in stubble. He looked to be ordinary, yet was actually restrained. Duan Lingtian sensed an extremely dangerous aura on him. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended behind the robust, middle-aged man, and his gaze froze with a single glance because he recognized this person. Suli. Duan Lingtian hadn't spoken when Feng Tianwu had already noticed Suli, and she couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Su Li, who heard the voice, noticed Feng Tianwu at the first possible moment as well, and then he noticed Duan Lingtian, causing his face to be filled with astonishment. Obviously, he never imagined that he would be able to encounter Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu here. Meanwhile, the robust young man that seemed to be unruly had already sat before an empty table, and after Su Li greeted him, he walked towards Duan Lingtian's table. Even though a group of young men and young women were glaring fiercely at Duan Lingtian now, Su Li utterly paid no attention to these people and directly sat by Duan Lingtian's side. Young Miss Tianwu. Su Li greeted Feng Tianwu first, and then he looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, Duan Lingtian, what are you and young Miss Tianwu doing here? Passing by, Duan Lingtian smiled lightly, and then he glanced at the robust middle-aged man in the distance before asking in a low voice. Su Li, that's your master? The robust middle-aged man seemed to be sloppy, yet the feeling he gave Duan Lingtian was even more terrifying than the Dark Han dynasty's imperial families by Nanxiang. At any rate, by Nanxiang had revealed the might of a void transformation stage expert before him. On the other hand, Su Li's master didn't make a move, and he only stood there and sat there, yet he brought extremely great pressure to Duan Lingtian. Yes, Su Li nodded, and then he said to Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, Come, I'll introduce both of you to my master. As he spoke, Su Li stood up and led Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu to walk towards the robust middle-aged man. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 had completely disregarded Zhao Wei and the others. They. Hou Jun gnashed his teeth. Even though he was furious to the limit, he who'd suffered a loss at the hands of Duan Lingtian didn't dare make a move rashly before Zhao Wei made a move. Duan Lingtian? Chapter 765. Master, this is the Feng clan's young Miss Tianwu. As for this person, he's the good friend I mentioned to you, Duan Lingtian. Su Li brought along Duan Lingtian and Feng Wu to arrive before the middle-aged man and introduce them. Duan Lingtian. After the middle-aged man's gaze flashed past Feng Tianwu, it locked onto Duan Lingtian. You're that Duan Lingtian that obtained the first in the Dark Han dynasty's martial competition over half a year ago. Duan Lingtian greets Senior. The middle-aged man was Su Li's master, so Duan Lingtian couldn't be disrespectful. Moreover, this middle-aged man before him was absolutely the strongest person besides his father and Qing Nu that was by the side of the mysterious young woman, Han Xuanai. Qing Nu wasn't a human martial artist, and her strength was restrained, causing Duan Lingtian to be completely unable to see through her. As for his father, he was completely unable to see through him. He's indeed a good seedling. After sizing up Duan Lingtian for a moment, the middle-aged man nodded. Duan Lingtian smiled modestly and spoke to Su Li before returning to his original seat with Feng Tianwu. Now, the gaze Zhao Wei shot at Duan Lingtian was completely different. Earlier, he'd finally recalled it when the middle-aged man reminded him. Not long ago, he'd heard of the final results of the martial competition held by the nearby few dynasties, and he had some understanding of the person that obtained the first position in the martial competition of those few dynasties. The person that obtained the first position in the Dark Han dynasty's martial competition was a young man called Duan Lingtian. Supposedly, Duan Lingtian was a young man around the age of 25. Now he'd completely confirmed it. The violet-clothed young man that sat before him was precisely that Duan Lingtian. You're Duan Lingtian? The third prince, Lu Hao, frowned and glanced at Duan Lingtian with slight fear. He'd heard of the person that obtained the first position in the Dark Han dynasty's martial competition in the past. As for Ho Jun and the other young men and women, they'd heard the middle-aged man earlier and knew that Duan Lingtian was the first in the Dark Han dynasty's martial competition. Instantly, their expressions became slightly unsightly. No wonder this young man's strength is so strong. It turns out he's the #1 expert in the younger generation of the Dark Han dynasty. So, you're the Dark Han dynasty's Duan Lingtian. Zhao Wei Duan Lingtian's gaze was replaced Zhao Wei for the Lingtian Wu. Earlier, because he suspected that Duan Lingtian was a formidable demon, he was filled with fear towards Duan Lingtian, and he didn't dare arouse the slightest intention to go against Duan Lingtian. Now, after he found out about Duan Lingtian's true identity, his face sank slightly. Duan Lingtian, you've injured so many people of my Darming dynasty in my Zhao clan's Ice Flame Pavilion. Shouldn't you give my Zhao clan an explanation? Give the Darming dynasty an explanation? After he found out about Duan Lingtian's identity, Zhao Wei instantly became overbearing and overbearing. What? You're not afraid of me? Duan Lingtian raised his head slightly lazily and glanced indifferently at Zhao Wei as he spoke lazily. You. Zhao Wei's face sank. Earlier, because he suspected that Duan Lingtian was a demon, so besides being courteous to Duan Lingtian, he was even slightly afraid of Duan Lingtian. Now that he was exposed by Duan Lingtian, he couldn't help but be slightly enraged from embarrassment. Duan Lingtian, I'll say it one more time. Today, you either give me an explanation or lie down. As he finished speaking, Zhao Wei's clothes fluttered without any wind, and his eyes were filled with coldness. Explanation? Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Zhao Wei. What explanation do you want? Kneel down and kowtow 3 times to Ho Jun and the others. I'll make the decision to let this matter go. Zhao Wei spoke with a low voice. Kneel down. Kowtow 3 times. Duan Lingtian hadn't said anything when Feng Tianwu's expression had already gone grim, and she glared angrily at Zhao Wei. The members of the Zhao clan are really impressive. The expression of Su Li, who just sat down in the distance, went grim when he heard Zhao Wei, and he instantly stood up while his gaze that was like a sword stared at Zhao Wei's back. He can do what you can do as well. You might not be able to do what he can do. The robust middle-aged man that sat opposite Su Li spoke indifferently, and his voice wasn't loud, causing only Su Li to hear it clearly. Su Li laughed bitterly and sat down once more. He was naturally able to discern the meaning behind his master's words. It was none other than Master was saying that Duan Lingtian was able to deal with what he could deal with as well, whereas he might not be able to deal with what Duan Lingtian was able to deal with. Kid, did you hear what Big Brother Wei said? Quickly kneel down and kowtow 3 times. Ho Jun took a step forward and acted like a fox assuming the majesty of Duan Lingtian as he gestured at Duan Lingtian. Swish! At practically the instant Ho Jun finished speaking, a sword howl suddenly resounded out, and it only lasted for a brief moment. Ah! In the next moment, Ho Jun let out a shrill and miserable cry as his other hand was severed at the shoulder, causing blood to gush out like a pillar, and he was barely able to stop the bleeding with his origin energy after a short while. It was precisely Duan Lingtian who'd instantly struck out with his sword and severed Ho Jun's arm. Yet all of this didn't stop. Swish! 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 The sword in Duan Lingtian's hand struck out like a bolt of lightning, causing numerous sword lights to flash out and mince Ho Jun's severed arm that had fallen to the ground into pieces in a short moment, and it was utterly impossible to reattach it. You're so vicious! When he saw this scene, Ho Jun was angered to the point his face flickered between livid and ashen, and he wasn't able to catch his last breath before fainting directly. After he fainted, his wound didn't have origin energy to stop the bleeding, and it continued to gush out, dyeing the ground red with blood. Monkey! Ho Jun's companion hurriedly moved forward to stop the bleeding for Ho Jun. You dare injure someone before me! Zhao Wei-yi! Zhao Wei-yi's expression was extremely gloomy as he took a stride forward, and in the next moment he'd already arrived before Duan Lingtian. Bang! Terrifying origin energy instantly exploded out from his body, and the vast energy of the heavens and the earth caused space to shake before converging into the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth. 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes were the first to appear. First level of the void interpretation stage. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face went grim when she saw this scene, and she cried out in shock. Whirlwind! On the other hand, Duan Lingtian had already left his seat before Zhao Wei had the time to utilize his concept when Zhao Wei approached him, and he seemed to have transformed into a gale that flashed towards the distance. Everywhere Duan Lingtian passed, the sound of wind and thunder exploded out, and it was like thunder that reverberated in the ears. In the sky above him, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth appeared. First, 12 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared, and then another 9 and 4 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. 9th level of the void initiation stage. 9th level wind concept. 4th level lightning concept. At the same time, the milky white origin energy that skyrocketed on Zhao Weiyi's body instantly transformed into an expanse of fiery red, and it seemed to have formed a ball of real flames. Whoosh! In the sky, another 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared by the side of the 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, and they coiled down and were lifelike. The strength of 40 ancient horned dragons. Compared to the strength Duan Lingtian utilized to flee, it was an entire strength of 5 ancient horned dragons. The concept you've comprehended isn't bad, but unfortunately you're only at the 9th level of the void initiation stage and aren't a match for me. Zhao Weiyi's entire body was enveloped in flames, and he was like a god of fire as he stared coldly at Duan Lingtian and said slowly, I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down, kowtow 3 times, and cripple one of your own arms and legs. Out of consideration that the Dark Han dynasty can be considered to be a neighbor of our Darming dynasty, I'll spare your life. Zhao Wei, he finished speaking in a single breath. Based on your tone, you seem to be confident in defeating me? Duan Lingtian wasn't afraid in the slightest as he met Zhao Weiyi's gaze. I know you know that only special demon beasts with extraordinary natural talent are capable of executing spiritual force soul skills. But I want to tell you that I'm a first-level void interpretation stage martial artist, and my spiritual force is stronger than yours. Your soul skill is completely useless against me. Zhao Wei sneered. Soul skill? Zhao Weiyi's words caused everyone besides himself and Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but be stunned. Soul skill? The robust middle-aged man looked at Su Li and asked, This Duan Lingtian knows soul skills? I'm not too sure as well. Su Li shook his head, and then he said, But Duan Lingtian does indeed possess an extremely terrifying ability that's capable of affecting a person and causing that person to seem as if he's possessed. Many people call that ability of his as a demonic technique. Could it be that he really knows soul skills? The robust middle-aged man's brows raised, and then he looked at Duan Lingtian with interest, and his eyes faintly contained slight anticipation. A human martial artist that hadn't attained the realm of Emperor Wu was capable of executing a spiritual force ability like a soul skill, and it was truly unbelievable. He wanted to know if Duan Lingtian was really capable of executing spiritual force abilities. Looks like you have a rather good understanding of soul skills. When facing Zhao Wei, who revealed a cultivation at the first level of the void interpretation stage, Duan Lingtian's expression still remained calm as he spoke indifferently. Zhao Wei revealed a complacent expression and had an expression of, "I'll definitely defeat you. But since you said my soul skill is useless against you, then feel free to give it a try," Duan Lingtian continued. The complacent smile on Zhao Wei's face instantly froze, and his eyes seemed as if they could shoot out flames. "Since it's like this, then I'll fulfill your wish. The number one figure in the younger generation of the Dark Han dynasty will perish here today." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Wei moved, and he seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian. Right at the instant Zhao Wei's figure moved, a dim light flashed into appearance in the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes. His spiritual force that he'd accumulated strength since long ago instantly fused into the soul brand in the depths of his soul, and he directly executed the soul skill that belonged to him. Thousand illusions. Instantly, an illusory space appeared and directly enveloped Zhao Wei within it. In the next moment, everyone on the 9th floor was stunned. They saw Zhao Wei, who originally charged over menacingly, had actually strangely turned around when he was about to approach Duan Lingtian, and he flashed to the side and attacked the air. Presently, in the eyes of others, he seemed as if he'd gone mad. "Master, this is Duan Lingtian's ability," Suli said. "If they aren't acting, perhaps this Duan Lingtian really knows soul skills." Chapter 766. Big Brother Wei. Young Master Wei. Instantly, the group of young men and young women shouted out loudly with the intention of waking up Zhao Wei, who seemed to be possessed. But unfortunately, no matter how they shouted or condensed their origin energy into voice transmissions, Zhao Wei was still attacking the air by himself, and he remained indifferent towards everything in his surroundings. Duan Lingtian stood at the side and watched coldly. This Zhao Wei actually thought that his spiritual force was similar to his cultivation and was only at the 9th level of the void initiation stage. He was truly naive. After all, his current spiritual force had already attained the 2nd level of the void interpretation stage. Not to mention Zhao Wei, who possessed a 1st level void interpretation stage spiritual force. Even if it was a 2nd level void interpretation stage martial artist, so long as the martial artist wasn't an inscription master, then once the martial artist fell into the illusory space created by his soul skill, 1,000 illusions, it would be utterly impossible for the martial artist to leave the illusory space unless the martial artist took the initiative to stop. "It's time to end this." Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed as he moved behind Zhao Wei with a thought. Bang! Duan Lingtian pushed out with his palm, and it descended onto Zhao Wei's back before vast origin energy gushed into it, causing the origin energy in Zhao Wei's body to disperse and injure him. Zhao Wei's body shook as he let out a muffled groan before flying out like an arrow that left the bow, and he fell onto the ground in a sorry state as blood sprayed out violently from his mouth. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian withdrew his soul skill, 1,000 illusions, causing the illusory space to disperse along with this. After Zhao Wei left the illusory space, his face went grim as he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was completely unharmed. No, impossible. You're only a 9th level void initiation stage martial artist, and your spiritual force ought to be only at the 9th level of the void initiation stage. How could your soul skill possibly affect me? You still want to try? Duan Lingtian stared at Zhao Wei with a calm gaze as he spoke indifferently. Zhao Wei's face froze when he heard this, and his eyes flickered with fear. After he found it impossible to escape the effect of Duan Lingtian's soul skill, he knew that he wasn't a match for Duan Lingtian, at least not now. At this moment, he still couldn't figure out why Duan Lingtian's soul skill was effective against him. Could it be that Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy had already reached the void interpretation stage? Now that he thought about it, this was the only possibility. I admit, I'm no match for you. However, do you think that you'll be able to leave the Ice Flame Pavilion in one piece if you can defeat me? Zhao Wei sneered. Right at this moment, an old man slowly walked out from a room on the 9th floor. The old man was dressed in gray and had a thin figure. His face was cold and emotionless, as if he was a living dead. The gray-clothed old man had come out from the inner room. Even though there was only a single room on the 9th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion, it was divided into the outer room and inner room. So long as Zhao Wei came to the Ice Flame Pavilion, he would usually stay in the outer room. Within the inner room was an expert of the Zhao clan that was guarding the experts of the Ice Flame Pavilion. Elder Kuan. After the gray-robed old man came out, Zhao Wei bowed respectfully to him. Elder Kuan. The other young men and young women had perturbed expressions as they looked at the old man that walked over slowly. They possessed extraordinary backgrounds and had heard of the deeds of this old man. Not only was this old man one of the 2 strongest people in the Zhao clan, he killed without batting an eyelid, and there were at least 800 people that had died at his hands. The old man nodded to Zhao Wei, and as for the others, he directly disregarded them. In next to no time, he stood before Zhao Wei, and his muddy eyes abruptly shot out a sharp bright light that flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian. Second young master, how do you think we should deal with him? The old man asked. His words were obviously spoken to Zhao Wei. Zhao Wei stared coldly and indifferently at Duan Lingtian when he heard this, and then he said with a low voice, Elder Kuan, kill him! As far as he was concerned, so long as Duan Lingtian was dead, then he would have one less opponent that was stronger than him in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties a few months from now. Yes. The old man nodded lightly as his eyes flickered with bright lights that instantly suffused them with ghastly killing intent. Whoosh! Along with the gray robe on the old man's body flashing, the energy of the heavens and the earth gradually roiled, and when a layer of origin energy barrier appeared on his entire body, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth appeared in the sky above him. 200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes instantly appeared with a vast impetus. Void transformation stage expert. The faces of Feng Tianwu and Su Li went grim. Subsequently, Feng Tianwu's hand shook, and a jade pearl appeared in her hand. The pearl looked to be simple and unadorned, yet Feng Tianwu had obviously taken it out at this moment. However, when Feng Tianwu's finger moved slightly with the intention of crushing the pearl, a voice transmission entered into her ears, causing her to be stunned for a moment before putting away the pearl. This pearl was a pearl that was inscribed with a detection inscription. So long as she crushed it, her father, Feng Wu Dao, would notice at the first possible moment and rush over with the fastest speed possible. It was precisely because of the existence of this pearl that her father felt at ease and allowed her to come here with Duan Lingtian. Kid, with Elder Kuan making a move, you're dead. You even dare touch young Master Wei. You're truly courting death. The gazes the group of young men and young women looked at Duan Lingtian were as if they were looking at a dead man. Kid, remember this. The person that's going to kill you is me, Zhao Kuan. The old man sneered as he abruptly took a stride forward. With a raise of his hand, vast origin energy swept out, and a material palm print instantly appeared before vanishing before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Of course, it didn't truly vanish, but its speed was swift to the point that Duan Lingtian was unable to capture it with his eyes. At practically the exact same moment, Duan Lingtian felt a terrifying gale approach head-on, and it grew closer and closer, as if it would blast onto him in an instant. But even then, Duan Lingtian still had a calm expression, and he was fearless. Swish! Suddenly, a sword howl sounded out, and it only appeared briefly. In the next moment, an explosion sounded out in the air, and the material palm print that the old man condensed was directly crushed. Who is it? The old man's face went grim as his gaze swept towards the robust middle-aged man that sat at the nearby table. Swish! Another sword howl sounded out, and it only appeared briefly. A.H. The expressions of the group of young men and young women went grim as they cried out in terror, and their constricted pupils stared blankly at the old man. Elder Kuan! Zhao Wei! He cried out sorrowfully. What a swift sword! As he looked at the bloody hole that appeared on the old man's throat, Duan Lingtian felt a chill run down his spine, as he'd only heard the sword howl that appeared briefly, and he'd entirely not captured the trace of the sword. Bang! The old man's corpse fell to the ground, and blood gushed out from his throat like a pillar and flowed out like a small stream. When the gazes of everyone, including Duan Lingtian, descended onto the robust middle-aged man, who was also Su Li's master. From the beginning until the end, Su Li's master hadn't spared a glance at the old man's corpse. A void transformation stage martial artist from a mere dynasty dares to shout at my master. Damn it. Su Li glanced coldly at the old man's corpse as he spoke indifferently. Thank you, senior. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian smiled lightly as he thanked the robust middle-aged man. Earlier, it was precisely because he noticed the aura of the robust middle-aged man had locked onto the old man that he stopped Feng Tianwu from crushing the pearl that had a detection inscription inscribed on it and didn't take out one of the 2 talismans his father left behind. The robust middle-aged man was an expert from a power of the foreign lands, and it was extremely easy for him to deal with the old man. But never had he imagined that the robust middle-aged man would directly kill the old man. Everyone says that those formidable sword cultivators are extremely ruthless. Today, I can be considered to have witnessed it. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, there's no need to thank me. You're Su Li's friend, so you're naturally my junior. As a senior, protecting a junior is a matter of course. The robust middle-aged man waved his hand and spoke indifferently. Presently, even though Zhao Wei stared hatefully at the robust middle-aged man, he could only forcefully endure it and not dare make a sound. He believed that if the robust middle-aged man intended to kill him, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. So for the sake of survival, he could only endure it. Moreover, the robust middle-aged man was able to instantly annihilate one of the 2 strongest void transformation stage experts of their Zhao clan, and it indicated that the robust middle-aged man entirely possessed the strength to annihilate their Zhao clan. If they went head-on against such an expert, then their Zhao clan would lose for sure. Duan Lingtian, all of this is because of you. Our Zhao clan is unable to take revenge on him, yet will surely burn your bones and scatter your ashes before tearing your corpse into pieces. Zhao Weiyi's gaze that was filled with extreme hatred moved onto Duan Lingtian, and he secretly swore in his heart. Duan Lingtian naturally noticed Zhao Weiyi's gaze, yet he utterly didn't care. After a short moment, the robust middle-aged man put down the wine cup in his hand and stood up before walking towards the stairway that led to the 8th floor with large strides, and he intended to leave. At the same time that Su Li stood up and followed closely behind the robust middle-aged man. He didn't forget to greet Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, my master and I are leaving first. See you during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Duan Lingtian replied with a light smile, and at the same time he looked at the robust middle-aged man. Senior, take care. At the same time that Zhao Wei heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the robust middle-aged man leave, he decided in his heart. So long as the robust young man left, he would return to the Zhao clan. No matter what, Duan Lingtian must die. Elder Kuin's death had to be paid with Duan Lingtian's blood. But in next to no time, his expression couldn't help but go grim. The robust middle-aged man slowly turned around and casually glanced at Zhao Wei before he said indifferently, "If I don't see Duan Lingtian during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, I'll come to the capital of the Darming dynasty again after the martial competition of the 10 dynasties and annihilate the entire Zhao clan." After he finished speaking these extremely overbearing words, the robust middle-aged man brought Su Li along and left. "Thank you, Senior." Duan Lingtian started smiling. He knew that not only would the Zhao clan not dare take revenge on him after Su Li's master left behind these words, the Zhao clan would even protect him. Otherwise, once something happened to him before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties began, the Zhao clan would be doomed eternally. "Tianwu, let's go back as well." After Su Li and his master left, Duan Lingtian called out to Feng Tianwu before swaggering out of the 9th floor and vanishing before the eyes of Zhao Wei and the others. Zhao Wei was angered to the point his body trembled intensely, and he was furious to the limit, yet he was helpless. Wow. Chapter 767. When Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu walked out of the Ice Flame Pavilion, they'd already lost sight of Su Li and his master. "I truly never imagined that we would be able to encounter Su Li here today." Feng Tianwu smiled. "Yeah, I never imagined it as well." Duan Lingtian nodded, and he was surprised as well. After that, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, "Even more unexpected to me is that I'm actually able to drink wines like the Blazer wine, Glaze wine, Blood Charm, and Blue Longing in a mere capital of the Darming dynasty. Looks like because the Darming dynasty is adjacent to the foreign lands, besides the prevailing trend of martial arts, there are many things that other dynasties don't have. Elder Brother Duan, do you think the Zhao clan will send someone to protect you?" When she recalled the scene from before, Feng Tianwu couldn't help but laugh. Duan Lingtian laughed as well. "But I truly never imagined that one of the 2 most outstanding people in the younger generation of the Darming dynasty, Zhao Wei, is actually already a void interpretation stage martial artist." Feng Tianwu sighed. "Supposedly, the strength of the Darming dynasty's crown prince surpasses Zhao Wei. I presume that the Darming dynasty's crown prince ought to be in existence at the void interpretation stage or above." After the 2 of them returned to the inn, they rested for another 2 days before continuing on their journey. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 left the capital of the Darming dynasty and arrived at the place they'd split up with the Azure-Eyed Eagle that day, and the Azure-Eyed Eagle was already waiting there. After the 3 of them descended onto the back of the Azure-Eyed Eagle, the Azure-Eyed Eagle flapped its wings and seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that instantly vanished on the spot. Its target was the ancient desert city in the northern desert. That place was precisely the place the martial competition of the 10 dynasties was held. On the way, Duan Lingtian held the wind concept fragment in his hand and comprehended wind concept with great concentration. Presently, he was only a step away from comprehending first-level intermediate wind concept. Once his concept attained it, his cultivation would instantly break through to the void interpretation stage in one go. Time flew by. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Duan Lingtian, who was sitting cross-legged on the back of the Azure-Eyed Eagle, like a statue, finally moved. On Duan Lingtian's body, wisps of solid green energy were about to burst out and finally wrapped around his body, as if they were forming wisps of clear wind that were pulsating rhythmically. Suddenly, origin energy surged from Duan Lingtian's body and merged with the green energy to form a real wind. The wind did not blow in all directions. Instead, it swirled around Duan Lingtian's body and spun faster and faster. In the end, it almost formed a tornado. At first, the tornado was inconspicuous. However, after 3 days and 3 nights, it caused the airflow in the air to rapidly rotate. It was as if it had formed a whirlpool that was constantly rotating. Elder brother Duan. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu was jolted awake from her cultivation, and she was jolted awake by the tornado on Duan Lingtian's body. Father, what's wrong with elder brother Duan? Feng Tianwu looked at Feng Wu Dao, who sat nearby, and asked with a worried expression. Don't worry, it's a good thing. He's about to break through. How shocking was Feng Wu Dao's discerning ability. He'd long since seen through the changes that occurred on Duan Lingtian's body, and it was the 9th level elementary wind concept, completing its final transformation. Once the transformation was successful, a pheasant would transform into a phoenix, and the elementary wind concept would transform into intermediate wind concept. At that time, Duan Lingtian's cultivation would advance a step further, and he would break through to the void interpretation stage in one go. Break through? Feng Tianwu's beautiful eyes lit up as a smile appeared on her beautiful face, and she felt happy for Duan Lingtian. On the other hand, the tornado formed around Duan Lingtian's body revolved faster and faster, and in the end, it even caused the origin energy light barrier of the azure-eyed eagle to shake as if it would tear it apart at any moment. Qing, withdraw your origin energy light barrier. Allow him to stay outside. Feng Wu Dao said to the azure-eyed eagle. The azure-eyed eagle nodded lightly, and the origin energy light barrier instantly withdrew to only protect Feng Wu Dao and his daughter. As for Duan Lingtian, he was completely outside, and he welcomed the waves of piercingly cold strong winds that assaulted his face. But these strong winds hadn't even approached Duan Lingtian when they were completely minced into pieces by the tornado around him, and Duan Lingtian was safe and sound within the tornado. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's entire body and mind were immersed in the comprehension of wind concept, and he himself didn't know how long had passed. He only knew that he wanted to comprehend intermediate wind concept a step further. Unknowingly, he'd touched the threshold of intermediate wind concept, and he was only a step away in the end. Yet it was precisely this step that stumped him. At the beginning, no matter how hard he tried, it was useless, and he gradually couldn't help but be slightly discouraged. But later on, when he was disappointed to the point of wanting to give up, he was instead unintentionally successful, and it allowed him to take that final step. Bang! When he took this final step, Duan Lingtian felt as if he'd been enlightened, and waves of refreshing wind fused into his body from the pores on his entire body. After all the wind fused into his body, with a single thought of his, waves of awe-inspiring azure-colored strong winds arose around his entire body once more. Presently, even if he didn't utilize his origin energy, his wind concept wasn't much different from ordinary wind. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed within. After he opened his eyes, the first thing Duan Lingtian did was to raise his head to look at the sky above him. The phenomenon of the heavens and the earth had already condensed into form there. Numerous ancient, horned dragon silhouettes were gathered there, and they dashed out with extremely swift speeds along with him. A total of 20 ancient, horned dragon silhouettes. First level intermediate wind concept. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He knew that he'd succeeded and smoothly comprehended intermediate wind concept, which was also commonly known as void interpretation concept. Comprehending void interpretation concept meant that he'd obtained the pass to enter the void interpretation stage. Elder brother Duan, congratulations. Feng Tianwu smiled as she congratulated Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian replied with a smile, and then he couldn't help but ask, "How long has it been now? We've already left the capital of the Darming dynasty for 2 months. We'll be able to enter the northern desert very soon. Feng Tianwu spoke to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding, and he looked down below for a moment. Yet he noticed that everything that entered his eyes was gray and hazy, and because there was no sunlight, his line of sight was completely obstructed by the clouds and mist. Duan Lingtian nodded, and after he nodded to indicate to Feng Wudao, he closed his eyes once more, and the first-level intermediate wind concept on his body was restrained along with this. The scene before her eyes caused Feng Tianwu to be slightly puzzled. Hasn't elder brother Duan already broken through in his wind concept? Why has he closed his eyes again? Could it be? Seeming to have thought of something, Feng Tianwu's beautiful eyes squinted. Elder brother Duan wants to directly charge into the first level of the void interpretation stage? Feng Tianwu never imagined that Duan Lingtian's ambition would be so great. For a time, at the same time that she exclaimed with admiration, she felt a shapeless force that seemed to be urging her to quickly work hard in her cultivation. Instantly, Feng Tianwu sat down cross-legged before starting to cultivate and comprehend fire concept. Unknowingly, Feng Tianwu's body was suffused with origin energy, and when combined with fire concept, it actually transformed into material flames that were like real flames. If Duan Lingtian saw this scene, he would surely be greatly shocked, because the fire concept Feng Tianwu executed now wasn't an ordinary elementary fire concept. Presently, her fire concept could already be material, and it also meant that she wasn't far away from first-level intermediate fire concept. She would be able to officially comprehend intermediate fire concept at any moment. Once that time arrived, Feng Tianwu's cultivation would advance a step further and attain the void interpretation stage. Feng Wudao stood at the side, and his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian from the beginning until the end. At this moment, he faintly sensed that the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body actually showed signs of breaking through. This kid Lingtian is truly surprising. He has just comprehended void interpretation concept and is about to break through to the void interpretation stage. Presently, Duan Lingtian was completely immersed in his cultivation, and the origin energy in his body was increasing at an extremely swift speed. Because he'd comprehended void interpretation concept, his origin energy that had already arrived at the limit of the 9th level of the void initiation stage was already able to increase once more. I'll rely on the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill to charge through the bottleneck in one go and break through to the void interpretation stage. With a command in Duan Lingtian's heart, his origin energy started to guide the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill that was accumulated in his body to assist his origin energy to advance a step further. At every moment, Duan Lingtian was able to clearly sense the origin energy in his body strengthening ceaselessly. A day passed, 2 days passed, 3 days passed, the 5th day, bang! Under the guidance of his origin energy and the extremely overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body had finally smoothly charged through the final bottleneck of the 9th level of the void initiation stage. After the bottleneck was charged through, the origin energy flowed throughout his body and underwent a transformation with an extremely swift speed. Not long after, the origin energy had completely transformed. After the origin energy within Duan Lingtian's Dantian transformed, the infant-shaped mist condensed from his origin energy became even more material, and it wasn't as illusory as it was before. This is the void interpretation stage. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and lightly clenched his fists. Instantly, origin energy flowed through his body and coiled around his entire body for a short moment. The energy of the heavens and the earth roiled as an unexpected change occurred abruptly in the sky above Duan Lingtian. Numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes swiftly condensed into form and converged together with a vast impetus. There was a total of 20 ancient, horned dragon silhouettes. Merely origin energy was comparable to the strength of 20 ancient horned dragons when utilized, and it was precisely the symbol of the first level of the void interpretation stage. "I've broken through." Duan Lingtian started laughing extremely brilliantly. Originally, in his expectations, it would be not bad if he was able to break through to the void interpretation stage before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Yet he never imagined that he would be able to break through an entire 2 months in advance. "Perhaps I'll be able to rely on the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill to charge into the second level of the void interpretation stage during these 2 months of time." Chapter 768. Kid, you're really surprising. You've only comprehended void interpretation concept for 5 days, yet you've already smoothly broken through to the void interpretation stage. Such an advancement is sufficient to cause any 9th level void initiation stage martial artist to feel embarrassed. Feng Wu Dao looked at Duan Lingtian and sighed. "I was just lucky." Duan Lingtian grinned modestly, and he wasn't surprised that he was able to break through to the void interpretation stage so quickly. Not to mention his origin energy had already arrived at the limit of the 9th level of the void initiation stage. Just the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill that was accumulated within his body was sufficient to allow him to swiftly break through to the void interpretation stage. The medicinal strength of the rebirth pill wasn't a joke. Almost 2 months of time. My target is the second level of the void interpretation stage. Duan Lingtian closed his eyes once more and continued cultivating. Even though he could rely on concept fragments to comprehend concept as he cultivated, he didn't do so, because he needed to concentrate now. Concentrate on the mental cultivation method of the 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. The 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique was called the Sword Dragon form. Besides being able to improve his cultivation at the void interpretation stage, the 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, the Sword Dragon form, was also able to help him swiftly comprehend sword concept. It wasn't just that. The Sword Dragon form also carried a high, grade heaven rank martial skill. 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. The 9 Dragons Radiant Flash was a martial skill that used sword concept as its foundation. My wind concept is already at the void interpretation stage now, and it satisfies the conditions to execute a heaven rank martial skill. But this 9 Dragons Radiant Flash requires sword concept as its foundation to be able to be executed. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, "I at least have to comprehend first level elementary sword concept." When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian didn't think any further and started cultivating according to the mental cultivation method of the Sword Dragon form, and he quickly immersed his entire body and mind into it. The 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, the Sword Dragon form, was able to improve one's cultivation while comprehending sword force and even sword concept. Of course, he could only comprehend up to the first level of elementary sword concept, and he still had to rely on himself to comprehend the rest. In this way, before I comprehend first level elementary sword concept, I can't divert my attention to comprehend other concepts with concept fragments. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian felt helpless, but there was nothing he could do. Now he only hoped that he would be able to comprehend first level elementary sword concept as soon as possible while improving his cultivation. After he broke through to the void interpretation stage, Duan Lingtian continued to cultivate, and he quickly familiarized himself with the mental cultivation method of the 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, the Sword Dragon form, allowing his cultivation to be on the right track. By the time he woke up from his cultivation, half a month had already passed. The sun rose high in the sky and shone down on the earth. The sunlight enveloped Duan Lingtian's body, causing the Duan Lingtian to squint his eyes. This is the northern desert? Duan Lingtian looked down at the boundless earth beneath the azure-eyed eagle. This expanse of earth was an expanse of desolate plains and hills, and it was desolate and uninhabited to the point he couldn't see the end of it. Yes, Feng Wu Dao replied. Uncle Feng, have you been here before? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. I've been here once. Feng Wu Dao nodded. The furthest place I've been to was the ancient desert city in the northern desert. The ancient desert city is also the city in the foreign lands that's closest to our various dynasties. Duan Lingtian nodded with sudden understanding. Swoosh! Suddenly, an ear-piercing howl of the wind sounded out from behind, and it entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, causing Duan Lingtian to be unable to refrain from turning around to look. There was an extremely swift, flying demon beast heading towards this direction, and there were two figures faintly visible on the back of the flying demon beast. The flying demon beast flew at full speed, and its speed wasn't inferior to the azure-eyed eagle. Coupled with it utilizing void interpretation concept, it quickly closed the distance between it and the azure-eyed eagle. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian saw the appearance of the flying demon beast clearly, and it was an extremely ugly flying demon beast that seemed like a vulture. 7th level void interpretation stage demon beast. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force easily detected the cultivation of this vulture demon beast. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but search through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, and he quickly found records related to this type of vulture demon beast. Lightning vulture, a void interpretation stage demon beast that's even more formidable than the azure-eyed eagle. It's one of the top figures in the lightning vulture clan, and it's in existence at the 9th level of the void interpretation stage. It's even to the extent that a demon had once appeared in the lightning vulture clan. After he found out about the lightning vulture, Duan Lingtian was shocked in his heart. Swoosh! Meanwhile, the lightning vulture approached the azure-eyed eagle, and in a short moment it was parallel to the azure-eyed eagle. The two figures on the lightning vulture were clearly reflected in Duan Lingtian's eyes. A young man around the age of 30 that wore a jade green robe, had slanted brows, starry eyes, a handsome appearance, and a graceful bearing. However, at this moment, his face contained slight anxiousness mixed within. Whereas beside the young man stood a young girl around the age of 15 or 16. The young girl had an appearance that was like carved jade, and she tightly grabbed onto the young man's sleeve as her watery eyes revealed an expression of terror. Right when Duan Lingtian was curious why these two people would have such expressions, another ear-piercing howl of the wind assaulted from behind Duan Lingtian. Another flying demon beast appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. The speed of this flying demon beast was swift like a bolt of lightning, and it was much swifter than the azure-eyed eagle and the lightning vulture. Swoosh! After a short moment, this flying demon beast passed by the azure-eyed eagle and chased after the lightning vulture that had already flown far ahead of the azure-eyed eagle. Another lightning vulture! Duan Lingtian clearly saw the appearance of this flying demon beast, and it was a demon beast that was exactly similar to the lightning vulture from before. But its body was even larger, and the pressure brought to others was much heavier than the previous one. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out and detected the ability of this lightning vulture at the first possible moment. 9th level void interpretation stage demon beast. After he detected the ability of this lightning vulture, Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted instantly. Even if it was in the lightning vulture clan, a 9th level void interpretation stage lightning vulture could be considered to be an extremely rare top figure, and he never imagined that he would encounter one. A black-robed person stood on the lightning vulture, and this black-robed person's entire body was enveloped in a loose black robe, causing it to be utterly impossible to see his appearance clearly. Under his curiosity, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out with the intention of detecting the ability of this black-robed person. But his spiritual force hadn't even approached when it seemed as if it had pierced into a ball of cotton, and it had no place to exert force. Your spiritual force isn't bad at such a young age. Right at this moment, an exceedingly hoarse voice suddenly sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and it revealed a trace of gloominess. Obviously, it was the voice of the black-robed person. Based on the voice, it was an old man. Instantly, Duan Lingtian broke out in cold sweat from fright. He was practically able to confirm that this black-robed person was in existence at the void transformation stage or above. During this half a year of time, besides this black-robed person, he'd already successively encountered 2 void transformation stage experts. The first was the Darkhan dynasty's imperial families by Nanxiang, and the second was the Darming Kingdom's Zhao clan's Zhao Kun. The 2 void transformation stage experts had 2 things in common. Firstly, both of them were existences at the first level of the void transformation stage. Secondly, both of them were dead. The former was killed by the miraculous talisman left behind by his father, Duan Rufeng, whereas the latter was killed by Su Li's master. We've arrived at the northern desert. Suddenly, a familiar voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and it was Feng Tianwu who'd awoken from her cultivation. Elder brother Duan, you've awoken. Feng Tianwu lightly smiled to Duan Lingtian, and in next to no time, she noticed the 2 demon beasts ahead that were approaching closer and closer. What's that? Right at this moment, the 2 lightning vultures ahead had stopped. It was the black-robed person behind them that was controlling the 9th level void interpretation stage lightning vulture, and he'd easily stopped the 7th level void interpretation stage lightning vulture. The 2 lightning vultures stood in confrontation with each other. On the other hand, the azure-eyed eagle Duan Lingtian's group of 3 instead approached the 2 lightning vultures that were in confrontation. Third Lu, do you really want to annihilate us siblings? The young man that stood on the 7th level void interpretation stage lightning vulture spoke to the black-robed person, and it clearly entered into the ears of Duan Lingtian's group of 3. Second young master, I'm only acting under orders. Please don't blame me. The eldest young master said that his heart would be unable to be at ease if you don't die. The black-robed person's hoarse voice sounded out. That bastard! The young man was extremely furious, yet he was helpless, and he said with a low voice, You can kill me, but I hope you can let paying her off. She's innocent. Second brother, I won't leave you behind. If we're going to die, then we'll die together. Although the young woman by the young man's side had terror mixed within her eyes, her expression was extremely firm, and she was fearless at such a young age. Second young master, I'm sorry. The eldest young master said that you and the 7th young miss have to die. The black-robed person continued speaking, and the clothes on his body fluttered with the wind. But the black-robed person didn't make a move for now, because his gaze descended onto the azure-eyed eagle that was coming closer and closer to him. More precisely speaking, it descended onto Duan Lingtian's group of 3. Even though Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu felt that the pair of brother and sister were extremely pitiful and even aroused pity in their hearts, they didn't dare act rashly. That black-robed person was obviously an extremely terrifying expert, and even Feng Wu Dao might not be able to go against him. It was fine if they didn't interfere. Once they interfered, they might even pay with their lives. There was no need for them to take a risk for 2 strangers. Of course, perhaps Duan Lingtian would be able to kill this black-robed man if he utilized the talisman his father gave him, but he only had 2 talismans left in his possession, and 1 less talisman would be equivalent to 1 less life in the future. He wasn't generous to the point of being willing to utilize such a precious talisman for 2 strangers. But unfortunately, sometimes things might not go as they wished. Stop! The black-robed person shouted out in a low voice, and a terrifying, imposing aura swept out to instantly envelop the azure-eyed eagle, causing it to stop. Chapter 769. The azure-eyed eagle didn't dare move rashly when it was enveloped by the imposing aura of a void transformation stage expert, and it stood on the spot as it flapped its wings and asked with a low voice, "Lord, do you need something?" "All of you stay behind." The black-robed man's hoarse voice sounded out, and subsequently he abruptly raised his hand as origin energy condensed into form in the sky to transform into 4 arrows that flashed directly towards the azure-eyed eagle and Duan Lingtian's group of 3 that stood on the back of the azure-eyed eagle. The 4 arrows had only just appeared before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu when they completely vanished from their field of vision in the next moment. Too swift. Swish, 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 swish. For piercing howls that appeared briefly were like muffled thunderclaps that exploded in the ears of Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, and it caused them to be unable to refrain from going pale. A talisman had even appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand, and he accumulated force while waiting to be deployed. Whoosh! Feng Wu Dao took a stride forward to stand before Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, and with a raise of his hand, vast origin energy swept out along with his sleeve to easily stop the 4 arrows. Void transformation stage. The black-robed man originally thought that he would be able to annihilate the 3 people and beast before him with a raise of his hand, yet he completely never imagined that there was actually an existence at the void transformation stage amongst the 3 of them. "It seems that I've misjudged. The 4 of you can leave now." The black-robed man looked at Duan Lingtian's group of 3 and the azure-eyed eagle as he spoke slowly. At the same time, the imposing aura that enveloped the azure-eyed eagle was restrained. "It's easier to invite the devil and then to send the devil away. Could it be that you haven't heard of this?" Feng Wu Dao spoke indifferently. "What? Could it be that you want to fight me? If I'm not wrong, you ought to be a top martial artist from the few dynasties in the south, right? According to my knowledge, the strongest martial artist in those few dynasties is only at the 2nd level of the void transformation stage." As the black-robed man spoke, the origin energy on his body pulsated. In the next moment, 400 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above him, and they coiled down while accumulating force and waiting to attack. 3rd level void transformation stage expert. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu's pupils shrank. Just his origin energy alone was comparable to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons, and it was the symbol of the 3rd level of the void transformation stage. "If you leave now, I'll pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, all of you will have to stay here," the black-robed man said slowly after revealing his cultivation base at the 3rd level void transformation stage. The 3rd level of the void transformation stage? Unexpectedly, after Feng Wu Dao saw the cultivation displayed by the black-robed man, his eyes that were originally calm lit up and monstrous battle intent arose from his body. Whoosh! In the next moment, Feng Wu Dao stepped out in the sky with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow, and in the blink of an eye, he'd arrived nearby the lightning vulture beneath the black-robed man's feet. Whoosh! The sound of a sword whistling could be heard for a brief moment. In the next moment, the pupils of Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, and the brother and sister on the other lightning vulture instantly constricted. The lightning vulture that was originally controlled by the black-robed man was split into 2. A 9th level void interpretation stage demon beast was instantly killed by a single sword strike from Feng Wu Dao. As for the black-robed man, he'd already left the lightning vulture when Feng Wu Dao attacked, and he stood at an even higher place in the sky as he looked down at Feng Wu Dao. Feng Wu Dao stood proudly as the sword condensed from origin energy in his hand gradually vanished. In the sky, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth that had just condensed into form, the 400 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, slowly vanished without a trace. Uncle Fong is a third-level void transformation stage expert as well. Duan Lingtian's pupils couldn't help but constrict when he saw this scene. Even though he'd guessed since long ago that Feng Wu Dao might be a void transformation stage expert, yet he'd never imagined that Feng Wu Dao would be a third-level void transformation stage expert. Such strength was much stronger than the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial families by Nanxiang that he'd killed with a talisman. The number one expert of the Dark Han Dynasty ought to be this Uncle Feng of his. If I knew earlier that Uncle Feng's strength was so strong, I would have brought Uncle Feng along when I went to the Flying Rainbow sect that day. In that way, I would have been able to save a talisman. After his surprise, the first thought that appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind was this. When he recalled the talisman he'd used that day, he was slightly unable to let it go. That was his life-saving talisman. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that Feng Tianwu's beautiful face was filled with surprise as well, and he instantly realized that Feng Tianwu didn't know of Feng Wu Dao's cultivation beforehand as well. You aren't from those dynasties as well. After he saw the cultivation Feng Wu Dao revealed, the black-robed man's hoarse voice faintly contained slight fear. But unfortunately, Feng Wu Dao utterly paid no attention to him and instantly vanished before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others. And when he appeared once more, he was already nearby the black-robed man. Swish! The brief sword howl sounded out once more, and Duan Lingtian noticed that the black-robed man had vanished before their eyes as well. Feng Wu Dao and the black-robed man were both existences at the third level of the void transformation stage. Once they moved, with Duan Lingtian's current cultivation, he was utterly unable to catch their movements. Duan Lingtian was slightly dispirited when he saw he was unable to catch sight of anything. Swish! 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 In the sky, piercing howls that appeared briefly rose and fell. Of course, these piercing howls weren't only caused by the 3-foot-long blade in Feng Wu Dao's hand, as when the black-robed man attacked, he'd taken out a bow and arrow as well. A bow that wasn't inferior to the grade 3 spirit sword in Feng Wu Dao's hand. Besides that, the arrow used by the black-robed man was a grade 3 spirit weapon as well, and because it was inscribed with a special inscription formation, every time the arrow was shot out, it would return to his hand at the first possible moment to allow him to shoot the next arrow. The black-robed man was the first martial artist Duan Lingtian had seen that used a bow and arrow against his enemies, and this sort of weapon that very few people would use was at his fingertips, and its might was extremely terrifying. This could be seen from how he was able to fight Feng Wu Dao to a draw. But unfortunately, his speed was too swift, and it was extremely difficult for Duan Lingtian to see his movements clearly, and he was only occasionally able to see his posture of bending his waist and drawing the bow. My current cultivation is still too low. I'm actually unable to see through such a rare, fierce battle. It's truly a pity. Duan Lingtian sighed. Duan Lingtian's gaze unknowingly slowly descended onto the young man and young woman on the other lightning vulture. That young man was watching the battle in front of him with great interest. He's able to see the movements of Uncle Feng and that old fellow clearly? Duan Lingtian's heart jerked, and he felt it was slightly unbelievable. Under his curiosity, his spiritual force stretched out to envelop the young man with the intention of detecting the young man's cultivation. This detection shocked Duan Lingtian to the point his pupils couldn't help but constrict. Eighth level of the void interpretation stage? He couldn't help but be shocked, because this young man that looked to be a little over 30 was actually in existence at the 8th level of the void interpretation stage. No matter how well he took care of his appearance, he's at most around the age of 35 now. Duan Lingtian gasped. Amongst the people of the younger generation he'd encountered in his lifetime, it seemed that only that little girl, Xuanai, was able to firmly suppress this person in terms of natural talent in the martial Dao. This little girl wouldn't be a little freak like Xuan Nai, right? In next to no time, Duan Lingtian used his spiritual force to detect the young woman's cultivation, and in the end he noticed to his astonishment that the young woman was only a second-level void prime stage martial artist. The difference in strength between the young man and young woman was like a chasm, and they were utterly not people of the same world. But these two people just happened to be a pair of brother and sister. Thank you. Suddenly, a wave of hearty laughter sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and it caused Duan Lingtian's face to be unable to help but freeze, because this voice wasn't unfamiliar to him. This wave of hearty laughter precisely belonged to Feng Wu Dao. Feng Wu Dao stood in the sky, and the energy of heaven and earth roiled in the sky above him before condensing into numerous ancient, horned dragon silhouettes in the end. First, 200 ancient, horned dragon silhouettes appeared, and then another 140 ancient, horned dragon silhouettes appeared. Uncle Feng has broken through. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he muttered. The scene before him undoubtedly indicated that Feng Wu Dao had smoothly broken through from the third level of the void transformation stage to the fourth level of the void transformation stage during the battle with the black-robed man. The fourth level of the void transformation stage possessed the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons, more than the third level of the void transformation stage. This extra strength, coupled with the amplification of the grade 3 spirit sword that Duan Lingtian personally refined in Feng Wu Dao's possession, was able to provide an additional strength of 140 ancient horned dragons. Presently, Feng Wu Dao's strength had increased by an entire 340 ancient horned dragons when compared to before. You've actually broken through? The black-robed man's hoarse voice was filled with disbelief when he saw this. You actually used me to carry out your own breakthrough. When he saw Feng Wu Dao's gaze that was suffused with cold lights and was prepared to attack him at any moment, the black-robed man said with a low voice, "No matter who you are, if you dare kill me, then the Northern Mountains Lu clan won't let you off." Northern Mountains Lu clan? Feng Wu Dao said indifferently. I've never heard of such a clan in the various dynasties. In this way, you ought to be from a foreign clan. It's good that you know. The black-robed man spoke coldly. Lu San, don't forget that you're only a dog slave of our Northern Mountains Lu clan. A mere dog slave dares to use his clan to oppress others. Truly laughable. The slanted brows of the young man that stood on the back of the lightning vulture raised as he sneered. I've never heard of the Northern Mountains Lu clan, but I know that the Northern Mountains Lu clan might not know that I'm killing you here today. Feng Wu Dao spoke slowly. The black-robed man's face instantly went grim when he heard this. In the next moment, the expression on his face froze completely. Blood flowed out from the bloody hole that appeared out of thin air between his brows. At the same time, Feng Wu Dao's figure was like a ghost that appeared before the black-robed man like a shadow, and the grade 3 spirit sword in his hand slowly dripped with fresh blood. After Uncle Feng broke through, I'm even unable to hear the howl of his sword when he draws his sword. Duan Lingtian's heartbeat sped up abruptly as he deeply realized how terrifying a fourth-level void interpretation stage expert was. Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. Lu Bai will remember it in my heart. Chapter 770. Okay. Feng Wu Dao glanced indifferently at Lu Bai before vanishing on the spot, and when he appeared once more, he was already by the side of Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. May I know Senior's name so that Lu Bai can repay you in the future? Lu Bai asked. There's no need. Feng Wu Dao spoke with a calm tone. Today, if it wasn't for that person taking the initiative to provoke me, I originally had no intention of saving you. Besides that, Cloud Continent is so huge. I'm afraid we won't have the chance to meet again in the future, let alone repay you." After he finished speaking, Feng Wu Dao looked at the azure-eyed eagle. "Qing, let's go." The azure-eyed eagle nodded. Then its wings swept out as its figure flashed out. No matter what, Lu Bai of the Northern Mountains Lu clan will remember Senior's great kindness today. Lu Bai spoke out loudly when he saw Feng Wu Dao was about to leave. At the same time, his gaze moved from Feng Wu Dao to flash past Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu's faces, as if he wanted to deeply remember their appearances. Lu Bai's gaze was extremely friendly, and Duan Lingtian couldn't help but return a smile. Lu Bai only recovered from his shock when he looked at the azure-eyed eagle from afar and watched it vanish into the clouds and mist, and his eyes flickered with cold lights. "Lu Song, I originally had no intention of competing with you, but since you're so ruthless and not only want to kill me, you even want to kill Seventh Sister, then I can't help but compete with you. Second brother, who do you think that Senior from before is? Could he be a member of the few dynasties in the south?" The young girl that followed by Lu Bai's side asked curiously. "It might be, it might not be. Ping, we ought to go." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Bai looked at the lightning vulture. With a command, the lightning vulture transformed into a bolt of lightning that vanished within the boundless clouds and mist. "Congratulations, Uncle Feng." After the azure-eyed eagle flew out for a distance, Duan Lingtian congratulated Feng Wu Dao. Feng Wu Dao breaking through to the 4th level of the void transformation stage was undoubtedly something worthy of celebration. "Father, I actually didn't know you were a 3rd level void transformation stage martial artist in the past. You really hit it for me." Feng Tianwu laughed bitterly. Feng Wu Dao smiled lightly but didn't say anything. "Father, how did you suddenly break through to the 4th level void transformation stage?" Feng Tianwu asked. "I was originally only a step away from the 4th level of the void transformation stage, and the battle with the black-robed man just happened to allow me to obtain the critical factor to break through. Now that I speak of it, it's all thanks to him that I was able to break through," Feng Wu Dao said. Feng Tianwu suddenly understood. When that black-robed man revealed a cultivation at the 3rd level of the void transformation stage, Uncle Feng's battle intent had already risen. Obviously, at that time, Uncle Feng had the intention of using the black-robed man to break through. Recalling the scene just now, Duan Lingtian was secretly surprised. After this battle, Duan Lingtian was clear in his heart. Even if it was in the 10 dynasties, Feng Wu Dao would probably be a top expert. Perhaps only the Outer Realm would be able to find a match for him. Time flew by like a white steed. In the blink of an eye, only 10 days remained before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties began. On this day, the origin energy on Duan Lingtian, who sat cross-legged on the back of the azure-eyed eagle and allowed the wind and rain to batter him, skyrocketed for no reason or rhyme, and it was like a ball of milky white flames. In the next moment, the milky white flames trembled and seemed to have undergone some sort of change. Whoosh! Instantly, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled in the sky, and in the end, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth appeared. 300 ancient, horned dragon silhouettes coiled down, and it was an extremely magnificent sight. At the same time, the milky white flames shook before charging into the sky once more, and it actually faintly seemed to have transformed into an enormous sword. But unfortunately, this enormous sword didn't exist for long. Along with the 300 ancient, horned dragon silhouettes dispersing, the enormous sword that enveloped Duan Lingtian was instantly restrained before transforming into a ball of flames that completely fused into his body. At practically the exact same time, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, and a sword light vaguely flashed within his eyes, causing others to feel as if he was showing off his ability. 2nd level of the void interpretation stage. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Even though he knew that the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill was overbearing, yet he never imagined that it would be so overbearing, and it had assisted him to break through once more after such a short period of time. There's also advanced sword force. It wasn't just that, through the cultivation of the seventh form of the Nine Dragons' war sovereign technique, the sword dragon form, Duan Lingtian had taken a great stride on the path of comprehending sword concept. He who'd comprehended advanced sword force was only a step away from comprehending sword concept. Freak! A voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and it was the voice of the azure-eyed eagle, successively breaking through 2 levels in a short period of 2 months, as expected of the man Tian Wu has taken a fancy to. Duan Lingtian laughed embarrassedly. Exactly. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian noticed Feng Wu Dao's gaze flashing over, and the gaze Feng Wu Dao shot at him was filled with surprise. Tian Wu hasn't broken through? Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto Feng Tianwu, who sat cross-legged nearby and cultivated. She's already broken through to the first level of the void interpretation stage 3 days ago. Feng Wu Dao spoke. Duan Lingtian was instantly shocked when he heard this, and his spiritual force couldn't help but stretch out to detect Feng Tianwu's current cultivation at the first possible moment. It was indeed the first level of the void interpretation stage, without a doubt. Tian Wu's improvement caused him to be shocked. After all, Tian Wu didn't possess a rebirth pill. These 2 little freaks have already surpassed you from all those years ago. The azure-eyed eagle spoke. Its words were obviously spoken to Feng Wu Dao. Feng Wu Dao didn't mind, and his gaze looked ahead with a magnanimous gaze. They're different from me. Even if it's the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, it's only a starting point for them. The entire Cloud Continent is the stage that belongs to them. Feng Wu Dao's words were filled with confidence towards Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. Of course, the precondition for all of this is that Tian Wu is able to live past the age of 30. As he finished speaking, Feng Wu Dao couldn't help but sigh. His daughter's fire spirit body had always been a sore point in his heart. Uncle Feng, don't worry. Tian Wu is so kind, she'll surely have a way. Duan Lingtian consoled. I believe in that prophecy. Feng Wu Dao nodded. Duan Lingtian was first stunned when he heard this, and then he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He naturally knew what the prophecy Feng Wu Dao spoke of was, and it was none other than the prophecy that said he was able to help Feng Tianwu overcome the tribulation of turning 30. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, 3 awe-inspiring howls of the wind sounded out from the surroundings, and it clearly entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian saw 3 demon beasts flying towards the direction they were heading towards with an extremely swift speed, and there were more or less some people standing on the backs of these demon beasts. Amongst them were old men, middle-aged men, and most of them were young men. They ought to be the representatives and young geniuses of the various dynasties, merely the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties that have obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties number 100, and coupled with the representatives of the various dynasties, there'll surely be many people gathered here this time. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. As they continued forward, they encountered another 2 demon beasts. At the same time, a small black appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes in the distance ahead. The small black ceaselessly grew larger within Duan Lingtian's field of vision, and in the end it transformed into a city that grew closer and closer. A city like this stood in the boundless desert, yet it didn't give off the slightest feeling of disharmony, and it seemed as if it ought to be like this. Ancient desert city. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he guessed that the city ahead ought to be their destination. It was also the place where the martial competition of the 10 dynasties would be held. What a large city! After they approached the ancient desert city, Duan Lingtian was greatly shocked. In terms of area, The city before him was more than 10 times larger than the Darkhan dynasty and Darming dynasty's capital. Large. Too large. This city looked to be extremely ancient, and it had obviously experienced an extremely long period of time. This city didn't have a city gate or guards, so anyone could pass through it without obstruction. Azure, go in, Feng Wudao said. Instantly, at the same time that the azure-eyed eagle swooped down, its speed sped up, and it entered the ancient desert city from the sky in the blink of an eye. The streets and alleys of the ancient desert city appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. In the sky above the ancient desert city, there were many martial artists flying in the sky, and there were some demon beasts flying by as well. Duan Lingtian didn't dare rashly utilize his spiritual force to detect others here, as the slightest carelessness would infuriate an expert, and then he would undoubtedly suffer misfortune. Even though Feng Wudao was in existence at the 4th level of the Void transformation stage and could be called a hero in the 10 dynasties. But in the foreign lands, existences like Feng Wudao, or even stronger than Feng Wudao, could be found everywhere. Not to mention other places. Even in the ancient desert city, there were probably many existences that were even stronger than Feng Wudao. This is the ancient desert city. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu awoke from her cultivation, and she curiously sized up the ancient city before her eyes. Uncle Feng, where are we going now? Duan Lingtian asked Feng Wudao. Skywolf Fort. Feng Wudao's gaze descended onto the distant north of the ancient desert city at the first possible moment. There was a vast base that was similar to the imperial palace standing there. This place is even larger than the Darkhan dynasty's imperial palace. Feng Tianwu's beautiful eyes squinted, and she couldn't help but exclaim with admiration. Just the area this place occupies is practically more than 2 times the size of the entire Darkhan dynasty's capital, and even the Darming dynasty's capital. Uncle Feng, you said this is the Skywolf Fort? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. The Skywolf Fort can be said to be the owner of the ancient desert city, and it's a formidable power of the foreign lands that's close to our 10 dynasties. The martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time is held by the Skywolf Fort. When Feng Wudao introduced the Skywolf Fort, his expression was slightly serious. This also allowed Duan Lingtian to deeply realize how formidable and terrifying this Skywolf Fort was, and it completely surpassed the 10 dynasties. Let's go, Feng Wudao ordered, and the azure-eyed eagle flew towards the Skywolf Fort. After they approached the Skywolf Fort, Duan Lingtian was able to see that there were practically no people or demon beasts in the sky above the Skywolf Fort. Those human martial artists and demon beasts that flew in the sky hadn't even approached the Skywolf Fort when they went around it. Chapter 771. The azure-eyed eagle carried Duan Lingtian's group of 3, and they just approached Skywolf Fort when a person flew out from Skywolf Fort and directly stopped the azure-eyed eagle. This person was a middle-aged man that wore green uniform clothes. The middle-aged man had an ordinary appearance, and there was an extremely special badge on the left side of his chest. The badge had the pattern of a savage skywolf inscribed on it. The eyes of the Ashwolf's head were copper in color. Why have the 3 of you come to our Skywolf Fort? The middle-aged man asked. We're members of the Darkhan dynasty, and we've come for the sake of participating in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Feng Wudao spoke of the reason for their arrival. The middle-aged man's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he was slightly surprised in the end. As far as he was concerned, this violet-clothed young man ought to be one of the 10 great young geniuses of the Darkhan dynasty that had obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, and his young age caused him to be unable to help but be surprised. As for the red-clothed young woman, he only thought that she'd come to join in the fun because she was truly too young. The 3 of you, please follow me. The middle-aged man led the way ahead, and the azure-eyed eagle followed. In the end, he first arranged a place for the azure-eyed eagle before leading Duan Lingtian's group of 3 towards the west. All along the way, Duan Lingtian curiously sized up the surroundings. This Skywolf fort was divided into 2 areas. The area he was at now was the area towards the south, and it was as large as the Dark Han dynasty's capital, whereas there was a towering combat arena in this vast area. There were no spectating areas in the surroundings of this combat arena, and one could only stand in the surrounding air and watch. That place is the combat arena that will be held in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties 10 days from now. The middle-aged man introduced. Not long after, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 approached the continuous group of buildings in the west under the lead of the middle-aged man. These buildings were numerous pavilions. Above each pavilion, there was a plaque hanging there, such as Chrysanthemum Pavilion, Osmanthus Pavilion, Peony Pavilion, and so on. These pavilions were of different heights and were all named after flowers. As they approached the pavilion, Duan Lingtian could see a middle-aged man who was similarly wearing a green uniform leading 8 people into a 4-story pavilion. Those 8 people should also be from some empire. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Soon, under the guidance of the middle-aged man, Duan Lingtian and the other 2 arrived in front of a 2-story pavilion. This Narcissus Pavilion will be occupied by the 3 of you. Besides that, I'd like to ask this little brother to register your name and which dynasty you're from. The middle-aged man took out a pen and paper as he spoke to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded and immediately reported his name and origin. Are they going to register to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties? Feng Tianwu asked. Yes. The middle-aged man nodded. Then add in my name. Feng Tianwu said. The middle-aged man was first stunned when he heard this, and then he recovered from his shock as his gaze descended onto Feng Tianwu, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Could it be? You're a young genius from the Dark Han dynasty that has come to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties as well. At the beginning, he only thought that Duan Lingtian was a young genius from the Dark Han dynasty that had obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Even then, he was shocked by Duan Lingtian's age. A young man that looked to be around the age of 25 was actually able to stand out amongst the group of young experts of the Dark Han dynasty, and it was truly rare and commendable. But now, when he realized that Feng Tianwu was a young genius that had come to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties as well, he was shocked. This red, clothed young woman looked to be a little over 20 at most. Even if she took good care of herself, she was at most around the age of 25. Looks like there aren't any outstanding geniuses in the younger generation of the Dark Han dynasty. Otherwise, how could they allow 2 young people like this to seize the positions to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties? The middle-aged man registered Feng Tianwu's name as he thought as a matter of course. After he finished registering, the middle-aged man passed a command token to each of Duan Lingtian's group of 3. These 3 command tokens will allow all of you to pass through the outer fort of our Skywolf fort unobstructed. As for the inner fort, those that aren't disciples of our Skywolf fort are prohibited from entering or leaving. Gather on the combat arena in the outer fort 10 days from now. At that time, the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties will gather together and carry out the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man left directly. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 walked into the Narcissus Pavilion as well. The Narcissus Pavilion had a total of 2 floors, and every floor had 2 rooms and a balcony, causing it to be extremely spacious. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 stayed in the Narcissus Pavilion. After Duan Lingtian entered his room, he sat cross-legged on the bed and calmed his heart to cultivate 9 dragons war sovereign technique, sword dragon form. Presently, Duan Lingtian only had an urgent goal, and that was to comprehend sword concept. So long as he comprehended sword concept, he would be able to cultivate the high, grade heaven, rank, martial skill. 9 dragons, radiant flash. If I'm able to successfully cultivate 9 dragons, radiant flash before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties begins, then my strength will advance a step further. Duan Lingtian's entire body and mind were immersed in his cultivation, and he seemed to have forgotten the time. Elder brother Duan, elder brother Duan. After an unknown amount of time, a wave of hurried voices entered into the room and entered into the ears of Duan Lingtian, causing Duan Lingtian to awaken from his cultivation. Tianwu. Duan Lingtian opened the door and looked at Feng Tianwu, who stood outside the door. The martial competition of the 10 dynasties has begun? Why do I feel that I haven't cultivated for long? Elder brother Duan, there are still 5 days before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. I called you out because big brother Zhang has come twice, and he asked us to go out for a meal. Feng Tianwu smiled. Duan Lingtian followed Feng Tianwu out of the Narcissus Pavilion, and only now did he notice that Zhang Shouyong was already waiting outside. Big brother Zhang, brother Lingtian. Zhang Shouyong replied with a smile, and then he said enthusiastically, "Come, the 3 of us are going out for a meal. I've already arrived at Skywolf Fort for 3 days, yet I still haven't gone out properly." "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he said to Feng Tianwu, "Tianwu, go tell Uncle Feng." Feng Tianwu nodded, and then she went to greet Feng Wu Dao. "Brother Lingtian, you're really good. Now you're even singing along with your husband." Zhang Shouyong teased. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. "Big brother Zhang, you know that I still have little Fei and the others, so don't joke like this in the future. Tianwu and I are only ordinary friends, and we don't have a relationship like you think. Aren't you Lord Wu Dao's son-in-law? It's already spread throughout the Dark Han dynasty." Zhang Shouyong was stunned. "It's a long story," Duan Lingtian sighed. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu had returned as well, so he didn't continue explaining. "Let's go." Duan Lingtian's group of 3 soared up into the sky side by side, and they left Skywolf Fort in the blink of an eye before looking around for a nearby restaurant. In next to no time, they found a restaurant that was comparatively larger in scale. After they sat at a table by the window, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but stretch out his spiritual force to envelop Zhang Shouyong, and he detected Zhang Shouyong's current cultivation at the first possible moment. First level of the void interpretation stage. Big brother Zhang has broken through as well. Even though Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised by this, he was still happy for Zhang Shouyong. He knew Zhang Shouyong before he knew Feng Tianwu. Besides that, Zhang Shouyong had saved his life before, so he'd always maintained the respect he had in the past, and took Zhang Shouyong as his big brother. "Oh, isn't this an expert from the Dark Han dynasty? You seem to be called Zhang Shouyong?" Suddenly, an ear-piercing voice approached from afar. At the same time, 2 young men around the age of 37 or 38 that were almost middle-aged walked over side by side and stood before Duan Lingtian's table. The blue-clothed young man amongst them looked at Zhang Shouyong with a mocking gaze. "What, wasn't yesterday's lesson enough?" Zhang Shouyong glanced at the blue-clothed young man with disdain and shouted coldly, "Scram!" The blue-clothed young man's face went grim as he said with a cold voice, "Zhang Shouyong, I admit that I'm not a match for you, but your opponent today isn't me." When he spoke up to hear, he looked at the gaunt young man that was reserved in speech and manner, and a humble expression appeared on his face. "Big brother Kong, it was him yesterday that said all the young geniuses of our Darchu dynasty that came to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties are trash and defeated by him." Zhang Shouyong frowned slightly. When had he said all this? But when he saw the icy cold gaze of the gaunt young man sweep over, he couldn't be bothered to explain. As if he explained at this moment, it would undoubtedly cause his imposing manner to be inferior to the gaunt young man. On the other hand, even though Duan Lingtian, who sat at the side, didn't know what had happened, he discerned some clues from the blue-clothed young man's words. The blue-clothed young man was obviously slandering Zhang Shouyong. He'd known Zhang Shouyong for a long time, so he naturally knew that it was impossible for Zhang Shouyong to speak such words. You're not a match for him, yet you didn't hesitate to seek the help of others. I don't know about the others, but you're surely trash. Duan Lingtian raised his head slightly to look at the blue-clothed young man and spoke indifferently. What did you say? The blue-clothed young man's face went grim as he glared angrily at Duan Lingtian, and the origin energy on his body raged. However, he didn't dare make a move, and his fearful gaze flashed past Zhang Shouyong. He knew extremely clearly in his heart that unless Zhang Shouyong was entangled with someone by his side, otherwise it was impossible for him to injure this violet-clothed young man that called him trash. So even though he was furious, he could only endure it for now. Kid, I'll tear you into pieces. The blue-clothed young man's voice transmission that was filled with ruthlessness fiercely pierced into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian started laughing. A 9th-level void initiation stage martial artist wanted to tear him into pieces? You said you want to tear me into pieces. Duan Lingtian looked at the blue-clothed young man, and a wisp of a ridiculing smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Then why haven't you made a move? Or perhaps you're afraid of my big brother Zhang, so you don't dare make a move until now? If it's really like this, I can guarantee that if you make a move, Big Brother Zhang will absolutely not interfere. Chapter 772. You. The blue-clothed young man's face went grim, and then he laughed with ridicule. Kid, I never imagined that you would dare be so arrogant at such a young age. A little kid like you dares to go against me? Slap. A clear sound of a slap instantly resounded out, and a crimson red palm print appeared on the blue-clothed young man's face. Clean your mouth. It was precisely Duan Lingtian that had left a seat and slapped the young man before sitting back down. The blue-clothed young man only felt something flash before his eyes before he was slapped, and he was utterly unable to react to it. You, the blue-clothed young man, was angered to the point his eyes went crimson red. However, even though he was furious to the limit, he utterly didn't dare make a move. He wasn't an idiot, and just the speed Duan Lingtian revealed earlier was far from something he could compare to. On the other hand, the thin young man that originally glared fiercely at Zhang Shouyong had a gaze filled with fear when it descended onto Duan Lingtian. You possess such a cultivation at such a young age. I wonder if you've come to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties as well. When faced with the question of the thin young man, Duan Lingtian couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him instead, and he called over the waiter to order. For a time, the thin young man's face flickered between livid and ashen, yet he didn't flare up in the end. The speed Duan Lingtian revealed earlier allowed him to faintly notice Duan Lingtian's terrifying cultivation, and he didn't have the slightest confidence in being able to defeat Duan Lingtian. The thin young man took a deep breath before turning around and leaving. On the other hand, when the blue-clothed young man saw his backer had left, he hurriedly turned around and followed, and he was deeply afraid Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong would get even with him. Brother Lingtian, your cultivation! After the 2 young men from the Darchu dynasty left, Zhang Shouyong looked at Duan Lingtian with a dumbstruck expression. Earlier, even he wasn't able to completely see the speed Duan Lingtian attacked with. 2nd level of the void interpretation stage. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. 2nd level of the void interpretation stage? Instantly, Zhang Shouyong was dumbstruck. Only Feng Tianwu had long since known that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the 2nd level of the void interpretation stage, so she wasn't surprised. even though I was mentally prepared since long ago that you would sooner or later leave me behind in terms of cultivation. But I never imagined that you would break through from the 9th level of the Void initiation stage to the 2nd level of the Void interpretation stage in such a short period of time. After Zhang Shouyong regained his senses, he couldn't help but sigh. Duan Lingtian's martial talent made him feel powerless from the bottom of his heart. Even though he could be considered to be a genius in the martial Dao amongst the younger generation of the Dark Han dynasty. However, in front of Duan Lingtian, that little bit of innate talent of his was nothing. After the three of them finished their meal, they reached a consensus that they would take a stroll around the ancient desert city before returning to Skywolf Fort. I've long heard that the foreign lands don't circulate gold and silver, but I didn't expect it to be true. Just this meal alone cost a low-grade origin stone. This is too much. Zhang Shouyong sighed as he walked out of the restaurant. Duan Lingtian smiled and didn't say anything. If this big brother Zhang were to go eat at the best restaurants in some bustling cities in the central area of Cloud Continent, he might curse. At those places, even the most ordinary of dishes would cost a few mid-grade origin stones. A slightly better meal would require origin stones of high grade. After they left the restaurant, the three of them started strolling on the streets of the ancient desert city, and they felt that the air here was different to the Dark Han dynasty. The spirit energy of the heavens and the earth here seems to be even denser. After a while, Zhang Shouyong couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, and he seemed as if he'd discovered a new continent. Indeed, Feng Tianwu nodded as she sensed the spirit energy in the air when she heard this. Duan Lingtian didn't say anything because he'd noticed it since long ago. Moreover, he who'd fused with the memories of Emperor Wu wasn't surprised by this. In Cloud Continent, the closer one was to the central area, the denser the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth was. At any place in the central area of Cloud Continent, the density of the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth wasn't inferior to an ordinary spirit point in the Dark Han dynasty. All of this was because of the extremely abundant origin stone veins at the central area of Cloud Continent. There were even many high-grade origin stone veins there, and they were controlled by some top powers of Cloud Continent. Those origin stone veins would emit extremely dense spirit energy of the heavens and the earth, and when they gathered together, it caused the spirit energy in the air at the central area of Cloud Continent to become extremely abundant. Hiss! Zhang Shouyong took a deep breath and casually picked up the wine gourd at his waist before pouring a few mouthfuls into his mouth. And then he exhaled with a delighted expression. Big brother Zhang really never leaves his wine. Feng Tianwu smiled. Go! Suddenly, Duan Lingtian heard a cold and stern shout sound out from behind him, and subsequently, the sound of hurried horse hooves swept over. Duan Lingtian's group of three couldn't help but turn around to look. They saw a Fergana horse dashing madly on the road, and everywhere it passed, dust and dirt flew into the air, and the passers-by moved aside as they were deeply afraid of being hit. A young man sat on the Fergana horse. The young man was around the age of 25, and his white robe that was inlaid with gold fluttered with the wind, and the horsewhip in his hand flashed out like a dancing spirit serpent. F***K off. Suddenly, the young man shouted out coldly. There was a woman with a child that wasn't able to dodge in time, and she still stopped in the middle of the road, and she had a panicked expression as she looked at the Fergana horse that dashed over. Swoosh! The horsewhip tore through the sky and fiercely whipped onto the woman's body, and it tore open her coarse clothes and caused her skin to split open. The woman emitted a shrill cry as she was directly whipped flying, and she heavily fell to the side of the road, whereas her child stood in the middle of the road and was using an innocent gaze to look at the Fergana horse that dashed over, and he completely didn't realize that danger was approaching. Watch out! A fiery red bolt of lightning flashed by, and it was Feng Tianwu who was by Duan Lingtian's side that made a move to bring the child to the side of the road before the Fergana horse dashed over. Halt! At this moment, the young man who was galloping on his horse instantly stopped the Fergana horse, and he raised his head to look at Feng Tianwu. Halt! Halt! At the same time, a few more Fergana horses stood behind the young man, and they were clearly his followers. This also showed that the young man's background was not simple. In the ancient desert city, even if the power was weak, it couldn't be that weak. Moreover, since the young man dared to ride his horse to commit a crime on the street, the power behind him was clearly not simple. Otherwise, how could he dare to be so high-profile? Meddlesome woman. After the young man saw Feng Tianwu's peerless beauty, his eyes revealed a greedy and lewd expression, and he coldly shouted, "Bring her back. This young master will properly teach her the rules." As he spoke, he wanted to forcefully snatch a woman. As for the followers behind him, they seemed to have long been accustomed to it. They rode their horses forward, wanting to capture Feng Tianwu. Whirlwind! Duan Lingtian moved, and in an instant he caught up to the young man's followers. He raised his hand, and a terrifying force swept out, directly flipping them over and causing them to scream miserably. "Brat, you actually dare to meddle in other people's business. You're courting death." When the young man saw that someone had interfered and ruined his plans, he was instantly furious. He rode his horse forward, and the horsewhip in his hand seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning, fiercely whipping towards Duan Lingtian. "I think you're the one courting death." At this moment, Feng Tianwu, who had sent the child to the injured woman's side, moved, and as if she had transformed into a ball of flames, she rushed out. In the next moment, she had already arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. She casually raised her hand and grabbed the horsewhip that the young man had pulled out. "Bitch, you're courting death." The young man's gaze turned cold, and the horsewhip in his hand shook, wanting to take the horsewhip back from Feng Tianwu's hand. But unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, the remaining half of the horsewhip in Feng Tianwu's hand still didn't move in the slightest. Riding a horse to commit murder and forcefully seizing a woman, a profligate disciple like you deserves death. Feng Tianwu's beautiful eyes were suffused with coldness, and her hand shook, causing the horsewhip to instantly fly out and fiercely smash onto the young man's chest, causing the young man to be blasted flying off his horse. "Ah!" The young man emitted a shrill cry and fell to the ground in a sorry state, and he crawled up after a short moment before staring hatefully at Feng Tianwu and shouting furiously, "All of you, kill this bitch. If she doesn't die, then all of you will die." Instantly, the followers that were thrown to the ground by Duan Lingtian earlier charged towards Feng Tianwu without regard for their lives. But unfortunately, the outcome was the same. Before Feng Tianwu, who was at the first level of the void interpretation stage, even though they possessed extraordinary strength at the void initiation stage, they were easily stopped and blasted flying by Feng Tianwu. Bang! 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 After a short moment, the followers of the young man were lying in a disorderly manner around the young man, causing the young man to be angered to the point his face was livid. A bunch of useless trash. The young man cursed his followers, and then he looked at Feng Tianwu as his eyes were suffused with cold lights. "Bitch, you actually dared make a move against me. Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. You deserve death for committing murder and forcefully seizing a woman on the streets." Feng Tianwu shouted out furiously, and she seemed to be about to make a move. Instantly, the young man was terrified to the point his face was livid, and he abandoned his horse and fled swiftly, not even caring about his followers as he arrived in the distance in a short moment. "All of you just wait. All of you just wait." The young man didn't forget to threaten Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu as he dashed into the distance, and his voice drifted over from afar and was filled with extreme coldness and fierceness. "I'll kill him." Feng Tianwu was instantly enraged when she saw the young man fleeing, yet didn't forget to threaten them, and her figure flashed out with the intention of pursuing him. "Tianwu, Duan Lingtian stopped Feng Tianwu and shook his head. Don't pursue a cornered enemy. If he really dares come again, then I'll be the first to kill him. Since he dares to cause trouble in the ancient desert city, the power behind that fellow is probably not simple. Zhang Shouyong arrived by the side of Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu as a guest. The three of you should leave quickly. That person is the eldest young master of our ancient desert city's Dongwu clan, and he's the most beloved grandson of the Dongwu clan's patriarch. He won't let the matter go after you've taught him a lesson. After a short moment, a kind-hearted passerby couldn't help but advise. Yeah, the three of you should leave quickly. Chapter 773. I'm afraid it's already too late. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he looked towards the direction the young man left towards. At this moment, waves of ear-piercing howls of the wind sounded out from high above in the sky, and they grew closer and closer. Not long after, 5 demon beasts flashed over, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived above Duan Lingtian's group of 3 before circling in midair with an aggressive aura. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 raised their heads, and they saw the young man that wore a white robe with gold inlays sitting on the demon beast in the lead with a single glance. His cold eyes were filled with ghastly killing intent as they flashed down from the sky and locked onto Duan Lingtian's group of 3 tightly. It's them. The young man shouted out coldly as the origin energy on his body skyrocketed, whereas the demon beast beneath him accumulated strength and was ready to attack as well. In the sky, ancient horned dragon silhouettes that covered the sky appeared, and they coiled down with an imposing aura that shot into the sky like rainbows. 9th level Void Initiation Stage Demon Beast? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he never imagined that a mere 7th level Void Initiation Stage Martial Artist like this young man would actually be able to control a demon beast that was 2 levels stronger than him. Looks like the Dongwu clan isn't simple at all. As soon as the young man finished speaking, the other 4 demon beasts gathered together with the demon beast beneath him. The 5 9th level Void Initiation Stage Demon Beasts stared coldly at Duan Lingtian's group of 3. They were only waiting for the young man to give the order before they would pounce towards Duan Lingtian's group of 3 and fight with all their might. Duan Lingtian didn't pay attention to these 5 9th level Void Initiation Stage Demon Beasts, and his gaze descended onto the backs of the 4 demon beasts. There were 4 middle-aged men with cold expressions standing there. The 4 middle-aged men wore black clothes and had expressionless faces, and they were like 4 zombies. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out and detected the cultivations of the 4 of them at the first possible moment. All of them are at the 4th level of the Void Interpretation Stage. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but gasp. Never had he imagined that the Dongwu clan behind the young man that Tianwu had taught a lesson to earlier was actually so strong. Only 4 ordinary guards possessed a strength at the 4th level of the Void Interpretation Stage. As for those top-notch experts, it was not hard to imagine their strength. They must be extremely terrifying. The passers-by around Duan Lingtian and the other 2 retreated to the side. Their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at the 4 flying demonic beasts and the people on them. In their opinion, these 3 kind-hearted youngsters were going to be in trouble. The Dongwu clan was one of the 3 great clans in the ancient desert city, and amongst the numerous powers in the ancient desert city, it was only inferior to the Skywolf fort that controlled the ancient desert city. Of course, not to mention the ancient desert city, even in the surrounding areas, the Skywolf fort could be considered an overlord. If the Skywolf fort wanted to annihilate the 3 great clans of the ancient desert city, they only needed to send out a vice fort master to annihilate them. The 3 great clans of the ancient desert city were incomparably powerful in front of ordinary people. But in the eyes of the Skywolf fort, they were like ants that were unable to withstand a single blow. The Skywolf fort was a colossus in a corner of the foreign lands. Even if the experts of the 10 dynasties in the south were to move out and join forces with the 3 great clans of the ancient desert city, it would be impossible to shake it in the slightest. The strength of the Skywolf fort was obvious. However, even though the 3 great clans of the ancient desert city were nothing before the Skywolf fort, any one of the clans wasn't something the 10 dynasties in the south could compare to. Once the experts of any one of the clans were to move out, it was sufficient to annihilate the 10 dynasties. The forces of the clans in the foreign lands were absolutely not something the forces of the 10 dynasties could compare to. In the ancient desert city, the Skywolf fort occupied an area with an extraordinary status that was impossible to shake. However, it was precisely because of this that the Skywolf fort rarely interfered with the matters of the ancient desert city. Everything in the ancient desert city, like the various businesses and the mid-grade origin stone vein, was shared and controlled by the 3 great clans. Moreover, 90% of the profits the 3 great clans obtained in the ancient desert city had to be handed over to the Skywolf fort. No matter if it was the Skywolf fort. The 3 great clans were the 3 overlords of the ancient desert city, and no one dare defend them. The tiger was sleeping, and the monkey was king. It was nothing more than that. Yet today, the eldest young master of one of the 3 great clans, the Dongwa clan, had led the Dongwa clan troops with the intention of killing 3 young men, and no one felt that the latter would be able to survive. They'd seen many similar scenes in the past. The outcome was more or less the same. Not a single person that had offended the Dongwa clan's eldest young master was able to survive. As far as they were concerned, today would be no exception. Thump! Suddenly a figure flashed out, and it was the woman that was whipped flying by the Dongwa clan's eldest young master earlier, and she brought along her child to kneel on the ground. "Young Master Han, please don't hold a grudge against me, and let them off." The woman spoke as she kowtowed and pleaded for mercy for Duan Lingtian's group of 3, and it wasn't long before her head was already bleeding. Kill this lowly commoner. Right when Duan Lingtian and the others were shocked by the woman's actions and were unable to react for a moment, Dongwa Han shouted out coldly, "Shit!" Duan Lingtian was the first to react, and his face went grim. But unfortunately it was still too late. The Dongwa clan general that stood on the back of the 9th level void initiation stage, flying demon beast, instantly made a move, and a vast palm print enveloped down to directly blast the woman and her child to death, causing blood to dye the ground red. The terrifying palm print descended onto the ground, causing numerous hideous cracks to be shaken open on the ground, and the cracks were dense and crisscrossed together like a spider web. Damn it. The scene before him caused Duan Lingtian to be completely stunned. After a short moment, crimson red suffused his eyes as he stared fixedly at Dongwa Han, and he wished for nothing more than to burn Dongwa Han's bones and scatter his ashes. "I'll kill you." Feng Tianwu was enraged, and her beautiful face went grim as the monstrous flames on her body skyrocketed, causing her entire body to seem to have transformed into a ball of flames that swept towards Dongwa Han. Never had she imagined that the mother of the child she saved would kowtow and beg for mercy to Dongwa Han for them. Even more unexpected to her was that Dongwa Han actually directly ordered his subordinates to kill the mother and child. That child was only 4 or 5 years old, and he didn't even have the time to properly see the world before being killed. Feng Tianwu's rage at this moment was practically capable of setting a prairie ablaze. He didn't even let off a woman and child. Bastard. Zhang Shouyang's face went cold as ghastly flames of rage leaped about in his eyes, and then he stomped on the ground before his entire body seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that went to help Feng Tianwu. No matter if it was Feng Tianwu or Zhang Shouyang, they didn't know the terrifying strength of the 4 generals Dongwa Han brought along. But even if they knew, they wouldn't shrink back. Bang! A 4th level void interpretation stage general by Dongwa Han's side made a move, and a terrifying force swept over to instantly blast Feng Tianwu and Zhang Shouyong back. Both of them descended by Duan Lingtian's side in a sorry state, and their eyes were filled with astonishment as they looked at the ancient horned dragon silhouettes that covered the sky. Fourth level void interpretation stage. Ha 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 ha. Dong Guohan laughed wildly when he saw the expressions of Feng Tianwu and Zhang Shouyong. Weren't both of you extremely arrogant? Didn't both of you want to interfere in this young master's business? Come on, come on. How is it? Now, have both of you started to feel regret and terror in your hearts? Dong Guohan stood on the flying demon beast, and he who was surrounded by 4 fourth level void interpretation stage generals seemed to be superior as he looked down at Duan Lingtian's group of 3. Feng, Tianwu, and Zhang Shouyong didn't speak, and they only stared coldly and indifferently at Dong Guohan. Regret? Terror? Besides teaching Dong Guohan's subordinates a lesson at the beginning, Duan Lingtian, who didn't make a move later on, glanced indifferently at Dong Guohan. I've never known what regret and terror are. If I really want to talk about regret, I only regret that I didn't chase after you and cripple you earlier. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's voice went slightly cold. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's words caused the surrounding crowd of onlookers to be dumbstruck. Is this young man courting death? With a quick thought, they came to an understanding. In the situation before them, even if this young man begged for mercy, with the temper of the Dongwu clan's eldest young master, it would probably be impossible for him to survive. Now, his best choice was to protect his dignity before he died. He would rather die standing than live kneeling. Good, good. Dong Guohan's face was livid when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he started laughing from extreme rage. Never had he imagined that this violet-clothed young man would actually dare speak to him like this at a time like this, and the young man simply didn't know how to write the word death. Suddenly, cold lights shot out from Dong Guohan's eyes as he directly ordered, "Leave this woman behind. I want to bring her back and play with her properly. As for the other 2 men, kill them directly." Swoosh, 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 swoosh. At practically the instant Dong Guohan gave the order, the other 4 demon beasts pounced towards Duan Lingtian's group of 3, and pairs of sharp claws that flickered with cold lights smashed towards the heads of Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong. As for the 4 fourth level void interpretation stage generals on the backs of the demon beasts, one of them had his gaze locked onto Feng Tianwu, and the other 3 had instead locked onto Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong. Let's retreat. Feng Tianwu shouted out lightly as she called out to Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong to retreat, and a crystalline and translucent pearl appeared in her hand. It was precisely the pearl that had a detection inscription inscribed on it. So long as she crushed it, her father, Feng Wu Dao, would notice it at the first possible moment and rush over. Tian Wu. But Duan Lingtian instead stopped Feng Tianwu and shook his head to her. Subsequently, under Feng Tianwu's dumbstruck gaze, Duan Lingtian flashed out to meet the 4 demon beasts that pounced down without the slightest fear, and he went head-on against the 4 fourth level void interpretation stage experts. Elder brother Duan. Feng Tianwu's face went grim, and she didn't listen to Duan Lingtian before crushing the pearl in her hand without the slightest hesitation. Even though this pearl was precious, yet in her eyes, it was far inferior to Duan Lingtian's life. At this moment, her heart burned with anxiety, and she only hoped that her father would be able to rush over as soon as possible. No. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu saw Duan Lingtian was about to pass by the 4 demon beasts, and her beautiful face couldn't help but go grim as she cried out in terror. Without the slightest hesitation, Feng Tianwu soared into the sky and fearlessly chased after Duan Lingtian. Chapter 774. When Duan Lingtian faced a dangerous situation, Feng Tianwu's mind was completely blank, and she only knew that nothing could happen to Duan Lingtian. It felt as if she was about to lose something important. Uncomfortable and oppressive. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sharp claws of the four enormous flying demon beasts soared through the sky as they fiercely clawed towards Duan Lingtian, who charged over, and the depths of their eyes were filled with heartfelt disdain. As far as they were concerned, such a young human martial artist dared be arrogant before them, and he was simply courting death. On the other hand, the four fourth-level void interpretation stage generals of the Dongwa clan looked at Duan Lingtian, who charged towards them with disdain now. Kill him! High above in the sky, Dongwa Han shouted out explosively, Yes, eldest young master. Instantly, the four Dongwa clan generals flew out and seemed to have transformed into four goshawks that flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian in a menacing manner. You're courting death! Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold as a wisp of disdain suffused the corners of his mouth, and a dim light flashed into appearance in the depths of his eyes. Along with his cultivation advancing to the second level of the void interpretation stage, his spiritual force that had advanced to the fourth level of the void interpretation stage along with him instantly gushed into the soul brand in the depths of his soul, and it directly activated his exclusive soul skill. Thousand illusions. Instantly, an illusory space appeared out of thin air, and it ceaselessly expanded to directly envelop the four ninth-level void initiation stage, flying demon beasts, and the four Dongwa clan generals that approached menacingly within it. When the attacks of the four Dongwa clan generals were about to descend onto Duan Lingtian, they instantly seemed to have lost their target and turned around. Subsequently, fierce lights flickered within their eyes as each of them pounced towards the ninth-level void initiation stage, flying demon beasts that carried them over earlier. The eyes of the four ninth-level void initiation stage flying demon beasts shot out ferocious lights as well, and they seemed as if they'd seen Duan Lingtian when facing the four fourth-level void interpretation stage martial artists that pounced towards them, and they directly pounced over. Bang! In a single move, a ninth-level void initiation stage flying demon beast was killed by a Dongwa clan general. Bang! Bang! Boom! Subsequently, the other three ninth-level void initiation stage demon beasts were killed by the other three Dongwa clan generals as well. Four fourth-level void interpretation stage generals of the Dongwa clan killing four ninth-level void initiation stage demon beasts was simply as simple as killing chickens and cutting grass. The latter had no ability to fight back in front of them. They were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, fish on a chopping board, unable to withstand a single blow. Duan Lingtian paused in midair, watching the scene with cold eyes. It was as if everything that was happening in front of him had nothing to do with him. Whoosh! At this time, Feng Tianwu also landed beside Duan Lingtian. The scene in front of her also shocked her. What are you doing? High above in the sky, Dongwa Han's face went grim as he shouted furiously. Everything in front of him made his scalp go numb. Were these four guys crazy? He actually started killing the demonic beasts on his side. The surrounding crowd was also in an uproar. What are they doing? Aren't they members of the Dongwa clan? Why would he attack the demonic beasts of his own clan? Have they gone mad? Moreover, they've gone mad together. Everyone was puzzled by this. But in the next moment, something that caused them to be even more puzzled occurred, and it caused their pupils to be unable to refrain from constricting. Heavens! What have we seen? They saw that the four Dongwa clan generals that had just killed the four ninth-level void initiation stage demon beasts actually didn't have the intention of stopping after each of them killed a demon beast. The origin energy on their bodies skyrocketed as void interpretation concept fused into their origin energy, causing it to completely material. Subsequently, they pounced towards their former companions and started a bloody battle. The chaotic battle began here. Bang! 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 The four Dongwa clan generals seemed as if they'd gone mad as they madly attacked each other. After a short moment, all four of them were heavily injured. Even then, they still fought each other desperately, as if they wouldn't stop until they killed each other. Everyone, including Feng Tianwu and Zhang Shouyong, was stunned. Stop! Stop! Presently, Dongwa Han, who stood on the remaining 9th level void initiation stage demon beast that was shivering, had an extremely unsightly expression, and he ceaselessly roared at the four Dongwa clan generals as if he wanted to wake them up. But unfortunately, the four Dongwa clan generals only cared about killing each other, and they seemed as if they utterly didn't hear him. Why is it like this? Who can tell me exactly what the fuck is going on? Dongwa Han's expression was extremely unsightly. He utterly didn't know what was happening before him and why the four Dongwa clan generals would kill each other. Could it be that they've all gone mad? In next to no time, Dongwa Han's expression went grim, because Duan Lingtian had already appeared before him, and Duan Lingtian, who had a calm expression, said indifferently, "The Dongwa clan's eldest young master, right? Kill him." Dongwa Han shouted out explosively as he urged the demon beast beneath him to make a move and kill Duan Lingtian. But unfortunately, the demon beast had only just pounced out when it was killed by the 3-foot-long blade condensed from Duan Lingtian's origin energy, and from the beginning until the end, it only spent the time of a single move. The demon beast perished and fell to the ground. On the other hand, Dongwa Han was dumbstruck, and he stared blankly at Duan Lingtian as he said with slight disbelief, You're actually a void interpretation stage martial artist." Obviously, he'd only truly felt Duan Lingtian's true strength now, and it far exceeded his strength. "Now it's your turn." Duan Lingtian looked calmly at Dongwa Han, and his eyes didn't contain the slightest emotion. You dare kill me? Let me tell you, if you dare kill me, then no matter who you are, no matter if you're in the heavens or the earth, you'll die for sure. Let me tell you, my grandfather is... Dongwa Han's face went grim when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he threatened Duan Lingtian with words. But unfortunately, he wasn't able to finish his words, because the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand had already pierced through his throat, and it gave rise to gorgeous and dazzling fresh blood that covered the sky, and the blood sprayed through the sky and condensed into numerous red roses. Whoosh! Right at the instant Duan Lingtian killed Dongwa Han, a figure appeared out of thin air in the nearby sky. The person that arrived was completely stunned when he saw the scene before him. "This is Father!" Feng Tianwu flew out to arrive by the side of the person that arrived. "Wu, you used the sensory pearl I left for you just so that I could watch the show." Feng Wu Dao couldn't help but laugh bitterly as he looked at the situation before him. Feng Tianwu couldn't help but laugh bitterly as well. "I never imagined that elder brother Duan would actually be able to deal with these people. Those four people are all existences at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage." Feng Tianwu spoke as she looked at the four Dongwa clan generals that were still killing each other. The four Dongwa clan generals were heavily injured, yet they still fought ceaselessly, and they'd completely gone red from killing each other. "Let's go." Duan Lingtian nodded to Zhang Shouyong, and then he arrived by the side of Feng Wu Dao and Feng Wu Dao. Subsequently, the four of them left directly and returned to Skywolf Fort. On the way, Zhang Shouyong couldn't help but glance at Duan Lingtian, and when he thought of the scene that occurred earlier, he couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. Brother Lingtian is actually already so strong now. 4 4th level void interpretation stage martial artists were instigated by him to the point of killing each other. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, those 4 4th level void interpretation stage fellows aren't inscription masters. Otherwise, the illusory space constructed by my soul skill, 1,000 illusions, would be utterly unable to affect them. Duan Lingtian rejoiced in his heart. What happened? Feng Wu Dao couldn't help but ask Feng Tianwu because everything had already ended when he arrived earlier. It was precisely because of this that he didn't have the time to find out what had happened. It's nothing. Feng Tianwu shook her head. We just killed a profligate disciple. That profligate disciple even killed a woman and a child that didn't have the strength to truss up a chicken, and he deserved death for his crimes. As she finished speaking, Feng Tianwu revealed an enraged expression, and she seemed to have recalled the scene from before. At that time, if it wasn't for the woman bringing along the child to plead for mercy on their behalf, they wouldn't have been killed. This caused Feng Tianwu's heart to be filled with guilt. Feng Wu Dao didn't ask any further when he felt the atmosphere seemed to be slightly heavy, yet there was slight fear in the depths of his eyes. Profligate disciple? This place wasn't one of the 10 dynasties. Even though the ancient desert city was situated at the border of the foreign lands, it belonged to the foreign lands at any rate, and the experts within it were numerous like the clouds. Even an ordinary power possessed an extremely terrifying strength. On the other hand, the power behind the profligate disciple of the ancient desert city was presumably not simple. But when he thought about how they'd been staying at Skywolf Fort recently, he came to an understanding. No matter how strong the powers of the ancient desert city were, they were only vassals of the Skywolf Fort, and they would absolutely not dare rashly trespass into Skywolf Fort to cause trouble. So he set his heart at ease. Of course, this was also because Feng Wu Dao didn't know that the person who died earlier was the eldest young master of one of the 3 great clans of the ancient desert city, the Dongwu clan. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so composed. Perhaps ordinary disciples of the Dongwu clan wouldn't dare directly trespass into Skywolf Fort to take revenge, but their patriarch was instead able to speak with the higher-ups of Skywolf Fort. Along with Duan Lingtian's departure, the illusory space created by the soul skill, 1,000 illusions, naturally dispersed along with it. At the same time, the 4 Dongwu clan generals that dragged their heavily injured and crippled bodies to kill each other had finally escaped from the illusory space. With a single glance, they saw each other that were heavily injured. All of you, what's going on? Why have all of you suffered such heavy injuries as well? I truly never imagined that kid was actually so terrifying. Something seems to be off. Unknowingly, the gazes of the 4 Dongwu clan generals had first descended onto the 5 enormous flying demon beast corpses on the ground, and then it descended onto a human corpse. Their pupils instantly constricted when they saw this corpse, and they couldn't help but cry out in shock. Eldest young master. Subsequently, the 4 of them glanced at each other, and they saw terror in each other's eyes. If the patriarch finds out that the eldest young master was killed under our protection, and we're still alive, we'll die for sure. Let's quickly consume medicinal pills to heal our injuries, and then leave the ancient desert city far away. Chapter 7, 75. Under the astounded gazes of the surrounding crowd of spectators, the 4 Dongwu clan generals directly left after consuming healing medicinal pills. The direction they left towards wasn't the direction of the Dongwu clan. Now they only had a single thought. That was to go as far as they could and never return to the ancient desert city. Only in this way would they be able to avoid the pursuit of the Dongwu clan. However, even though the 4 Dongwu clan generals had fled, the news of the Dongwu clan's eldest young master, Dongwu Han, being killed still reached the Dongwu clan. The Dongwu clan was one of the 3 great clans of the ancient desert city, and it controlled an area of the ancient desert city. At this moment, at the side of the pergola at the center of the vast lake within the Dongwu clan estate, an old man was sitting silently there, and he held a fishing rod in his hand as he was fishing. Even though the old man was fishing, his eyes were closed tightly, and he seemed to be extremely carefree and content. This old man looked to be no different than an ordinary old man. Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed within. Swoosh! At the same time, the hand the old man held the fishing rod shook and directly pulled up the fishing rod, and a large fish was hooked up and just happened to be tossed into the nearby bamboo basket by him. If someone was here and saw the hook on the fishing rod in the old man's hand, the person would surely be extremely astounded. That was because the hook was straight. If Duan Lingtian was here and saw this scene, he would surely be unable to help but recall the legend of Grand Duke Jiang fishing that had been passed down since ancient times on Earth in his previous life. When Grand Duke Jiang fishes, those who are willing to take the bait, whereas the hook Grand Duke Jiang used to fish was precisely straight. I've finally caught one. Han, or has the fortune of tasting good food today. The old man lightly smiled as he muttered, and when he spoke the two words Han, his muddy eyes seemed to reveal dense doting. His life was filled with misfortune. His son had died young and only left behind a single grandson, and it could be said that he had a single heir. It was precisely because of this that he loved and doted on that grandson of his, and he wished for nothing more than to give the best things in the world to him. It was also because of that grandson that he'd always occupied the position of patriarch of the Dongwu clan, because he intended to pass this position down to his grandson in the future. He had placed his greatest hopes on his grandson. As for his grandson, he did not disappoint him. Although he was a little foppish, his talent and comprehension were not bad. As for the term silk pants, he didn't take it to heart. Who hadn't been young and frivolous? Moreover, he had the capital to allow his grandson to be a playboy in the ancient desert city. He was not worried at all that anyone would dare to provoke his grandson. Suddenly, the old man raised his eyebrows. He saw a figure running towards the pavilion in the middle of the lake in a panic. Didn't I say that I don't like to be disturbed when I'm fishing? The old man's face darkened. As he spoke, an incomparably powerful aura emanated from his body. It enveloped the newcomer, causing him to involuntarily bend his back. The person that arrived was an old woman, and she was precisely the Dongwu clan's manager. Presently, her expression was extremely unsightly, and she seemed to hesitate to speak. Seeing the old woman's expression, the old man's face sank. The old woman had worked her entire life for their Dongwu clan, and he knew the old woman extremely well. If it wasn't an extremely important matter, it was impossible for the old woman to lose her composure like this. What happened? The old man asked. The old woman took a deep breath when she heard the old man, and then she said with a trembling voice, "Clan, patriarch, eldest young master, what happened to the eldest young master?" The aura on the old man instantly strengthened to press down onto the old woman, causing the old woman to break out in cold sweat as her body shivered. The old man's gaze was like a sword, and it seemed as if it could penetrate the old woman's body. "Patriarch, my condolences." Finally, the old woman caught her breath and spoke with her head lowered. "My condolences." The old man's body shook when he heard the old woman. Instantly, an extremely terrifying aura was emitted from the old man's body. In the next moment, waves of terrifying gales suddenly arose in the surroundings of the pavilion in the middle of the lake, and the gales grew faster and faster before finally transforming into numerous material wind blades. Swish, 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 swish. The old man was enraged, and wind blades swept out to instantly mince the entire pavilion into pieces before crashing into the vast lake. The entire pavilion in the middle of the lake instantly ceased to exist. It wasn't just that, at this moment, the water in the entire lake was enveloped by numerous terrifying gales before sweeping up, and it seemed to have transformed into numerous roaring water dragons. At this moment, only the old man and the old woman weren't affected. The old woman lowered her head and didn't dare speak another word. She was able to deeply feel the monstrous rage of the patriarch, and she didn't doubt in the slightest that if she dared speak out of turn now, It was very likely that she would become the target of the patriarch's rage. "Lead the way." The old man shouted out coldly as he raised his hand and brought the old woman along to instantly vanish in the sky above the vast lake. Meanwhile, the lake water that was seething in the lake recovered its calm once more. Who did it? Many higher-ups of the Dongwa clan were gathered within the Dongwa clan's audience hall, and they couldn't help but sigh when they saw the old man roaring as he charged in. "Honor!" The old man stood by the side of the corpse that lay on the ground, and his eyes flickered with a ferocious light as he looked at the corpse that had its throat pierced through. "Don't tell me. All of you haven't found out who did it." The old man's words were filled with extreme icy coldness, and it caused everyone present to be unable to refrain from shivering. "Patriarch, he's one of the eyewitnesses." In next to no time, the old woman that followed behind brought along a young man that had his head lowered to walk in, and she spoke to the old man. The old man's gaze that was like a sword descended onto the young man when he heard this, and his imposing aura swept out along with this. Bang! The young man's face instantly flushed red when he was enveloped by the old man's imposing aura, and then he collapsed to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood as he looked at the old man with a terrified expression. "Speak." The old man's icy cold voice that was filled with killing intent caused the young man to feel as if he'd fallen into an icy pit, and he didn't dare hesitate in the slightest as he hurriedly spoke of the scene he saw not long ago. At the beginning, young Master Han spurred his horse and used his horsewhip to strike a woman flying, and the woman's child stood on the road and was about to die beneath the horse's hooves. At this moment, a young woman in red clothes made a move to save the child. After that young Master Han, the young man was precisely a passerby that had witnessed the entire process today, and he spoke of the scenes he'd seen without missing a single word. Whoosh! As soon as the young man finished speaking, a terrifying, imposing aura gushed out from the old man's body, and it pressed down on the higher-ups of the Dongwa clan to the point they couldn't help but repeatedly take a few steps back. As for the young man, he was directly blasted flying, and his head collided with the pillar in the audience hall, causing him to be deader than dead. Perhaps even the young man himself had never imagined that he would die so aggrieved. After all, the reason he'd come to the Dongwa clan to tip them off was precisely for the sake of the Dongwa clan's reward. Yet now he hadn't obtained the reward he deserved yet he'd died an unjust death. Good. Very good. He even dares to kill the grandson of Ai, Dongwale. Looks like that violet-clothed kid is tired of living. The old man, the patriarch of the Dongwa clan, Dongwale, spoke with a voice that was like a thunderclap, and it caused the eardrums of some of the higher-ups of the Dongwa clan that had comparatively lower cultivations to tremble as their expressions went grim. "Grand Elder, I'll give you a day of time. I want to see the heads of those 4 traitors after a day." Dongwale looked at a white-haired old man as he spoke with a low voice. "Yes, Patriarch." The old man replied respectfully before turning around and transforming into a bolt of lightning that left to busy himself. The remaining people. Subsequently, Dongwale looked at the remaining higher-ups of the Dongwa clan, and killing intent flickered within his eyes. "Your mission is to investigate the identity of that violet-clothed kid that killed my grandson. Once you find out where he is, then bring him back. I want him alive. As for those 3 companions of his, kill them directly. The first person to investigate the identity of that violet-clothed kid will be able to obtain 1,000 mid-grade origin stones. The person that brings that violet-clothed kid back will be able to obtain 10,000 mid-grade origin stones. Besides that, the person that brings back the head of any one of the 3 companions of that violet-clothed kid will be able to obtain 1,000 mid-grade origin stones. Dongwale issued a reward within the clan as he spoke, and this was sufficient to display his impatience to take revenge for his grandson. Yes, the gazes of everyone lit up in unison, and they left impatiently after replying respectfully. Every single one of them hoped to be able to obtain the reward set by the patriarch. The person that brought that violet-clothed kid back would be able to obtain 10,000 mid-grade origin stones. Even if it was the second elder, third elder, and other elders with lofty statuses in the Dongwa clan, they impatiently desired 10,000 low-grade origin stones. Along with Dongwa Lei giving the order, the entire Dongwa clan was mobilized. The entire ancient desert city had gone completely mad, whereas the person in question, Duan Lingtian, was currently silently staying within the Narcissus Pavilion in Skywell Fort and cultivating diligently. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, sword dragon form, along with the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill spreading out from his body. Duan Lingtian's origin energy increased at an extremely terrifying speed. This speed was sufficient to cause any martial artist on Cloud Continent to feel ashamed and even feel inferior. According to this speed, I ought to be able to smoothly break through to the 3rd level of the Void interpretation stage in at most 2 or 3 months. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he felt the swift increase of his origin energy. Along with the increase of my origin energy, the advanced sword force seems to be on the verge of transforming as well. There are still 3 days of time before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties begins. Duan Lingtian continued cultivating for the sake of sword concept. Finally, another day passed. On this day, Duan Lingtian woke up from his cultivation, and when he opened his eyes, a sword light that was filled with a sharp and fierce aura faintly seemed to flash past within his eyes. Swish! With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian's origin energy condensed into a sword, and strands of fierce aura leaped about on it as it emitted a wave of light sword howls. At the same time, another ancient horned dragon silhouette appeared out of thin air at the side of the 300 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.